Hi, you are in the course that will teach you to develop and deploy end-to-end face recognition web app project from scratch. You are watching the final output of the course where we will train our machine learning model to automatically detect the multiple faces and predict the gender classes like male and female. Not only that, in the web application, we will show the cropped face, corresponding eigenimage of the face, and prediction name score from the machine learning model. Cool, right? This framework you can use to build almost any image classification model from scratch. This is the course is one-stop solution for who like to learn, develop, and deploy complete end-to-end face recognition framework. In this course, you will acquire the practical knowledge and that will turn into highly skillful talent which is invaluable for your future career. I'm very excited that you get at the right place at the right time. So, let me walk through the content of the course. This course has 5 modules. First, we will give you the introduction and necessary steps to set up our course. In the second module, we will explain the necessary concepts of image processing with OpenCV. Next, we will move to the module 3. That is the biggest of all 5 modules. In this module, we will start building our machine learning based face recognition model. In this module, I will teach you the data pre-processing, data analysis, training machine learning model, and also pipelining our models. Then we will move to the module 4, where we will develop a web application in Flask, where we will integrate the machine learning to web app and get our output. Finally, we will deploy the web application in cloud and get the URL. With that URL, you can access our application anywhere in the world. This course is well designed and each section is continuation of previous section. At the end, once you complete all modules, you will become ready and you will be comfortable and start doing the projects on your own. Sounds great? Then what are you waiting for? Let's begin the course together.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we will see components that we are using for developing the face recognition web app project. As we have seen in the previous lecture, the face recognition web app, which is what we are going to create it now. This project is combination of several components, which will be listed now. The major component of the face recognition project is to develop a machine learning model which will classify the images. To train the model with images more accurately, we should perform few image processing concepts for the data, perform the data analysis and data pre-processing for the structuring our data. The libraries that are going to use are OpenCV for image processing. For pre-processing and analysis, we use NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib. Scikit-learn is used for training our machine learning model, which is just the first part of the project. In the second part, we will create the web application using Flask web framework. Here we'll connect all the components of machine learning. On top of that, we will add HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, and JavaScript for developing this project. And of course, all these components is written in Python language. So you are going to learn all the components listed here to complete this project. Now, get into the project together.
Welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to see how to install Python. The first step when installing the Python is open your browser and go to the search engine google.com. And here just type Python. Click on the first link which is available, that is www.python.org, which is the official website of Python. Click on that. Now you have entered into the Python official website. In order to download the Python, what you have to do is that click on this downloads and click on the latest available Python for Windows. In my case, it is 3.9.6. Click on this button to download the Python. Alright, you can see that I have downloaded my Python software. Okay, I have downloaded my Python software in the desktop. Now what you have to do in order to install that, right click and click on Run as Administrator. Click Yes. Make sure you check the path at Python 3.9 to path. Click on that. 3.9 is what the version I'm installing now. Now click on Install to install this Python setup. Wait for a couple of minutes until you complete your process. Alright, now setup was successful and you have successfully installed Python. Close it. In order to make sure your Python is installed or not, what we have to do, we will test that in the command prompt. For that, go to search and type cmd and click on the command prompt here. Now type Python. As soon as you execute this command, you can see that Python 3.9.6 and you can see this message, which means that you have successfully installed the Python and you opened Python shell successfully. So this is how you need to install Python. Now type exit to close the Python shell. We will continue in the next lesson. Welcome back. Without further ado, let's get started. First, what I will do, let's download all the templates that was required for this course. For that, go to this URL which you can find in the resources. And in this resources, you need to download the face recognition _ Flask is what the repository, you need to clone it. You can click on the code and use this following URL and get cloned to your particular repository. Or else you can simply download the zip file. What I'll do, I'll just download as a zip file. Alright, I have downloaded my zip file and saved that in the folder where I'm currently working on. Welcome back. I have successfully cloned the face recognition _ Flask repository from the GitHub. Now what I'll do, since I'm having the zip file, let me extract all the files here. Right click and click on extract here. Done. Let's open this folder and here you can notice that the folder structure, which is what we are actually following in this course. We will do first installations, then we'll look into some concepts on OpenCV, and next is we will train the face recognition with machine learning model, and third one we will learn some basics on Flask, and in 4 we will create the face recognition web app in Flask. Okay, let's get started by installing all the necessary packages in the installations. If you open the 0_ installations, we have the requirements.txt is there, and this are all the packages that was required to get installed. Okay, let's minimize this. That's what we have to do. But before installing all the requirements.txt, first let's create the virtual environment. For that, let me click on here and open my command prompt by typing the cmd. Okay, this is my command prompt, is there with me. Now what I'll do, let's create the virtual environment. In order to create the virtual environment, type the following command: python -m venv, and now provide the name of the virtual environment you want to create. The virtual environment I want to create is face recognition _ Flask. That's what the name of the virtual environment I want to create here. Press enter, it will create the virtual environment. Alright, we have successfully created our virtual environment. Let's minimize this and you can see one folder which is face recognition _ Flask. This is our virtual environment. Now let's activate our virtual environment. Open our command prompt and type the following command, which is dot, and the name of the virtual environment is face recognition _ Flask. Now scripts, and then you need to, and then it is activate. Press enter and it will activate the virtual environment. If you see this, the kind of a name of the virtual environment here, then it means that you have successfully activated your virtual environment. Okay, so this is how we can activate our virtual environment. Now we are ready to install all the required packages in the requirements.txt. And here you can notice that in the installations folder we have the requirements.txt. Now let's go to the 0, and it is my installations, and in order to install that, type the following command, which is pip install -r, that is requirements.txt. Now press enter. All the required packages which was listed in the requirements.txt. Please be patient while installing all the packages. I will see you once I finished all the installations. Alright, we have successfully installed all the necessary packages in the requirements.txt. In the next lesson, we will look into the foundations of OpenCV. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to discuss about OpenCV. OpenCV is an open source computer vision and machine learning software. OpenCV was built to provide a common infrastructure for computer vision applications and also to accelerate the use of machine perspection in the commercial products. This library has more than 2,500 plus optimized algorithms, which includes a comprehensive set of both classic and state-of-art computer vision and machine learning algorithms, like object detection, classifying the human actions in videos, object tracking, 3D modelings, etc. Currently, OpenCV is now became one of the most popular and widely used library for developing the computer vision applications. Companies like Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, Intel, IBM, etc. are using the OpenCV as the first choice in working on the image processing applications. OpenCV currently supports many languages like C++, Python, Java, MATLAB, JavaScript, etc. And this makes OpenCV is one of the best library for working on the computer vision applications. Now let's look into some basic concepts about the image and processing. Let's talk about the image. The definition of an image is basically the visual representation of something. An image can also be defined as a picture that is created by the combination of vectors or values. Sometimes it is described as a vector graphics or raster graphics. Usually, this image is stored in the bitmaps like 8-bit, 16-bit, 24-bit, etc. And the common formats that was used to store an image is JPEG, JPG, PNG, GIF, and TIFF. Usually, OpenCV supports the JPEG, JPG, and PNG. And the images that we are working in the OpenCV is always the JPEG, JPG, or PNG. Color image is a combination of 3 channels, typically called RGB. Basically, an image is a combination of 3 channels: red channel, green channel, and blue channel. Each and every channel displays the information about the respective image. For example, if you look into the image is on the left hand side, that image is basically contains 3 different components. One is red, green, and blue. Red actually displays the information about the red region. Green usually displays the information about the green region, and blue will basically gives the information about the blue region. And here you can notice that the image which are basically having the higher values, or the values which are in the white color, is basically they give the information where the color is. For example, if you consider this image, and this portion of the image contains the red color, and similarly this portion of the image contains the blue color, and so on. Typically, if you look into this image, and what we have is 343 rows and 473 columns, and 3 is basically defines the color of the image, that is RGB, which actually gives the information about respective color. But information perspective, if you see, red, green, or blue basically holds the same level of information. That's the reason usually in image processing, instead of working on 3 matrices having the same information, we will usually work on only one matrix, that is called grayscale image. which means is actually the average of the three different matrices, which is red plus green plus blue and divided by 3, and that is our grayscale image. And this is only one matrix what we have, which is 343 by 473. Let us dive deeper into the image and try to understand more about this. Let us consider the grayscale image something like this, and which is having the width and height of 200 by 200. If you look into the small portion of the image and zoom it, and it looks something like this. And what you can notice is that some square boxes, right? Actually, these square boxes hold some information. More precisely, it holds some values, and these values look something like this. These values are called pixels. Pixels are also called values. The range of values or the range of pixels is usually between 0 to 2 to the power of n minus 1. For an 8-bit image, usually all the images are 8-bit image. So the n is equal to 8. Therefore, the range of pixel values is between 0 to 255. Lower the value or the value that is closest to the 0, which is black color. And the higher the value is a white in color, or the value that is closest to the 255 is white in color. Now let's revisit the image again, and now if you notice that we have some portion which is a black color, and you can notice that the values all are closest to 0, and whereas the values which are here are closest to 255. Hope now this is completely makes sense for you. This value basically holds some typical pattern or typical information. Value whichever closest to 0 are gray in color. Values whichever near to 255 are white in color. Right? So this is about the pixels. Alright, we understand channel, we understand pixel. Now let's talk about the processing the pixel or processing the image, which is extracting the information from the pixel, which is called processing. Let's look into that. So usually any machine learning or the data science is all about extracting skill or extracting information from the data. Here in image processing, we need to extract some information from the image. For that, in data science, we have the 3 steps. Step number 1 is data pre-processing. Step 2 is data analysis. And third step is about the modeling. So modeling any machine learning model. Now, if you take the same image, that is number 2, and if you do some kind of data pre-processing, usually the pre-processing techniques is the first one is structuring the image. Since image is a highly unstructured, one of the way of structuring the image is bringing that all the images in the same size. In my case, I structured the image bringing the same image into 10 by 10. And since I shrink the image, and this is how it looks like for me, which is 10 by 10. And next process I will do is I will flatten the image. Means I will convert this image either into row matrix or a column matrix. Let's say if I convert that into the row matrix, and this looks something like this, meaning that we take the first row and put it here, and we take the second row and put it here, and so on, and so that we have the 10 rows and in the only one column. So basically we have the 10 rows in only one row, and which is the size of 1 by 100. How it looks like? Looks like barcode, right? Exactly. This is how the barcodes are created. We know that the barcode represents some number, and that number has certain amount of pattern in this. Using some data pre-processing or using some image processing, we actually looking the pattern in the image. Now in the data analysis, we will study about the simple data analysis we can see is that what is the width of the black bars and what is the width of the white colors. And the position and index of the black bars will actually gives a lots of information. And this is typically will become the features, and using these features we can train any machine learning model. We have seen such kind of barcodes in many times in our real life, right? And one of the best example is this. If you treat the barcode is our image and this machine is our machine learning model. And this machine learning model scan it and able to extract what number it is. That's really cool, right? So this is one of the example of image processing come image classification. Hope you really understand what is image and processing. In the next lesson, we will see some important topics that is related to the OpenCV for this course. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we talked about the terminology of image and image processing. Now let's see some hands-on stuff on image processing with OpenCV. Okay, so let me open my command prompt and make sure you activate your virtual environment. Since I'm in the installations folder, let me go back, which is cd ... and you can go back to my one OpenCV by again cd one OpenCV. Now let's open the Jupyter notebook and we will work on all the stuff in the Jupyter notebook. Okay, let's type Jupyter space notebook and this will open the Jupyter notebook. We have successfully opened the Jupyter notebook and you can notice that we have a folder named data, and inside the data we have a couple of files, that is flying_bird.jpg and mail_0000281 and one video file is there. We will work on this data. Let's go back and open the Jupyter notebook by click on new and Python 3. Okay, now let me name the notebook as 01, which is my values and pixels or pixels. So here in this lesson, let's try to understand what is values or pixels. In the previous lesson, we already looked into the values or pixels, which are actually the values inside the image. Usually for an 8-bit image, the values or the pixels in the range from 0 to 2 to the power of n-1. And that's what we understand, right? Now here what I'll do, let me generate some values and try to render that in an image and see how exactly we can able to get. Okay, for that let's import numpy as np and also import matplotlib, which is import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. Numpy is a numerical Python and matplotlib is a visualization library. Now let's execute this. As we know, in the previous lesson we discussed about the image and the range of values is between 0 to 2 to the power of n-1. So for an 8-bit image, the values could be in the range from 0 to 255. So what I'll do here is, let me create an array in the range 0 to 255 and the size of the array is 16 by 16. Let me create this. For that, let me take arr is equal to, I'll use simple numpy, which is arr.arrange. That's the one way we can create the values in the range of 0 to 2 to the power of n-1. So what I will do, 0 to 256, so that I can able to get the values from 0 to 256. Now the step is equal to 1. And now let's print the array. Now you can see that we have the list of values in the range of 0 to 255. Now the next step is, let me convert that into the 16 by 16 array. So which is arr is equal to arr dot, I can simply do the reshape, and the shape I want here is 16 by 16. Now let's print arr. And here you go, this is my 16 by 16 array, which is a 2-dimension array. And in the previous lesson, we talked about the any 2-dimension array is a grayscale image, right? So this is a grayscale image and the values in the range from 0 to 255, and the lower the value is black in color and the higher the value is white in color. Maybe the middle values is pretty much gray in color. Let us visualize this and let's see how exactly we can able to get. In order to visualize this array, we need to convert the array into unsigned 8-bit integer because 8-bit image is a data type of unsigned 8-bit integer. So let me convert that into 8-bit array, which is equal to arr dot, you can use as type, and now the data type could be np dot unsigned 8-bit integer, which is int 8. This will be my array. Now we can simply visualize this using the matplotlib here. I can use this matplotlib and that I can simply visualize this. Let's visualize this using plt.mshow and saying that I'm converting that into the image, and x is an array I need to provide here, which is arr underscore 8-bit. And the next thing is a color map. Usually matplotlib assumes that image is an RGB array. Since we are having the 2-dimension array, so the color map will be the gray. And now let's execute this. And here you go, this is what an image what you're having with us. What you can notice is that as per definition, that lower the values are dark color and higher the values are white in color. That's what exactly which we have. And you can notice that there is some small boxes, or basically called pixels, and the values defines the color intensity. Cool. This is how we can generate an image. Alright, what I'll do, let me also remove the axis so that it will be much more clear, which is plt.axis, and I will put off. And finally, I'll put plt.show. Okay, so this is what my image. Let me create another array. This time it is the random array, random matrix. In the size of the array, it is 16 by 16. And let's see how exactly it looks like. Okay, in order to create the random matrix, I can use arr1 is equal to np.random.randint. It should be the integer. And the lower the value is 0, higher the value is 255. Now the size of the array I want to create is 16 by 16. That's what I need to produce here. Okay, and here the data type is integer, but remember, for an image it is unsigned 8-bit integer. So that's the reason you need to specify that it is data type is equal to np.unsigned 8-bit integer. And that's it. So this is what the random array what we got here. Now let us display that using plt.mshow and x-axis. Now provide array1 and color map to gray. Okay, so that's it. So this is what simple array. Let me also set the axis to off. Okay, so this is what a simple image, and what you can see is some kind of a random values, but see, remember that lower the value is black in color and higher the value is white in color. And you can notice here the low value which is pretty much near to 0, maybe because of that we got some black color, and here we have the value which is near to 255. Because of that we have white in color. Let us look into the array. And here you go, what you can notice is that, let's say here, you can notice this value is pretty much white in color, which is, you can notice this is 246, which is near to 225. And after that you have the 34, which is lower and it is near to 0, and that's the reason you have some blackish, right? So this is what the meaning of the pixels or values. In the next lesson, we will load an image and also look into the pixels into the image. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we talked about the values or pixels. Now in this lesson, I will show you how to load an image and how to extract the pixels from the image. That's what we're going to see in this lesson. For that, let me go back to new and click on new Python 3. And then name the notebook as 02, and this is my reading image. In Python, we can read an image using three ways. One is using the OpenCV, and second one is using Pillow, and third one is using the Matplotlib. Let's see how to load an image by using all three libraries. First, let's import NumPy as NP. Next, import OpenCV, which is CV2. And the next one is, let's import Matplotlib image, which is import matplotlib dot image as matim. Next thing is also import pillow. From pill, import image. Next, also import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. And remember one thing, that we are using these three libraries to import to load an image. I'll show you how to do that. Let's execute this. Alright, so as I said, we are going to read an image using OpenCV. Let's start with this. OpenCV. Generally, the OpenCV will read an image in BGR format. That is, blue come first and followed by green and followed by red. And obviously, it will return NumPy array. Let's read that using img_cv, which is equal to cv2.imread. I can use the command imread. And now here I need to provide the file name. File name should be in string. Press start, and this is my data folder. I'm already having the images with me in the data folder, which is flyingbird.jpg. You can also use a different images as you like, but here I'm going to use flying_jpg. Alright, let's read the image using matplotlib. Matplotlib will read an image in RGB format. Red comes first, followed by green, and after that we'll get blue. And obviously it will also return the NumPy array. Let's read that, which is my image_mat. That's going to be equal to, and here I'm going to use this matim module dot. I can use simple mread to read an image, and the syntax is I need to provide the file name, just like our OpenCV. Okay, let me provide that, which is my data flying_bird.jpg. And finally, let's see how to read an image using pillow. Okay, this is my pillow, and pillow also read an image in RGB, but it will return an object. Okay, and let's say this is img_pill. That's going to be equal to image.open, and obviously we need to provide the file name or file path, which is data flying_bird.jpg. Now let's execute this. And here we go, we have successfully read an image using OpenCV, Matplotlib, and pill. Let's see one by one. Let's start with OpenCV. Okay, let me display that, which is image_cv, and here we go. This is what we have, is a big matrix, and we have some values out there. These values are called pixels. And remember, the image that we have read is an color image. So therefore, these three together will become one pixel. The first one will define the blue color, and second one will define the green color, and followed by this will define the blue color. In summary, color image is a tuple of three values which contains blue, green, and red. That's what we have in the OpenCV BGR. Okay, let us also show you the matplotlib. Matplotlib, as I said, it will read an image in RGB and also will return in the array, so which is my image_mat. Now let's print this, and here you go. This is what we have. It is also very big matrix, and just like our OpenCV, this whole together will become one tuple, whereas this will represent the red color, this represents the green color, and this represents blue color, which is RGB. Okay, and you can also notice that there is some differences there, which is basically if you reverse this, and this is what be happening. So the information is both are same. The only difference between matplotlib and the BGR is the interchange in the values. And let us see the pill, which is my image pill. This is an object. So this is what an object what we have here. You can also convert this object into NumPy array using, let me copy this. You can convert that, converting pill object to array. You can also do that using img underscore pill underscore arr. That's going to be equal to np dot array. Now provide the object of pill, which is img underscore pill, and execute this, and this will convert that into array. You can see that, and here you go. We got exactly the same thing what we got for the matplotlib. You can see this is also the tuple of values which represents the pixel. This represents the red, this represents green, this represents blue. Okay, so this is how we can read an images using three libraries, that is OpenCV, matplotlib, and Pillow. In the next lesson we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to read an image using OpenCV, Matplotlib, and Pillow. And we understand that each and every tuple of three values which represents a pixel. In this case, we have a color image, and first one represents the red, second one is green, and third one is blue. And in the case of OpenCV, it is BGR format. Okay, now let's see how to display the image. We can display the image using either OpenCV, or also we can display the image using Matplotlib. First, I will show you how to display the image using OpenCV. Okay, so this is my display image using OpenCV. We can display the image using OpenCV by cv2.mshow, and here we need to provide the window name. This is the name of the window. Let's say I'll set that this is my window underscore name, and mat is basically defines the array. Let us display the OpenCV image, which is img underscore cv. In order to display the image, we also set the two parameters. One is wait key and second one is destroy all windows. Let's set this wait key. cv2.wait key, make sure the k is capital, and we need to provide the delay briefly indicate like wait for the pressing key. Means as soon as you press a key, the window will get closed. Okay, set this to 0. Now let me also set destroy all windows. Means as soon as you press a key, I need to close the windows. That's what I'm specifying here. Now let's execute this, and this will display the image. Here we go. This is what an image of OpenCV. Cool. And what you can see is that this is remember, this is a BGR format. OpenCV assumes that whatever the image comes to you is a BGR format, and that's why it displays in that fashion. Okay. Now let us see how to display the Matplotlib image. Okay, let me say this is my OpenCV BGR. Because that will be much more clear. And the next thing is, let me also display cv2.mshow, and I'm going to display the Matplotlib, and this is, remember, this is in the RGB format, and the matrix is image underscore mat. Similarly, also display cv2.mshow, and let's provide the pillow image. This is also RGB. And remember, we need to provide the array here. That's what we need to provide here, is that some matrix. Okay, so that is what image underscore pill underscore array. Now let's execute this, which will display all three images. The first one is OpenCV underscore B. This is my BGR image, and matplotlib image, and this is my pillow image. Okay, one thing we understand is that pillow and the RGB looks much more similar because these are all the two RGB image, but whereas OpenCV is a BGR image. So what difference you can find here is between the OpenCV matplotlib is, you can notice that the colors got interchanged. Wherever there is a blue, and that's got interchanged with the red, and wherever there is a red, it's got interchanged with the blue. Since blue comes first in the OpenCV, whereas in matplotlib R comes first and the last will be the blue. So here the two colors got interchanged. But you should not be worried about the coloring here, because information is always same irrespective of what color it is. We can convert that into again RGB and look into that. That's also is possible. Okay, so this is how we can display all the three images using OpenCV. In order to close this, press escape. That will close it. Okay, now I'll show you one more method is displaying image using matplotlib. So display image using matplotlib. You can also display the image using the matplotlib. For that we can use plt.mshow, which you already saw in the previous lessons, and we need to provide the x. X is basically the array. Let us display the image underscore CV, which is my OpenCV image. Let me set plt.axis and set to off because I don't want to display this, and let's set the title here so that it is easy for us to understand. This is my OpenCV image, and remember it is okay. Let me set this is BGR image. Now let's execute this, and here you go. This is what happening here. This is the difference. The matplotlib assumes that the image whatever you're passing to this is in RGB format, means red come first and followed by green and then blue. But since our image is in the BGR format, so that's the reason this is the color with what happening in this is what happening here. Okay, similarly let me also show the different images, that is the matplotlib and the pillow. Alright, so for that what I will do, let me use a subplot, plt.subplot. I'm going to use 3 rows, or I can use 1 row, 3 columns, and this is 1. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it here and paste it here. So this will be 2. Now the image I want to display is img underscore mat. This is my matplotlib, which is my RGB image, and similarly this is my pillow array, which is also an RGB image. Okay, finally plt.show. Okay, this is 3. Now execute this, and here you go. This is my OpenCV, this is my matplotlib, and this is my pillow. Let us increase the size of the image. You can increase the size of the image using plt.m. This is my figure, and increase the figure size whatever you want. Let's say set the figure size to 10,6. Let's see. Okay, let us also increase the width. Let me set the width to 15 and height to 8. Yes, this is good. What you can notice here is that matplotlib and pillow are basically both are in the RGB form, so that's why we can able to display this. But whereas in the OpenCV, which is in the BGR, and since matplotlib assumes that the image should be in the RGB format, so it replaces the blue with red and red with blue. Okay, so this is what the difference while reading the image with OpenCV and matplotlib. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we understand how to display the image. Now let us understand the simple concept, that is color space. Color space is converting the image into one color format into another color format. For example, converting the image RGB to BGR, BGR to RGB. And also we can also convert that RGB image to the grayscale image, which we discussed in the previous lesson, that grayscale image is actually the average of the three matrix, red, green and blue, right? So that's what the idea of the color space, which we are going to discuss in this lesson. Alright, we understand how to read an image, we understand how to display the image. Now let's look into more deeper into the image what we have. Let me consider the OpenCV image img_cv. And if you print the image, that is img_cv, and we have a very big matrix, right? Let us look into the shape of the image. Dot shape, which will give you the shape of the image. We have the 480 rows, 640 columns and 3. 480 rows is basically defines the height of the image. 640 will defines the width of the image, and 3 which define the channel or RGB or BGR. Alright, so that information you can find in the 3. Since I said there are the 3 information out there, that is RGB or BGR, let's say separately one by one what is R component, what is G component and what is blue component. Okay, for that there are the 2 ways we can split the matrix. One is using the simple NumPy slicing, and second one is you can use the CV2 dot split. First I will show you how to do the NumPy slicing. Okay, NumPy slicing. Okay, so let's consider the image img_cv. We can do the NumPy slicing. As I said, the first one for the OpenCV image is in the BGR format. Therefore, the first index will be the B, and the second index will be the green, and third index will be the red. Okay, in order to access those pixels, we can use simple NumPy slicing, saying that I want all rows, all columns, and the 0 index will define the blue color here. And similarly, let me take the green, which is img_cv. I want all rows, all columns and 1. Let me also define the R, which is img_cv. Now just do the same thing, but here the index position will be 2. Okay, now let's execute this, and here you go, we have all the information. Let us display one by one. I'm going to use the OpenCV method to display this. Okay, so let me display this cv2.mshow, and this is my blue channel, and the matrix is blue. And similarly, let me also display the green channel. This is my G, and let me also display the red channel. This is my R. Now let's see the cv2 dot wait key, set the wait key to 0, and cv2 dot destroy all windows. Let's execute this, and this is my blue channel, this is my green channel, and this is my red channel. Okay, let me do this. Okay, cool. That's what we have here. So let me also display my original image, which is cv2 dot. Okay, let me close all these things first, and now cv2 dot mshow, and this is my RGBO. This is my BGR image, and nothing but img_cv. Okay, this is my original image. And what you can notice is that the blue channel basically highlights, means we have the higher values, which are values near to 1, is wherever you have the blue portion in my original image. And similarly, if you look into the red, you can look into this portion of the image, where actually in our original image we have the red color, and that what you can see here. And the rest, and actually you can see in the green color there are some kind of a spots, which actually the green color. And also you can see some highlights of the color, because this is a mix of blue and green, and this is what we can able to get this. Okay, so the idea of that is different channels will give you the information about the different colors. Like, blue, green, and red. Cool. That's what we can do the splitting using the BGR. The same analysis you can also do it for the RGB image too, that which is matplotlib. Okay, so that's what we can do manually by doing the numpy slicing. We can also split the image using the OpenCV split channels. In order to split the channels with OpenCV, we can use cv2.split and now specify the matrix, so which is nothing but the multi-channel array. The matrix is image underscore CV. Now this will actually split the image into B, obviously since it is a BGR image, so B comes first, followed by green and followed by R. Now that's going to be equal to this. Now let's execute this, and now you can see that B, which is also the same information B, and let me display all the information with the same BGR. Now let's execute this, and obviously you got the same thing. You can use either this, or you can also use this, which you are getting the same information. Okay, this is how we can split the image into the multiple channels. But once you analyze a single matrix, that is B, if you display this is simple two-dimension array. You can see this is the look in the shape of that. This is simple two-dimension array. The G.shape and R.shape all are having this identical matrix, all are the two-dimension array, whereas our original image, which is the BGR image, is three-dimension image. We have 480 rows, 480 columns, and 3 represents the channel. If you combine all 3, you will get this image. That's the information about the channel. Okay, now by just looking into the idea, what we can do what kind of conversions we want. It's just interchange of colors, right? So OpenCV has a convert color module. Using the convert color module, you can convert our image into any other form we want. Okay, converting color, let's say BGR, converting color. The first I'll do the operation of BGR to RGB. We can simply do the BGR to RGB using cv2.convertColor, and the source image will be my image underscore CV, which is my BGR image. Now if at all you want to convert that into the RGB, I can use the color codes color underscore BGR. You can see there are different kinds of formatting we can do. It's not only the BGR to RGB, we can do many things. But anyway, let's see how to do the BGR to RGB. This is my image underscore CV underscore RGB. Now let's execute this, and this will be my RGB image. You can display this, use a matplotlib, because we know that matplotlib will display the image in the RGB. So let me display this cv2.rgb. Now plt.axis set to off. Next is plt.show. Here we go. This is what the RGB image. Previously, if you remember, when we display the OpenCV image, which is the BGR, this is what in this format. And when we do the converting of the colors, converting colors is basically just interchange of colors. If you do that, this is what the image what we got. Now let's talk about the grayscale image. In the previous lesson, we have seen the same image, that is a 3-dimension image. We can split that into the 2-dimension each, but still the information looks same. So the better information of showing the all 3 channels and putting into one 2-dimension form is a grayscale image. Now let's convert the image to grayscale. So which is image underscore gray equal to cv2.convertColor, and the input image is image underscore CV. Now provide the color code, which is cv2.color underscore BGR to gray. And with that, we have successfully converted the image into the grayscale. Let's display this. In order to display that, I can use cv2.mshow, and this is my grayscale, and the image is img_gray. Now set cv2.weight key. You don't need to provide every time 0. By default value will be 0. Next is cv2.destroy all windows. Now let's execute this, and this is the grayscale image, which is combination of 3 information, that is R, G and B. Cool. So this is how we can do the color conversions in OpenCV. In the next lesson, we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we talked about the pixels values of an image. Now, in this lesson, we're going to discuss about the most important topic in image processing is resizing the image. Image resizing refers to scaling of images. Scaling comes in handy in many image processing as well as machine learning application. It helps in reducing the number of pixels from an image, and that has several advantages. For example, if at all you want to train the image for an image classification, generally the machine learning model will accept the images of the same size, but it is highly impossible to get all the images of the training images of the same size. For that, we can use the OpenCV image resizing technique. Using that, we can bring all the images into the same size. This really helps in the machine learning process and also in the deep learning process. OpenCV provides us the several interpolation methods for resizing an image. So here you can see the cv2.interarea, cv2.intercubic and cv2.interlinear. cv2.interarea is a technique particularly used to shrink an image, whereas cv2.intercubic and cv2.interlinear is basically used to zoom an image. So generally the cv2.intercubic is more efficient, but the problem is that it is pretty slow compared to the interlinear. Okay, so these are the 3 techniques that we actually have in the image resizing in OpenCV. Now let's use the cv2.image resize and try to use all the 3 interpolation techniques that was there in the OpenCV and resize the image. Let's go back to our Jupyter notebook. Here I go, I'm in the Jupyter notebook, and also I created the one more notebook with the name 03 image resizing. And here is the notebook, which is what I'm having with me. And here I already imported the NumPy and the OpenCV library. Now the next step is what I'm going to do is I need to load the image, and for that image I'm going to show you how to shrink an image and how to enlarge the image. The image that I'm going to take here is from the data, and that is my flying_bird.jpg. And this is what the image that I'm going to consider here. First, let's load the image. So this is my loading image. We already know how to load the image. Let's say it is img equal to cv2.mread. Now provide the path of that. It is from the dot, which means the local, from the data, and just provide the path of the image, which is my flyingbird.jpg. Now let's look at the shape of this image for a while, and also let's print this. And also let's display the image, which is using cv2.mshow, and this is my original image. Now the array is img. Next is cv2.weight key and provide the delay to 0. Next cv2.destroy all windows, which will actually display our image as well as shape of the image. Here we go. This is what my original image, and we are having the 480 rows and 640 columns, which means that the rows is basically represents the height of the image, and the width of the image is basically represents the column. So we have the image of 480 and the width of the image is 640. Okay, now let's consider the image and let's do the 2 things here. One is enlarging the image, second one is shrinking the image. Let's do that. Press escape to close the window. Okay, and here my idea is that I want to do the 2 things. One is shrink the image. Second one is enlarge the image. So that's what the task I need to perform in this lesson. In order to shrink the image, I'm going to use the enter area technique. In order to enlarge the image, I can use either intercubic or interlinear. Alright, first let's shrink the image. This is my shrinking image. So here I'm going to use the cv2.resize. So this is what the method which will help us to resize the image. And we need to understand the following arguments. The first one is the source, which indicates the source of the image, and second indicates the desize, which is actually the desired width and height of the image. Next is interpolation technique. So if at all you want to shrink the image, we need to provide the enter area, and if at all you want to enlarge the image, you can use intercubic or interlinear. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is that since I want to shrink the image, I'm going to use the enter area. Now let's shrink the image. So here the source is img. Next, this is the desize. The desize is very important. So what is the size is what actually you're looking for, you need to provide here. For example, desize is going to be the tuple of, always remember one thing, the sequence is width and height. So for the first one, we need to provide the what is the width, and second one is the height. Width is basically represents the columns, and height is basically represents the rows. So for the sake of simplicity, I'll write down here is width represents the columns and height represents rows. Okay, the sequence generally we need to provide here is we need to first give the width of the image, and second one is the height of the image. So the width of the image I want to shrink, let's say, since here my width of the image is 640, I want to shrink, let's say, to half the size of this, it could be the 320. Next, similarly, the height of the image I want to reduce to half, let's say this is my 240 is what my height of the image. Now provide the interpolation technique, which is this, and that's going to be equal to cv2.enter area will actually shrink the image. Let's provide that, which is the flag of cv2.enter area. That's it. So this will actually shrink the image. So let's do that. Let's save that in an argument, image shrink. Okay, so this will actually shrink the image. Similarly, we can also enlarge the image. Enlarge the image. So the interpolation method is generally used to enlarge the image, which is cv2.enter cubic and cv2.enter area, interlinear. These are the two interpolation technique which actually enlarge or zoom our image. Okay, let me create a variable which is in the img underscore zoom. Now let's use the same method, which is the resize. Using that, we can even increase the size of the image, and obviously the first one is img and second one is desize, is what is the size of the image you want to increase. So let's say I want to double the image. My original image is with the width of 640. I want to double the image with 1280. So make sure it is always good practice to get the aspect ratio to be same. Now in order to, if you double the 480, and that's going to be equal to 960. Okay, now the interpolation technique is you can use either cv2.enter cubic, or you can use either enter area. So even this is also fine, you can use either way. Intercubic is usually the bit slow but more efficient. Okay, now with this we know how to shrink the image, we know how to enlarge the image. Now let's execute this and success, and we have successfully shrink our image, and that's saved in the variable img underscore shrink, and we also enlarge the image, which is img underscore zoom. Cool. Now let's display this. First let's display the shape of the image, img underscore shrink dot shape, and also let me also display the shape of the zoom. So here you go, this is what the height of the image for the shrink is 240 by 320, whereas for this is 960 by 1280, which is what the desired thing which we want. Now let's display this. I'll copy this portion. Now let's display the shrink, which is cv2.mshow. This is my shrink, and the image or matrix is img_shrink. Next is cv2.mshow, and the matrix, this is basically the window name is zoom, and the matrix variable is img_zoom. Let's execute this. Oh, we got an error. Yeah, this is basically the mshow. Alright, now let's execute again. Okay, let's re-execute it again. Here we go. So this is my original image. This is my shrink image. This is half of this, and we have the zoom image. This is the zoom image, which is the double the size of my original image. So this is shrink. I can put it here. This is really nice. Alright, so this is my original image, this is my shrinked image, and this is my zooming image. It's really pretty cool, right? You can see that is almost the loss is nearly negligible. So this is how we can shrink, zoom our image using OpenCV resize. In the next lesson, we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to do the image resizing. Now, in this lesson, I'm going to do one simple mini project, that is face detection using OpenCV. Here, I'm going to use the hair cascade classifier, which is directly available in the OpenCV. Using that, we will do automatic face detection. So for that, the first step what we have to do is we need to download the default frontal face detector from the OpenCV. For that, go to Google and type OpenCV GitHub and press enter. So now go to the GitHub account. Now go to the OpenCV GitHub repository, which is our first link. Just click on that and make sure the repository is OpenCV and OpenCV. And here, once you are in the GitHub repository, click on the data. And then you need to click on the hair cascades. Click on that. And here are all the hair cascade classifiers. You can use all or in .xml, which will actually detect something. For example, this hair cascade will detect the eyes, and this hair cascade detects the eyeglasses, and so on. Since I'm interested in the frontal face detection, I'm going to use this one, which is the hair cascade frontal face underscore default. Okay, here I'm going to show you for the frontal face detection. We can use the same technique for all cascade classifiers. Alright, let's click on the frontal face default. Then you need to click on the raw. Now right click and click on save as, and you can save in the what are the folder or what are the file you want to save. For example, here I'm saving in the data folder, means exactly in the data folder, and click on save. Now you can open that and you can see that we have the hair cascade.xml file is there here. Alright, so we have successfully saved, and remember my actual current working directory is that, and inside that I'm having the data folder. Inside the data folder I'm having this file. Now let's go back to our Jupyter notebook and create one Jupyter notebook named 04 face detection. I already created that and also imported few necessary libraries, that is NumPy and CV2. Now what I'm going to do is that using the cascade classifiers which we have downloaded, and I'm going to apply it to an image, and from that image I'm going to extract the faces. Okay, let's look into the image. What we're going to apply is you have the data, and inside that we can find the friends.jpg. Just click on that, and I'm going to apply it to this image. We have the three faces. Now let's see that how to use our cascade classifier to detect the face. Okay, let's go back, and this is my 04 face detection. The first thing is let's load the image, which is img equal to cv2.mread, and the name of the image is in the data, which is my friends.jpg. We can also display that using cv2.mshow, and this is my image with this window name, and the matrix is img. Now let's set that cv2.wait key. We can set to default, the default value is 0, and cv2.destroy all windows. Now let's execute this, and this is what the image I'm currently working on. Okay, now let's apply our cascade classifier to this. For that, let's load the cascade classifier. So that cascade classifier is there in the data, and this is my hair cascade frontal default. Okay, let's see how to load this one. This is my hair equal to cv2.cascade classifier, and here I need to provide the path of the cascade classifier, which is in the data folder, and the name of the file, it is cascade frontal face default, this one, .xml. Now execute it. With that, we have successfully loaded our cascade classifier and saved in the hair. Now, in order to detect the faces from this image, we need to first convert our image into the grayscale, and then we need to apply our cascade classifier. Let's do that. The step number 1 is we need to convert image to grayscale. Then the step 2 is apply grayscale image to cascade classifier. Let's do the first 2 steps. The step 1 is grayscale image. We already know how to do that, which is gray is equal to cv2.convert color, and I'm going to take the source image, which is my img, and the destination. The next thing is the conversion code, which is cv2.color underscore bgr to, since our image which we are reading in the BGR format, I just want to convert the BGR to gray. With that, I can able to convert our image into grayscale image. Next, let's apply this, and using the hair dot, we have the detect multiscale. There are 3 options, or basically we have the detect multiscale, detect multiscale 2, detect multiscale 3. Now let's see the difference between 1, 2 and 3. So I just opening up the documentation of the detect multiscale. We have the 3 options, 1, 2 and 3. Basically the detect multiscale will return only the object, which means what is the coordinates of the face, and whereas the detect multiscale 2 will return the object and number of detections. The number of detection indicates that how many faces it has detected. That's what there in the detect multiscale 2. Whereas in the detect multiscale 3, we have the object, reject levels and level weights. So this is what the difference between the 3 things. In my case, I want to make it very simple. So that's the reason I want to take the detect multiscale. And it is up to you, just experiment with the different options that was available in OpenCV to get the different return values. Okay. In this case, I'm going to use detect multiscale. I'm going to use the detect multiscale, and here I need to provide the image. The image I'm going to provide is the grayscale image. Next, we also having the couple of arguments, that is scale factor, minimum neighbors, and so on. Let me set all the values to default, and the next thing is I'm going to get the objects. Basically, this is my face rectangle box. Basically, here I'm going to get the bounding box information from this step. Let's execute this. Alright, and let's print my face rect. As soon as you print this, you have an array and something like this. This indicates that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which means that it has detected the 5 faces. Okay, the first 2 columns represents the XY position of the image. The next two columns represents the width and height of the bounding box that is detected. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to use a simple for loop, and using that for loop, let's draw the bounding box. Okay, so here, this is my step number 3 is draw bounding box. For that, I'm going to use for x comma y, because the first two columns represents the xy position of the image. Next one is the width of the image and height of the image from face rect. Okay, this is not from, this is in face rect. And now let me use the CV2 dot rectangle, which helps us to draw the rectangle bounding boxes. And to which image I want to draw is the color image int. Next one is the point 1 and point 2. The point 1 and point 2 represents the diagonal points of the image. So anyway, the first point will be the x comma y. Next is the diagonal position will be the x plus w and y plus h. Cool. The next one is the color. You can give what are the color you want. I'll just provide the green color, which is a 0, 255, 0, which is a tuple of green pixel. And the thickness, let's use the 2. Okay. So with this, I can able to draw the rectangle positions, that is, which I'm getting the 5 bounding box I can draw. Since it is actually the good practice, actually don't modify the original image. Instead, what you have to do is that we need to take the copy of that, and that we need to modify. Let's do that. Let me take an image which is the copy of my original image. Now let's draw the bounding box into this image. Fine. Next one is we need to display that. We can display that using CV2 dot. Again, I'll use the im show, and this is my detected faces. And the matrix which I'm having the detected faces is image. Next, CV2 dot wait key. The default value is 0, and CV2 dot destroy all windows. Now let's execute this. Here we go. This is what the detected faces, what we have. We actually have the 5 faces that is being. We actually have the 3 faces, but our model detected the 5 faces. This is actually the glitch because the hair cascade classifier is not a perfect algorithm, and we need to basically adjust the scale factor and the minimum neighbors to get the perfect output. Okay, so what I'll do here is that in the detect multi-scale, we have the 2 things are there. One is the scale factor and second one is the minimum neighbors. So this is actually the manual adjustments. We need to actually manually change the values of scale factor and the minimum neighbors to get the better output. I already did all the process, and I found the 1.3 is the scale factor and the minimum neighbors is 5, and with that I got the good values. Okay, so usually the scale factor is in the range from 1 to 2, and the minimum neighbors is generally the good to have, like, more than 5 and less than 10. So that's what the good values you can select. Okay, now let's execute this. Now here we go. You can see that we have only the 3 faces that is detected using the cascade classifier. This is how we can do the simple face detection algorithm using OpenCV. In the next lesson, we will apply this cascade classifier to a video. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to do the face detection to an image. Now let's see how to apply the face detection algorithm to a video. Okay, so where is my video? In my data, I'm having the video.mp4 is there. So let's use, and mp4 is there. Let me open that. This is the video I'm having with me. Okay, something like this. And I'm going to apply the cascade classifier to this video, and let's see how accurately we can detect the faces and all. Close this. Now, okay, let's delete this. Now here, let me say, like, real time face detection using OpenCV. Since we are applying to the video, which is actually the real time. The first what we will do is that let's first play the video using OpenCV, and then we will apply this whole thing. In order to play the video, the first thing is we need to use the cv2.video capture, and in the video capture we need to provide to which video you want to play. And now just provide the path of this is the path is going to be the data, and this is my video.mp4. Next, we need to write a while loop. While true, this is my infinite loop. And here we're going to get the two things. One is the return value and the frame. And that's going to be getting from the cap dot read. If we read the cap is the video capture, and we're going to get the return and frame. If the video is corrupted or something wrong with the video, then that is the information we can able to find in the ret at the true or false. So that's the reason if ret is, let's say if it is false, if ret is equal to false, then I need to break the loop. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show the frame, which is cv2.mshow, and this is my frame. This is a frame, and now I need to provide something like frames per second concept, because see, this is a continuously infinite loop, and we're going to show the image and wait for certain milliseconds, and again I just want to show the another frame. So for that I'm going to take that if cv2.wait key means I'm just trying to wait for only 1 millisecond, and after that I'm going to take another loop which is equal to 27, which means that if I press an escape button and my video going to be stops. That's what I want to do here. If cv2.wait key of 1, now if it is a 27 is the ASCII key for the escape, then I need to break the loop. Once you break the loop, then you need to close the capture, which is cap.release. You need to close the video, and also you need to destroy all the windows, means close all the existing windows that are opened. Now let's execute this, and this is what we can see. My frames is running. It's very fast, right? Usually the any video is runs at the 24 frames per second, which means that in 1 second we're going to see the 24 frames, means 24 images. So for that you just need to adjust the wait key. So let's say if you keep the wait key to something along 20 seconds, you can see some displaying. Of course it's a little bit faster, but we can even control that with just increasing the number of frames. You can even control that by just increasing the delay key, and you can see some nice sequence. Okay, you can see the nice play without any fast forwarding it. So this is how we can able to play the video capture, and unfortunately you don't hear any voice here. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to detect the faces using cascade classifier. So I'm going to use exactly the same code what I'm going to use here. For that, let me copy the entire code which is given here and paste it below my if condition. And of course you need to maintain the indentation. And here basically I need to take the frames.copy. Now copy this and copy this, which is actually I'm copying the frames.copy and just taking that frame image, and for each and every image I'm going to converting into grayscale, applying the hair cascade, and then applying the rectangle to this. Now I'm going to show this image, which is image. Let me say this is my face detection. We also need to, okay, this is actually, we need to convert the image. Actually this is copying and paste it. Now let's execute this, and here you go. This is what my video, and actually it is pretty slow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce my delay. Let's say, let me put the 1, Now let's execute this and let's see. Okay, now we can able to detect the cap's face, Iron Man. Okay, you can see that we can able to detect the faces of the people. Let me change this to 10 milliseconds and now execute this. You can notice that wherever you can see the faces, you can see the if you faces this appears, our model can able to detect the faces in real time. Alright, this is how we can do the real-time face detection using OpenCV Python. Now we understand all the basics towards our project. In next lesson, we're going to start the face recognition project using machine learning. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we understand some basic concepts of OpenCV and image processing. Now you are ready to develop the end-to-end face recognition web app. This end-to-end face recognition web app is basically consists of three major steps. Step 1 is build and train. In the step 1, we will build and train the face recognition model using data and machine learning concepts. Then in step 2, we are going to develop the web application using Flask. And finally, we will deploy that Flask based web app in the cloud. That's what basically we will do. So in summarize, we can split this into two major parts. First is develop the face recognition model using machine learning. And part 2 is web application. And part 1, that is develop face recognition model, here we will do data analysis, data pre-processing and train machine learning model, and finally we will create the pipelining our model. In part 2, we will create the web application using Flask, which is web server gateway interface, and where we're going to create the face APIs. And also I'll show you how to deploy that web application in cloud. Alright, in this section, our major focus is into this, that is developing the face recognition model. For a general and simplicity point of view, we are considering the face recognition that we're going to do is detecting male and female. The main purpose of the app that we're going to develop in the entire lecture series is to identify the gender, that is male and female. And most important thing is that this technique is not only limited to the gender application, you can use the same approach that was explained in this entire course to do the age prediction from the face and person identity, facial emotions like happy, sad, boredom, etc. and many more. Alright, here in the current working directory and the data set that I'm going to deal here is this. So where I'm having the two folders are there, and in the two folders I'm having the male folder and female folder. In the male folder I'm having all the images that was related to male, and in the female folder I'm having all the images that was related to female. You can download this data directly from the resources. Actually, I downloaded this data from the IMDb wiki, and this is the URL of the dataset where you can directly download, and this is the URL of the dataset where you can download the data. But I highly recommendable to download the data from the resources. Why? Let's look into the data what you're having here. Okay, the data set that was there in the website is something like this, where you have all sorts of images which basically contains the age, gender, etc. Alright, and also the size of the data what you're going to get from this website is very huge, where you can see, like, the dataset size is very big, that is 27 GB and so on. And the second thing is that the data what actually they have created is for the different purpose. One is for the age and one is for gender, emotions, etc. Since we are actually dealing only with the faces, you can actually download only the faces, which is 1 gigabyte, But thing is that even though the data that you download here is or not in a proper order, as soon as you download this data, you will get one instructions, and based on the instructions, we need to write the code and we need to segregate all the data into separate place. And I did all the pre-processing steps that was given in this instructions, and finally I got the data, which is this. Okay, so you can directly use this data, and so that we can get moving forward. If at all you are working on the something new data of your own, then make sure that we have the labels or classes, and please do prepare the data in a folder. For example, you have the 10 classes, then put all the images in the 10 folders. In that way, it is very efficient. Alright, that is all about the data that we are working on. Welcome back. As I said, in this section, our major aim is to create the face recognition model. So let us look into the flow diagram that actually what you're going to do in this entire section. That's what we're going to see here. And this is the training flow that we're going to follow in this entire section. So thing is that we have some images data, whatever I shown here, like male images and the female images. And from these images, we will do the data pre-processing. Once we got the pre-processed data or a structured data, then using that data, we train our machine learning model and save our machine learning model in pickle format. So that's an idea. However, while doing this process in data pre-processing, we can split this into 3 sub-modules. Let's see one by one what exactly we're doing here. For example, let's take all the images whatever we're having here. This is what the images that we have. Assume that we have some few male and few female images. And the step 1 is in the data pre-processing is we need to detect the face. So here what we're going to do is that using hair cascade classifier, we are going to identify the coordinates of the face and crop the face, and we're going to save that into separate folder. And in step 2 in data pre-processing is structure and labeling. What we're going to do here is that since the dimension of the face that we're going to extract is highly irregular or unstructured, and we are going to do the exploratory data analysis, and using the exploratory data analysis, we're going to adjust the width and height of the crop face properly, and then we will convert that into grayscale for further processing. In step 3, that is extracting the faces, we're going to use the eigenface approach. Using the principal component analysis, we are going to extract the features from the faces, and finally we'll convert that into the numerical Python array. And using that array, we're going to train our machine learning model, and finally we will save our machine learning model in model artifacts. That's what the idea we're going to follow in the training process. Cool. Now what are we waiting for? Let's get in the project and start building the steps what we discussed. I will see you in the next lesson. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In our previous lesson, we understand the training flow of our face recognition model. In this lesson, we're going to see the data pre-processing in detail. As this is our training flow, and the data pre-processing is consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is detect the face, and step 2 is structure images and labeling, and step 3 is extract faces. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the detect faces. The agenda in this step is that from the image, we need to identify the location of the face using hair cascade classifier and crop only the faces from the images. That's what we're going to do here. Alright, So in order to do that, we have to understand our folder structure first. So this is the original data folder structure. What we have here is that in the data folder, we have the two folders, that is male and female. And in the male, we have the male images, and in the female, we have the female images are there. All right. And that's what we have here. Now what we will do is that we will write a Python code using OpenCV, and with the help of Heroku classifier, we will extract the faces, and that faces we will create another separate folder structure, that is the crop data. In that also we will create two folder names, that is male and female, and we are going to save only faces that is cropped from the images, and we're going to store in the respective folder. For example, for the male images, we're going to store only the faces of the male into this folder, and for the female images, we're going to store only the faces of the female and store in the female folder, that is in the crop data. So that's an idea we're going to do in this lesson. All right, let's get started. Now I'm in the current working directory that we have the folders like OpenCV, train face recognition with ML, and so on. In our previous lessons, we did some kind of a programming in OpenCV folder. Since we started our project here, and now we have to move into the train face recognition with ML folder, and in that you have to create the folder name data, and inside the folder name data you need to extract the images, and make sure you download the data.resources from the images, and where you have the two folders, you extract these two folders in your case. In my case, I already extracted those two folders, and here are the images that that actually have. Okay, this is female and this is male. Cool. Now let's go back to this training, to our current working directory, and activate our virtual environment. See, always whenever you try to do something, it is always good to activate our virtual environment. Okay, we know how to do that. Let's quickly do that, which is cmd. Now open my terminal or the command prompt. Now type the face recognition script activate and press enter, which will activate my virtual environment. Now navigate to this folder, which is cd2 train face recognition with ML, and now type Jupyter Notebook here. Jupyter space notebook. Press enter, and that will open the Jupyter Notebook in the default web browser. Alright, I have successfully opened my Jupyter Notebook, and you can see that inside this folder I'm having the data, and that's what exactly I can see in my Jupyter Notebook here, which is data, and inside that I'm having the female and male and images are there. Alright, here what I'm going to do is let me create the new Python 3 notebook and name this as 01. This one is my face recognition model, FRM underscore. Now what I'm going to do here is that is the first step in the data pre-processing. That is, let me write this data pre-processing, and here I'm going to do is crop faces and store into the respective directory. That's what I'm going to do here. The step one here is obviously we have to import the required libraries, that is OpenCV, numerical Python, etc. So let's import all the required libraries for cropping the faces. The first library is obviously the numerical Python. Import numpy as np, and this is the numerical Python. Next is OpenCV. Import cv2, and let me also import from glob. Import glob. Next is let's import matplotlib. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. These are the four important libraries that is required for me to crop the faces. Let's execute this. Let me insert a few cells. Cool, we successfully imported all the libraries. The next step here is I just want to extract all the path of the images. For example, in my, and one thing you can notice here is that we have all the files with the extension .jpg. That information we have here. Anyway, let's go back and here, and let's go back to this code. Now let me create a variable name fpath, which basically defines the female path. I can extract all the path of the images with extension .jpg into the list using glob. So let me take this glob, and here I need to give the path name. The path is basically, it is the data, and the next one is the female, and I want all the images that was ending with having the extension .jpg. Okay, that's the f path. And similarly, let me also get the m path, which is the male path, and since in order to get the male path, it was the male folder. All right, so let me write the documentation here is that this will return all images path in a list. Okay, let's execute this. Cool. And here we go, let me print the f path here, and what you can notice is that we have the data, and inside the female folder we have all the images that was there. That's super cool, right? So this is how we can extract all the path of the images in any particular folder. All right, so what we will do here is that let's look into the length of the images that we have. So let me print that, and the number of images in female folder, which is actually equal to the length of fpath, and similarly number of images that was there in the male folder is length of mpath. Execute this, and here you go, you can see that we have 4762 images are there in the female folder, and in the male folder we have 5399 images are there. Cool. So what we have to do here is that we have this many images are there, we have to read all the images and apply the char cascade classifier to this, and also we need to crop the images. So that's what we need to do here. The thing is that we are basically doing the 4 major steps here, and those four major steps are listed here. This is what, which is the step 1 is we need to read all the images and convert that into RGB, and for each and every image we need to apply the cascade classifier, and using this cascade classifier you will get the coordinates, and you need to crop the face, and finally you need to save the image. All right, that's what you have to do here. Okay, since one thing we need to remember is that we already did the whole process, something like reading the image, converting into the RGB, and also we did the face detection using the hard cascade classifier in the previous lessons, that is in the OpenCV. So what I'll do here is that let me get the model that is hard cascade classifier and put that classifier into this. All right, so what I'm doing is that let me open my folder, and this is my folder I'm currently working on. Go back, and in the OpenCV, in the data we have the hair cascade frontal face default is there. Let me copy this and go back to my train face recognition model, and here let me create one folder named model. Okay, and inside this let's paste our cascade frontal face default.xml. That's what you have to do, and once you've done this, and make sure you get the changes into your home, that is in the, you can see that is a model folder, and inside the model folder you can also see the hair cascade frontal face. Cool, that's what we have. Let's go back to our code. Since I want to do the 4 steps, the first step is basically I need to read the image. For the sake of simplicity, what I will do is that from the f path, let me take one image and let's read the image and do this. All right, Let's say that the first step is img, which I'm creating a variable. I can use the cv2.imread. Now provide the path. Of course, the path is already available in the fpath. Let me consider the first image, which is 0. Okay, so this will read image in BGR format. Remember, we know that OpenCV will read the image in the BGR format. Now what I have to do here is that let me convert the image into RGB format. I know how to do that using cv2.convertColor. Now the image which I want to convert into RGB is img. Now provide the source code, which is cv2_color_bgr to RGB. So this is the flag you need to set to convert the image into RGB. Let me write down here. And this step will convert image into convert image from BGR to RGB. All right, so we got this. Now what I'll do, let me display this. Let's see what is going to happen here. So in order to display that, I can either use the OpenCV imshow or I can use the plt.imshow. Let me use the plt.imshow. First, let's execute this. Done. We have successfully read the image and convert that into RGB. Let me display this using plt.imshow, and I'm going to show img_RGB. I can simply use set the axis to off. So axis, I just want to off the axis. Next plt.show, which will display the image. So this is the image which we are currently working on. Cool. And for this image, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically apply the char cascade classifier. Let's see that. So in order to apply the cascade classifier, I need to read the cascade classifier model. For that, we know how to do that, which we already did in the previous lessons, then in OpenCV. So let me use the exactly same steps. First, we need to load the model, which is cv2.cascade classifier, and the model which is there in the models folder, and this is hair cascade frontal face default. Okay, now in order to extract the coordinates from the face, we need to first convert the image into the grayscale, and then we need to apply the cascade classifier. So let's convert that into grayscale first, which is cv2. And what we're going to do here is that we can similarly convert color, and the image I'm going to use here is an image_RGB, and the flag is cv2.color_bgr to gray, and this will actually convert the image into grayscale. And now we can apply the cascade classifier to this, where we can able to get the faces list. Since obviously if you have only one face, you'll get one detection, but anyway, let's see that. Let's use hair_detect multiscale, and what you have to provide here is that we need to provide the grayscale image. And also let's also provide the scale factor and the minimum neighbors, which we already understand this concept in the previous lesson. Let me provide the scale factor to 1.5 and the minimum neighbors to 5. Okay, and finally let me print face list. Execute it. Done. Here we go. You can see that we have one coordinates which we got with, this is my x-min, this is my y-min, and this is the width and height of the basically the bounding box what we have. Okay, that's what exactly which we had here. So what we will do here is that since we have the bounding box information, that is the coordinates, and let me draw the bounding box using cv2.rectangle. So first thing is that there is a possibility that we can also get the multiple faces too. So for that, just keeping in mind, and I'm just writing the generalized code For that, I'm going to write the for loop for x comma y comma w comma h in faces. And what I can do here is that let me draw the rectangle, and we need to provide the to which thing I want to draw this, which is my img underscore rgb. And the first thing I need to provide the xy. Next is I need to provide another diagonal point, which is x plus w and y plus h. And let's draw the green color, which is a tuple of 0 comma 255 comma 0, which will basically give the green color. And the width of the box or width of the line what we got is 2 pixels. That's it. Now let me execute this. And also, we got an error. This is the face list. Now execute this and execute this, and here you go. This is what exactly we got. Is we read an image, convert into RGB, and applied the cascade classifier to this, and we got the bounding box, something like this. Cool. Now let's move into the step number 3, that is the crop phase. Usually this crop phase will come inside the for loop. So let me put the indentation, and the crop phase, which is my step number 3, is what we will do is that from the image we are going to crop this. I'm going to call that as ROI, which is my region of interest. All right, let me extract this from the img underscore rgb. And here the first I want to extract the rows, which actually first I want to provide the rows and number of columns, and rows which having the information in the y. So I need to provide this should be from y to y plus h, comma, and the columns information is from x to x plus h. That's it. Now let me display this ROI here. We can display that using plt.mshow. I can display this my ROI, which is region of interest. Let me set axis to off and plt.show here. Now let's execute this, and here you go. This is what the cropped phase, basically you can see this is my original image, and if I execute this step I can able to crop the coordinates of the face only. So this image basically contains only the face. Cool. That is how we can crop the face. And the next step is basically we can save the image using cv2.mwrite. I can save the whatever the information I want. All right, so this is how we can crop a single image. In the next lesson I will show you how to crop the all images whatever I'm having, that is 4,762 images plus 5,399 images, nearly 10,000 images at once. I'm going to show you in the next lesson. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson we have seen how to crop a single image. Now in this lesson I'm going to explain you how to crop all female images at once. For that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use exactly the same code what I've written here. Let me copy everything and paste it here. The first step is obviously we need to read the image and we need to convert that into BGR, and after that we need to apply the cascade classifier. And thing is that I don't need to load every time the cascade classifier. Let me put outside this. So let me insert one cell and let me put it here. Next, while applying the cascade classifier, I need to convert that image into the grayscale, and I should get the faces list. I don't need to print this. And then we need to write a for loop inside that. What we have is that we have x, y, w, and h in the face list, and I don't need to do the rectangle. I can simply crop the image. Now this is my step number 3, and we have the region of interest, which is my cropped image. Done. Now the step number 4 is we need to save the image. So here I want to save, since this is the crop folder, since this and all the crop images, I want to save in the cropped folder. For that, let me go back to my home, and here let me create a new folder and name this folder as crop_data. And inside the crop data, let me create one more folder and name this as female, and one more folder name it as male. Cool. Now let's go back, and here I just need to provide the path of this. Okay, the path of the image is something like this, so which is cv2.imwrite, and the path, which is my file name, that should be, since this is the female images, so let me save in the crop data and the female folder. So inside the female folder, I just want to save this. So here what I'll do is that I will dynamically generate the name of the image. Okay, the name should basically, so the name obviously it starts with female and some iteration number. So usually this iteration number is nothing but this, so that iteration number, so whatever the image that we're going to read, and that is the iteration number. Let me first define with I and .jpg. In order to make this dynamic, I need to put f string here. Make sure you put f here, otherwise this won't work. Okay, this is called format or f string. Next, I need to provide the which image I want to save, that is my ROI. That's what the image I want to save here. All right, I think my statements are ready. Now let me write the for loop here, which is my for I in range of length of f path, and put colon, and this and all statements should be inside the for loop. Make sure you put all the statements inside the for loop. And the next thing is that I want to replace the imRead dynamically. I want to read the image, and that information is this. So I will dynamically read that by just putting I here. So for each and every loop, I'm going to get the different thing. And I want to do one more try and exception cases here, because this is the big list and nearly there are 5,000 images out there, and even sometimes maybe our logic is right, and because of that some kind of a runtime error might occur. In order to skip the runtime error, I will use the try and except. So let me put try, and inside the try let me put everything, and let me put except. Now this is, let me print saying that unable to process the image. All right, and here let me put print image successfully processed. Okay. All right, with that my for loop is ready. But before running this for loop, because this will actually taking a very long time, nearly it is processing around 5,000 images. For the sake of safety, what we will do is that let me run it for first 5 or 10 images, and let's see whether that is processed correctly or not. If you have any kind of mistakes, then you can rectify it. Okay, that is a very good process. So what I'll do here is that if I equal to 5, then I will break the loop. So this is only for the sake of testing purpose, so to see whether I'm processing correctly or not, or whether my images are stored correctly or not. In order to check this, I'm just running it only for the 5 iterations. Let's execute this, and 1 2 3 4 5 6, and done. We have successfully processed the first 5 images, and let's look into our folder. And here you can see that in my crop data we have the female folder, and inside that we have 5 images out there but not processed correctly. It actually stored in the different thing. This actually stored in the BGR format. Okay, let's do one thing. Let me change this img underscore RGB to simple img. Let's do this. Now let's save this and let's process again, and let's go back to my folder, and here you go, we done correctly here. Okay, now with this everything is ready and everything is good. Now let's remove this and execute again. And now with my process getting started, you can also see the changes and all the images are being stored. And please be patient while doing the whole process. Do not stop the process. Usually it will take around 10 to 15 minutes. Please be patient until you did the whole process. Okay, and here you go, this is what the output that you can see here. What we will do, let me also copy the same piece of code and paste it here and name this as process all mail images. Okay, now the changes that you need to make to work for the mail images, or the first thing is we need to replace the f path with m path. M stands for mail. And the next thing is that this is very important, we need to read the mail images m path of I. We need to provide this, make sure that you make the changes to m path, and after that rest all is fine. And when we are saving the images, this is important, we need to save in the mail folder and the prefix should be the mail. So let me put mail, that's it. Okay, now what you have to do, let's execute this, and this will also work for the mail images too. So please be patient, it will take at least 10 to 15 minutes time to process the entire 10,000 images for both male and female. Okay, all right, in the next lesson we will talk about the data pre-processing step number 2. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. We have successfully cropped all the images whatever we have. You can see that in the crop data we have the two folders, female and male, and in the female folder you can see all the images that was cropped for the female faces, and similarly the male faces are also cropped using hair cascade classifier. Alright, the one thing we need to notice here is that, let's say if you look into the female 0.jpg, let's look into the properties of that, and if you look into the details, and here you can see that dimensions is 273 by 273. The first thing you need to notice that what are the images we are having, all the images or the square matrix. All right, now let me look into the second image. Let's say it is a female 1.jpg, and let's look into the properties, and if you look into details of that, the dimension you can notice that it is 182 by 182. Let me see another image, let's say this, and let's look in the details, and it is 54 by 54. And my point here is that if you look any image and look into the properties of that, and what you can see is that you might get the different dimensions. So here now introduce the concept of unstructured data. So what are the data which you are having here is that all the values or all the dimensions of the images are irregular. So it need not be necessary that all the images are maintaining the same width and height of the image. With that said, our data is unstructured in nature. In order to make our data in structure, now we are in the step number 2 in the data pre-processing, that is structured images and labeling. In this process, we are basically going to convert all images into same size. Let me understand what you mean by the same size. As we see in the previous lesson, we have the different images are there, and each and every images are basically having the different width and different height. And structuring the images, our idea is bringing all the images into same width and same height. The reason why we are doing this is because for the machine learning model, it can't understand the unstructured behavior of the data. It only understands the structured data. So which means all the images should maintain the same width and same height. And that's what required for the machine learning model. So that's the reason we have to bring all the images with the same width and same height. Now the biggest question occurs here is that what is W and what is H? Means what is the width and height of the image that we need to resize? That's the biggest question. The answer is performing the exploratory data analysis, that is EDA. So what are the data which we have is the first step is we need to do the exploratory data analysis. The outcome of that is to make the decision of what is the width and height that we need to resize. For that we will do some basic EDA like finding out the distribution of the male and female by just looking at the counts with the help of bar and pie chart, and also look into the distribution of the sizes of all the images, that means the dimension of all the images. We can use a histogram and the box plot to understand the behavior of the distribution. So with the above charts, we can able to make the decision and identify the width and height of the image that we can able to resize. And remember one thing, like when you're resizing your image, if you feel the images with very less size, or it is better to remove those images. That's the idea of exploratory data analysis that we need to perform in structuring the images. In the next lesson, let's look into the EDA part on the data, whatever we are having. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we understand the steps that we need to perform in the exploratory data analysis, and the outcome of that is we need to identify the width and height of the image that we need to resize and make our data structure. Alright, that's what we need to do. So for that, let me create a new Python notebook. Click on new and click on Python 3. Alright, and name the notebook as 02, and this is face recognition model, data pre-processing, and we are performing exploratory data analysis, which is EDA. Alright, the main idea of performing the EDA is we need to identify the distribution of male and female. For that we will do the bar chart, and also we have to find the distribution of sizes of all the images. We can use histogram and the box plot to answer this question, and also we perform the split by gender. And next thing is, based upon the above charts, we will make a decision of what is the width and height of the image that we are trying to resize. And finally, we will also remove the few images which are actually redundant, that means having the very less size. Alright, that's what we're going to perform in EDA. Okay, since I'm going to use few kind of statistical plots, it is good to install a Seaborn. Seaborn is a statistical visualized library which actually works the backend of the matplotlib. Let's install that. We can install that using pip install Seaborn. Make sure you put the exclamatory mark before this so that we can able to install the library. Press enter to install the library, that is Seaborn. Alright, since I already installed the Seaborn, so that's the reason I got this, and in your case you will install this library. Once you install the Seaborn, the next step is we need to import all the necessary libraries, which is import numpy as np. We will use the pandas as pd, which we actually use for the data analysis, and for the visualizations I'm going to use the matplotlib and Seaborn. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. Also import Seaborn as SNS. Let me also import the computer vision library, which is CV2. And finally, we will also import glob. Import from glob, import glob. Now execute this. We have successfully imported all the libraries. Let me go back to my home page, and here you can see that we have the crop data. Inside the crop data we have the female and the male, and inside that we have the respective images. First step, what we need to do is that we need to extract the path of the female and male. That's what the step number 1 we need to do. In order to get that, basically let me write this. Extract path of male and female and crop data folder and put them in a list. We know how to do that using glob, which is fpath, and I can use the glob and need to provide the path of this, since we know that it was there in the crop data and in the female, and of course we know the extension, which is .jpg. Similarly, let me also take mpath, which will give you males, and this is male. Don't forget to change this should be the male. Alright, so with that we got the fpath and mpath. Next thing what I have to do is that let me create the data frame. So first let me execute this, and now let me create the data frame which actually contains the path of the female and also male. Let me create the 2 separate data frames. Let me name it as df female, and that's going to be equal to pd dot data frame and fpath. The columns should be obviously the file path, and that will be in a list. Okay, and since I know that in this data frame my file names will be there, let me create a gender column and keep all the values as female, because this is the data frame belongs to female. Let me also do the similarly for the male. Let me copy the exactly same thing and paste it here, and wherever the female is there, just replace that with male. And this is not the fpath. Make sure you change this to mpath. This is important. Please change this to the mpath. And also this is also very important, changes to male. So make sure that whenever you're converting the female to male, make sure that we're changing df underscore male, mpath, and this is to be male. Alright, so now we have the 2 data frames out there, and now I'm going to combine the 2 data frames using concatenating operator in pandas using pd.concat, and I'm going to combine df1 underscore female and df underscore male, and I'm going to concatenate it with access is equal to 0. This is important. Just provide the access is equal to 0 so that we can able to perform the union operation just like the SQL joins. Alright, and with that we have successfully got the data frame something like this. Let me print df of head. Alright, so what you can notice is that we have the file path where we have the information about this particular image, and also we got the information about the gender. It's not only the head, we can also look into the tail, so that you can look into the male images too. All right. Okay. Now let's look into the shape of the data. df.shape. Once you look into the shape of the data, and here you can notice that we have 4,557 images are there. Of course, we are supposed to get nearly 10,000 images, but from not all the images we did not get the faces. So that's the reason we got this. That is obvious, like our Heroku classifier is not perfect. That's the reason we cannot able to extract this. But whatever we extracted, and that's really good. Cool. Now the next step, what I'll do here is that for each and every image, I'm going to extract the width and height of the image. Usually, since our image that was there in the crop data is a square matrix, you can take either one of the information, either width or height. For that, let me create one function and name this as get underscore size, and we will get the path. Let's say this is the path of the image, And from this path of the image, I can read the image using cv2.imread of path, and I can return img_shape, which will actually gives you the width, height, and the depth information, that is RGB. And you can take the 0, nothing but width, so that I can able to get the information. All right, let's see that. Now what I'm going to do is that let's apply this to this. So I assume the let me write what exactly this will do is that it will take each image path and then return width of the image. Okay, that's what it's going to return here. Let's apply this to this data frame so that we can get one more column, and in that column we can get the information width. Let's see, and we are going to pass file path and dot apply get size, and this information I will store in one more column and name that as dimension. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we are going to store dimension of image in this column. Okay, let's execute this, and this will take a while. Usually it will take hardly 1 or 2 minutes, but please be patient until you're executing the whole process, because you are running it for 4757 images. It will take a bit time. Please be patient until you finish the whole process. All right, we have successfully get the information, that is dimensions, from the images. Let's look into the head of this, and you can see that for each and every image what is the dimension. That is, since the image is a square matrix, it doesn't matter whether you take the width or height, and both the information is still same. Anyway, we got the dimension of each and every image. Now the next step is we need to perform the EDA. All right, so let's look into the steps again. First, we need to find out the distribution for the male and female, which I can use the bar plot and the pie chart. Let's see how to do that. We can use the data frame, and from this data frame you just call the gender. Now use the value counts, and this will gives you the distribution of male and female. Let's say this is the dist gender. Now let's print the dist gender, and here you go. You can see that this is the distribution what we have. For the male we have 2171 images, and for female we have 2586 images out there. That's really cool. Now you can also visualize this information using the matplotlib. We can use this something like take the dist dot gender, and you can simply use the plot, and kind of plot I just want to do here is bar plot, where I can simply visualize the distribution for the female and the male in bar plot, something like this. Okay, now what we can do here is that let me use the subplots, something like plt dot subplots, and let me provide the number of rows equal to 1 and number of columns is actually equal to 2. Now let's say this is the fig comma axis, and here let me provide the axis is equal to axis of 0, and which we can plot that in the first column. And now in the second column I am going to plot the pie chart. So this is axis of 1. Okay, now execute this, and here you go. You can see that we can see both the bar plot as well as the pie chart here. And what you can notice is that we have the more female than male, and if you look into the percentage point of view in the pie chart, we can use auto PCT and auto percentage. Now we can give the format, which is the percentage. This is let's say 0.0, and this is F, and percentile, and this will give you the male percentage and the female percentage. And what I can see here is that we have the 54% of data contains the female and 46% of data contains male. Okay, that's the information what you can see here. Now let me use this plt.show to show this plot. Okay, that's what we can understand here. More or less, my point of view is that, we have the equal distribution of the male and female. It's not that the data is highly imbalanced. We have the equal distribution for male and female. Now that will be the good case for the machine learning model. Now let's look into the second point, that is a distribution of sizes. This is very important to decide the width and height of the image that we need to resize. Okay, that's my point, is distribution of size of all images. Okay, in order to get the distribution of all the images, I can use the seaborn here. First, what I'll do is that let me take the df, and I can simply use the dimension. Instead of gender, I will use the dimension, and this is what the information what we have here. This is what the information what we have here. In order to draw the histogram for this, I can use the sns.histplot and simply provide the dimension, simply provide the df of dimension, which will simply plot the histogram. And this is the histogram. What you can see is that this is the dimension, and the y-axis is the count, and you can see more than 100, the most of the data are there. Let me also draw the box plot for the distribution. I can use a box plot I can simply use sns.boxplot, and I can simply provide the df of dimension, and I can draw the box plot for this. Basically, let me use this plt.subplot, and the subplot will be 2 rows, 1 column, and 1, and this is 2 rows, 1 column, and this is number 2 subplot. Now let's execute this, and here we go. We have the histogram and also the box plot. Let's increase the figure size, plt.figure, and this is my fixed size. Let's say this is my width is equal to 12 and height is equal to 6. This is nice. And also let me put plt.show. And what you can see here is that nearly 75% of the data are basically having the width or height of the image is more than 80, which is a really good indication, because the bigger the size of the data, we might be able to get the good accuracy. And what I can see here is that there is a very, very small percentage of the data which are actually of the very less size. I think we can remove this data, because even if we use that, it will unnecessarily cause some kind of issue. So that's the reason it is recommendable to remove this portion of the data. And also, by looking into this, I can say somewhere you can use the 100 by 100 is actually the dimension which we can able to reduce that. That's one thing that I can see here, is that maybe the 100 by 100 is the good amount, because we trying to balance both the size of the image more than 100, and also we can also having the good amount of images with less than 100. This is somewhere around 80. We can use this, and also we can use this. So 100 is something good, is what I can see. Let me also look into the split by gender. So basically, what is the distribution for the split by gender? I can use a box plot to do this. I can use sns.catplot, and the data is df. X-axis, I just want to provide the gender, and y-axis is dimension. So this is the split by plot, Okay, the kind of plot I'm looking for is box plot. Okay, and what you can understand here is that, like, most of the images of the female are more than 100, and here you can see that it's something like a normal distribution for the male and female, right? So that's the one thing we can understand here, is that we have the high dimension or high quality images of the female, and we also having the 50% of images are high quality, and where nearly 50% of images are of less quality. That's what I can see here with this plot. All right, let's write down the final conclusion here. The first conclusion is we have almost equal distribution of images. Basically, this is the number of images, equal distribution of gender in terms of numbers. The second thing is most of the images are having dimension more than, let's say, 60. And third point is that, like, females having female images, most of the female images are high dimension compared to male images. Okay, so that's what the conclusion what we can draw from the EDA. And finally, what I can do here is that from all the analysis, I can say, in order to balance more male and female, I can use 60. 60 is a really reasonable thing, because I also need to balance the male image. If you take the 80, then some amount of the images I'm losing in the male. So that's the reason I'm considering the 60 here. So what I can say here is that consider the images. The first point is this. This is the conclusion. Consider the images with dimensions more than 60. And next point is we need to resize all the images into 100 by 100. Why I'm using the 100 by 100 is because I want to balance both the images which are having the high quality and also the images with the low quality. So in order to balance both the cases, I'm using the 100 by 100. See, one thing is that actually decreasing the size of the image is more beneficial than increasing the size of the image. So that's the reason I'm taking the 100 by 100. All right, so that's what the conclusion which we drawn from the exploratory data analysis. Okay, let's filter the data then. So df underscore filter is actually equal to, let me consider data, df and query, and what I'm going to use is that, let me consider all the images which are having the dimensions greater than or equal to, or you can say greater than 60. That's what the filter I'm going to use here. Now execute this and let's look into the filter, and let's look at the shape. And here now we are having the 4,319 images are there. Previously we are having the 4,757 images, but this is the information what we have. Also, let's look into our male and female distribution after removing the filtering. That is, take the value counts, and if you use the normalize equal to true, we can get the normalized information. And even though after removing that, we have the similar distribution for the male and female. Obviously we have the more percentage for female, but for male also we got the similar percentage as before, like 46 to 45. Okay, so this is how we can able to do the filtering. Now with all the above analysis what we did, let's bring all the images into 100 by 100 size. into 100 by 100 dimension. Let's do that. So what I'll do here is that this is my structure, or you can say structure the images, and I'm going to bring all the images into 100 by 100. That is what exactly I'm going to do here. So for that, what I will do is that let me write down the function, which is name it as structuring, and here we'll get the path of the image. For given path of the image, I need to perform 4 steps. Let me write down the 4 steps, and the 4 steps are this. These are all my 4 steps that we have to do now. Step number 1 is we need to read the image. For a given path, we need to read the image. We know how to do that, which is img is equal to cv2.mread, and I just want to read the image with the given path. And the next step is I need to convert the image into grayscale. Remember, what are the image that you're going to read is you're going to read in the BGR format. So in order to convert the image into grayscale, we can use gray equal to cv2 dot convert color image, and the flag is color underscore BGR to gray. Right? That's my converting the color into grayscale. Now the next step is we need to resize the image into 100 by 100. Remember one thing, we are actually having the 2 kinds of method to convert the image. One is cv2 dot enter area. The next one is cv2 dot enter cubic. If you remember, this cv2 dot enter area will actually use to shrink the image, and cv2 dot enter cubic is actually used to enlarge the image. So here, let's say if the size of the image is greater than 100, then we need to apply the enter area technique. Otherwise, we need to apply the enter cubic technique. Okay. So what I will do is that let me define the size is equal to gray dot shape of 0. Now let's say if the size is greater than or equal to 100, then I need to shrink the image, which is gray underscore resize is going to be equal to cv2 dot resize, and the image I want to resize is gray, and with the size I want to resize here is 100, 100. Next, the technique I want to apply is cv2 dot enter area. Else I need to apply enter cubic. Okay, this will actually enlarge the image. Okay, so that is what actually we are going to perform in the step number 3. Let me put this to here so that it will be easy to understand. Okay, that is step 3. And the step 4 is we need to flatten the image. Basically, we have to store this information in the data frame. It is not recommendable to store this information in some kind of multi-dimension format, like 2D or 3D format. It is always good to store the information in 1-dimension format. So that's the reason we will do the flattening. So if you flatten the 100 by 100, we will get 1 row and 100 columns. All right, that's what which we have. So what we will do is finally we will return flatten image is going to be equal to gray underscore resize dot flatten. Now let's return flatten underscore image. All right, so this is what exactly we're going to do here. But while doing this process, since we need to do it for nearly 4,319 images, there is a possibility that we might end up with some kind of error. So That's the reason what we will do is we will do try and except case. Try this and accept, and once you got any error, let's return none. Okay, that's what we need to do here. Now let's execute this and done. Now what we will do is that we are going to apply this to our df underscore filter. Let's do that. So df underscore filter of, this is my data which actually contains all the information, and which is equal to df underscore filter of, this is my file path. Basically my file path contains the path of the image, and we need to apply structuring. That's what I'm going to do here, and this step will actually convert all images into let's say 100 by 100. That's what actually do. Actually we are storing the information in the 1 by 10,000. Okay, that is what exactly we are going to do in this step. Let's execute this. This will take a while, and please be patient while complete the whole process. I will continue once I complete this whole process. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have converted all the images into 100 by 100 and also flattened the images and saved the information in the one dimension format. Let me look into the df underscore filter dot head. And if you print that, what you can see is that we have the file path, gender, dimension, and this is the information of the image. All right. So basically this is the data. Let me put that into my separate data frame, which is df underscore filter. Just provide data. And remember that this is all the information that was stored in a list or kind of an array, and that too in the one dimension format. In order to split everything into the each and every column, we can apply the pd.series. Apply pd.series, and this will actually convert that into all in the individual columns. Let's execute this, and it will take a while, and done. Now let's look into our data.head. Okay, and here you go. This is what actually I'm referring to. And what you can notice that we have the 10,000 columns, and each and every value basically represents the pixel in the grayscale image. Okay, we can create the columns for that, saying that this is my each and every pixel. And for that, what I can do is I can generate that. Let's say this is my pixel, and underscore let's say some value I am going to give this. So let me write a loop for I in data.columns. Now let's execute this, and done. And let's look into the data.head, and here you go. We can see, like, this is pixel 0, pixel 1, and so on up to pixel 9999, that is 10,000. Okay, so like this we got all the information, and from this information we actually want the additional information, that is gender. Let me also copy the additional information into this. Okay, like this we got all the information and pixel. The next step, what I will do here is that let me do the data normalization. Let me perform data normalization. And basically in the data normalization we are actually dividing this whole data by 255. Why 255? Because the maximum value in the image is 255. That's what we're going to do that. So data is equal to data divided by 255, and we can simply get the information something like this. Okay, and finally what we will do is we will append one more column, that is the gender information. So what gender it is, male or female, that information we're going to attach here. So let me take the data of this is my gender is equal to, from the df, let me call gender. Execute this. Oh, I think this is the data filter. Let me copy data filter. Now execute this and done. Now let's look into the data.head, and here we go. We have all the pixels, and at the end we have the gender column, which actually store the information of the what gender it is.
Perfect. Before proceeding to the next step, first what you have to do is that we need to remove all the missing values. Ideally, we don't have any missing values, but there is some possibility that if you work with some kind of different data, you might end up with few missing values, like approximately less than 1% of missing values. So for that, what I have to do is that I need to remove the missing values. First of all, let's check is there any missing values out there. You can check that data.isNull.sum, and if you execute that, you'll get all the missing values across all the pixels. Usually you don't get any missing values, but if you use .sum, and you can get, like, how many missing values are there, and here we got almost 0, and here we got 0 missing values. So nothing to worry about this. But still, what I will do is that, like, for the general purpose, maybe some of the people might get the missing values. For them, I will apply this step. Even though if I apply this step, there is nothing harm to my data. Anyway, let's remove the missing values. Remove the missing values, which I can do by using data.drop_na. Okay, and data.drop_na will actually remove all the missing values. Now let's set in place equal to true. Now execute this and done, and we got successfully removed the missing values if you have any. Since in my case I don't have any missing values, so it won't remove anything. Let me look into the shape of that, and you can see we got the same shape, that is 4319, which we got in the previous case. Now finally what we will do is that what are the data which we have till now, let's save the data in pickle format. Let's save the data for the future study. Save the data for future study. Okay, we can save the data using pickle. Let's import pickle. Import pickle. Now type the following command. It is pickle.dump, and we need to provide the object that I need to save is the data, and the next thing is the file name that I want to save. I want to save the file name, let's say it was in the open file. I want to save in the data, and the name of the file I want to save here is, and this is my data underscore images underscore 100 by 100 dot pickle, and make sure the mode of operation is write in bytes. Execute it. Please wait for a few seconds. Done. We have successfully saved our data. Let us look into the data what we have saved, and you can go to the home, and in the data folder you can see that is data underscore images, and each and every image is 100 by 100 pixel. That's a representation of this, and you can notice that the memory that is utilized is 346 MB. Okay, all right, this is how we can structure our images. In the next lesson, we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. Now we are in the next and the final stage in the data pre-processing, that is extract features. We are basically using the eigenphase approach to extract the features. The idea of calculating the eigenphase is given in this block diagram. For the more information about the eigenimages, I recommend to go to the URL which I given here. From this URL you can understand the more information about the eigenimages. I highly recommend to read this document to understand more clearly about the eigenimages and how we actually extract the features with the PCA. In short, I am doing this whole process here. So in simple, what we're doing is that we take a new image that we have calculated in the previous lesson, and from that image we have to do the normalization. We already did that process, and we have to do the first step in finding out the eigenphase is we need to subtract with the mean phase. The mean phase is actually the mean of the entire data set, and from that we apply the principal component analysis, and you will get one phase is called eigenphase. Now let's code and see how we can able to calculate the eigenphase in the next lesson. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. Now let's move to the final step in the data pre-processing, that is finding out the eigenphase. In the previous lessons, we actually did the crop data, and from the crop data we normalize it and save our information in the data underscore image, and which is actually resized into 100 by 100 pixel. Now this is actually contains the entire information about the data. Now what we will do, let's use this data and calculate the eigenphase from this data. Alright, let's move that. Let me create a new Python 3 and name the notebook as this is my 03 face recognition model, and this is my feature extraction. I'm using eigenphase. Let's rename this. Now let's write this is my feature extraction with eigenphase, and here is the complete block diagram of finding out the eigenphase. What we have is the new phase, normalize it. We already got the normalized data, and we need to subtract that with the mean of phases and apply the principal component analysis, and we'll get the eigenphase. And we have to do it for all the images whatever we are having with us. Now let's start doing the eigenphase. For that, first we have to import all the required libraries. Alright, let's import that. First let me insert few cells, and let's import important libraries. Obviously let's start with NumPy as NP. Let's import pandas as PD. This is import, and let's import matplotlib .pyplot as PLT, and let's import OpenCV, and these are all the libraries which we have commonly used. Now let's move to the modeling approach. In order to find out the eigenimage or eigenphase, we actually require the principal component analysis. Now let us also import the principal component analysis from the scikit-learn, which is from sklearn .decomposition import PCA, which is a principal component analysis. That's what required for me. And I will also import pickle, because in our previous lesson we saved our model, we saved our data in the pickle. In order to load that, we require the pickle. Now let's execute this. Okay, now let's go into the first step, that is load the data. This is the data which we have already did in the previous lesson, and we saved in the data folder, which is data underscore image underscore 100 and 100, which is the pickle. Okay, now let's load the data. In order to load the data, we have to use pickle, and let's say this is my data equal to pd dot, oh, this is my pickle. Now pickle dot load, and we are trying to load the file, and the name of the file should be in the open. Now provide the path of this, which is the data, and the file name is data underscore images underscore 100 dot pickle. And don't forget to mention the mode of operation. It is read in bytes. Okay, this will actually load the data. Execute it. It will take a while, please be patient. Done. We have successfully loaded the data. Let's look into the data by just looking into the head of this data.head, and here you can see that we have the 10,000 pixels or flatten it. It usually, like, each and every row is actually an image, and after that we have the gender information is there. So what it is, whether it's a male or female, that information is there here, right? So just try to remember, like, all the images whatever we are having is normalized between 0 to 1. Okay, now the next important step what we have to do is we need to find out the eigen image. So since in our approach we understand, like, we have each and every face, but suppose this face is this and it is already normalized, and the next is that, like, we, for each and every image we need to subtract with the mean of the face. That's what we have to do here. So the mean of the face is basically, we have the nearly 4,000 images are there. For all the entire 4,000 images we have to compute the mean of each and every pixel. That's what we have to do here. All right, now in order to do that, let's see that this is my eigen face. This is my eigen face. So first I'll calculate the mean face. So in order to calculate the mean face, the first step what we will do is let's split the data into two parts, that is independent variable and the dependent variable. Anyway, in this lesson we are not at all deal with the dependent variable because we are completely deal with the unsupervised learning, that is a PCA, so we just only require the independent features. So let's take this X, which is actually should contain all the pixels. We can use the data, and if you just drop the gender, now set the axis equal to 1. Now this will have the entire pixels of all images. All images will be there in this. It is always good method to work in the arrays instead of working with the data frames. So let's convert that into NumPy array, just doing that dot values. Right, now execute this and let's look into the shape of this, and here you go, we have the 4,319 and this is 10,000 columns are there, and if you look into this, this is my NumPy array. Cool, right? Now in order to find out the mean of the face, what we have to do is just take the, let's take this mean face, is actually take the variable X and calculate the mean, and since I want the mean across all the pixels, now set the axis equal to 0. Right, and with that I can able to get the mean face. Let's look into that. So this is my flattened mean face. Actually this is what required for me. Now let's look into the mean face dot shape, and what you can notice that we have the 10,000 pixels are there. Okay, and we can also visualize this mean face so that you can understand what is the mean face. So let's see that. Let's visualize mean face. Means basically this is the mean of all the faces that was there. It is nearly mean of nearly 4,319 faces. So that's the mean face. You can visualize this using plt.aimShow and x dot reshape, because it is the 10,000 pixels and we need to reshape that into 100 by 100 array and change the color map to gray. Now let's set the axis to off. Now let me show this. Execute this. Oh, we got an error. Oh, this is not X, this is actually the mean shape. Now let's execute this, and here you go. This is what the image, basically our mean face. Now the next step is, let's go back to this flow diagram, and we got the mean face and we also got all the faces with us. Next step is we need to subtract our data with our mean face and apply the principal component analysis. That's what I'm going to do here. Okay, so here the next step will be, let's take The next step is I need to subtract data with mean face. Okay, how to do that? That's really very simple. Let's say this is my xt, which is the transformation of my data, which is equal to, let's take the entire data x and subtract that with face of mean. Basically this is my mean face, and this is my transformed data. Execute it. Done. Now we have successfully got the transformed data. The next step after this is we need to pass this to our principal component analysis and get the eigenimage. But one of the questions while dealing with principal component analysis is what is the number of components that we have to use? In order to know that answer, we have to use the elbow method. Let's do that. So let's apply x underscore t data to PCA. But here there are the few steps we need to do that, like in order to apply that. First is that find the right number of components. That's my first question. So I will use the elbow method to answer this question. Then with right number of components, compute principal components. Okay, that's an approach. The first step is we need to find out the right number of components. In order to find out the right number of components, let's first build our PCA with all the components. So in order to do that, we can simply use PCA equal to PCA. This PCA we already imported here, and that PCA, and by default the number of component is equal to none. Let's put the number of component is equal to none by default, and set the whiten is equal to true, and set the SVD solver to auto. Okay, now let's fit our PCA. So PCA dot fit, and the data that we need to pass here is x underscore t. Execute it. This will take a while. Please be patient until you finish the whole process. Usually this whole process might take 5 to 10 minutes. Please be patient while complete this process. I'll see you once I'm done with this. Alright, let's get started by visualizing the explained variance of each and every principal component. So let me define the data frame exp underscore var underscore df, which is explained variance. Let me define the empty data frame. Now what we will do, let me insert that explained variance underscore df, and let me define the column name as explained variance. That's going to be equal to, we are going to take this PCA, and from this PCA it is my explained variance ratio underscore, which will actually normalize the values. Alright, and next is that we're going to get the cumulative variance. The cumulative variance is simply calculated from the explained variance. Let me use this cumulative variance, cumulative explained variance. That's going to be equal to, from the explained variance I just need to do the cumulative sum, and I can get the cumulative explained variance. Done. And finally let me also define the explained variance, and this is my principal component, principal components. That's going to be equal to, it is simply np dot arrange, and I need to start from 1 to length of explained variance. This is basically explained variance df, and plus 1, which I can able to get this. Now let's display this explained variance dot head. Execute this. And here you go, you can see that for each and every principal component, what is the explained variance ratio what we have. So first component is actually giving me the explained variance of 25%, and second principal component giving me the explained variance of 11%, and so on. And this is actually giving me the cumulative explained variance, which means that if you take the first two principal components, I'm getting the 36% of variance. Similarly, if you take the first 5 principal component, we are actually having the coverage of 55% of explained variance. That's what the information which we have. Now, in order to find out the optimal number of principal component or right number of principal components, we need to visualize that in the elbow plot. Now let's visualize the elbow plot. All right. For that, what I will do is, let me check the explained variance and set the index. And the index I'm going to set as the principal components, and set in place equal to true. Now let's visualize it. For that, I'm going to use the subplots, so which is my fig comma axis, that's going to be equal to plt dot subplots. Now we need to provide the number of rows and number of columns. Anyway, I want to plot in the one column, but the number of rows is equal to 2, because I want to plot both explained variance ratio and also the cumulative explained variance, so that I'm going to use the number of rows. For that, I'm going to set the number of rows is equal to 2. So n rows is equal to 2. And now also set the figure size is 15, 12. Okay. Now we can plot this simply by taking this explained variance. We need to take the explained variance and dot plot, and kind of plot I'm going to looking for is a line plot, and let me set the marker is equal to, let's say it is my circle, which is O. Now set the axis AX is equal to AX of 0. Okay, and this will actually plot in the first axis. Let me also plot the cumulative explained variance, and that's going to be equal to, which is my cumulative explained variance. Right, now this is my axis equal to 1. Let's plot it. And here we go, this is what the plot what we have is that the first one which actually defines the explained variance, and what you can see is that we have nearly 5,000 principal components and which we plot, and it seems that actually it's no need to visualize entire 5,000 principal components. Maybe we can visualize 150 or 100 principal components. That is actually enough, because from the elbow plot it seems to be that the value is very close to probably 20 or 30. So that's the reason what I'll do is that let me visualize it for first 100 principal components. In order to do that, we can set here, make sure that mention the head is equal to 100, and now after that you put the dot and followed by this. Let me copy, and let's do the same thing for cumulative explained variance. Now let's execute this, and here you go, this is what you can see here is the first one is the principal component, which is my elbow plot, and whereas the second one is my principal components, but this is my cumulative plot. All right, so from this figure what we can see is that the optimal or right number of components, it seems to be around probably 10 or 15, but from the cumulative plot, if you take the 10 or 15 components, we might get around 60% of explained variance, which is actually not enough. For a good model, it is actually recommendable to take around 80% of explained variance. So that's the reason if we consider the 80% of explained variance, you can see that we can have to go up to 50 principal components. All right. What I'm going to say here is that from the cumulative plot, I'm going to take the 80% of explained variance, which is actually coming around 50 principal components. So that's what I'm going to do here. Okay, let me write down here saying that from the above plot it is clear that with approximately 50 components we are having the 80% of coverage in the explained variance. So that's the reason I'm going to take the 50 principal components. All right, that's what we're going to do. Now with the right number of principal component, we will train our PCA again. And the right number of principal component we're going to select is 50. Right, now let's return it again, which is PCA underscore 50 is equal to PCA. Now set the number of components, and the number of components I'm going to take this 50 because I'm going to having the 80% of coverage with the 50% of the principal variance. And let's set the same thing, set the y10 is equal to true, and SVD solver is auto. All right, now this time I'll take the PC underscore data, and that's going to be equal to, let me take the PCA underscore 50 and take the fit underscore transform. Instead of taking the fit, I'm going to fit and transform my data. So the data I'm going to take here is x underscore t, which is actually my original data, which is actually my original data subtracted with the mean phase. All right, so that's what I'm going to do here and execute it. Please wait for a few minutes until you finish the whole process. Done. I have successfully executed my PCA with 50 components. In the next lesson, we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. We have successfully trained our PCA with 50 components, and also we got the data, that is the PCA underscore data. And if you look into the shape of this, and we are having the 4,319 images and the 15 components. This is our eigen image. What I meant to say is that what are the dimensions which we reduced, which we actually removed all the noise in the images, and that's what we have. And this is the data that we're going to use in our training process, that is in the machine learning model. And also we have to save our PC underscore 50, which is going to use in the future reference, like in the prediction process and also in the web application. So we're going to use this PCA 50 model, and also in the prediction process we will also save the mean phase. So we have to save this mean phase too. All right, what we'll do first, let's save all the results. Saving data and models. Since the data, whatever we have in the PC underscore data, it's a NumPy format, we can use the NumPy zip to save our data. All right, we can use a NumPy save zip, and using that we can save our data. However, since this is my input data, we should also have the target variables, and that target variables is nothing but the last column in the data frame, that is gender. All right, so what we will do here, let me define the y is going to be equal to data, and let me take the gender and convert that into values. And with that we can able to get the independent features. This is actually the independent variables. Okay, now let's save the data, which is np.savezip, and the file that I'm going to save here is the data, which is in the data folder, and the file name that I'm going to save here is the data underscore PCA underscore 50, and I'm also saying the target to that also I'm going to save here, and the data that actually going to save here is the PCA underscore data. So it's a PCA underscore data and also my y. So this is the y that I'm going to save here. Okay, now let's execute this. As soon as you execute this, you can notice that the data, as soon as if you execute this, you can notice that the data is actually saved in the data folder. And so this is the data which we actually saved, which is my data underscore PCA underscore 50 underscore target dot npz. npz stands for NumPy zip. Okay, And the next thing is that we also need to save our PCA underscore 50 is the model. So saving the model here. Saving the model. We can use the dictionary, which is actually the convenient way to save the model. So let's say it's a PCA underscore dict. And let me define it is my empty dictionary. The key is PCA. And the model that I want to save here is that PCA underscore 50. And also one more information that I want to save, particularly that was used in the modeling process, is my mean phase. So let me also save that. So which is my mean underscore phase, which is my key, and the value is mean underscore phase. Now let me execute this. Now let's save the model in pickle, which is my pickle dot, this is my dump. Now the file name or object, it is the PCA underscore dict, and the file name, that is it's open. Now I want to save in the models folder, and the name of the file that I want to save here is PCA underscore dict dot pickle. Okay, we need to read in bytes. Execute it. Done. With that, we have successfully saved our model. You can check that it was there in the models folder, and you can see that we have the PCA underscore dict dot pickle, which is actually saved. Cool. This is how we can save our data and results. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to visualize the eigenimage, that is this. We understand some grayscale image, we understand the mean phase, and once we got the principal component analysis, we actually getting this kind of phase, right? This is what the eigenphase which we're going to understand. So in the next lesson, we're going to visualize this. All right, I'll see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Hey everyone, welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to save our principal component data and also the models. Now in this lesson, we're going to visualize the eigenimage. So in order to visualize the eigenimage, we're going to use the PCA data, that is the dimension reduction data, and we're going to use this PCA data and get this. First and foremost thing, this is the data which is actually having the shape of, let's say, we have the 4319 images and the 50 principal components. And this is actually the data whatever we are having in the principal component format. In order to visualize the eigenimage, we need to inverse transform this. So first let's do the inverse transform of this data. So PCA data underscore I and V, which is equal to, let me take the model, that is the PCA underscore 50. Now let's use the inverse transform and provide the PCA underscore data. And if you execute this, and let's print my inverse data dot shape, and here you go, which we have is that we have the 4319 images, and each and every image is of 100 pixels. This time this is going to be the pixels, it's not the principal component. 50 is the principal component, whereas the 10,000 is the pixels. So now we have the 100 pixels. Let's visualize one of the image of this. Let's say this is my image. From this PC underscore data underscore inverse, we're going to take the first value, that is 0, and we're going to take all columns. Now let's reshape that. We know that this is what having the 10,000 is a shape. You can reshape that using reshape, and the shape I want to reshape is 100, 100. Okay, now let's look at the shape of this, which is I underscore image dot shape, and perfect, we are having the 100 by 100. We can now simply use this plt.imshow and provide the array, which is I underscore img, and set the color map to gray. Now let's set this plt.axis to off, and here you go. This is what the eigenimage or this is what, and here you go, this is what the eigen image of the original image is this. So this is my original image, and if you do the mean face of, and if you subtract the mean face with my normalized face and apply the principal component, I'm going to get the eigen face is this. So this is the actual face, actual pixel, but we are processing in the principal 50 components. This 50 components or this data is actually nothing but this data. Alright, so that is what the meaning of eigenface. Alright, now what I'm going to do here is that instead of plotting it for the one image, I'm going to plot for the different sorts of images. I already written the predefined code. I'm just copying and paste it here, and this is the piece of code where it will actually check the 40 random images, and we're going to display both original image as well as the eigen image of that. Okay, let's execute this, and this is what we have is my original images and the corresponding labels, and their eigen images with the corresponding labels is what you can see here. Alright, and you can download this piece of code from the either from the resources, or you can download this Jupyter notebook, and using that you can also copy and paste it for your reference. Cool, right? So this is all about the feature extraction and eigen images. In the next lesson we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. In the previous lessons, we have completed the data pre-processing steps, that is detect face, structure images and labeling, and finally extract features with PCA. Now we are ready with the data. The next important step that we need to do here is we need to train our machine learning model and save our results in a pickle format. That's what we're going to do in this lesson. Alright, let's get started and let's create a new Jupyter notebook. Okay, I'm in the Jupyter notebook now. Let me create a new Jupyter notebook by click on new, and this is my Python 3. And let me rename this notebook as 04, and this is my face recognition model and machine learning. And in this notebook, first let me import all the necessary libraries to train our machine learning model. The first one is let me import NumPy as NP. Also import Pandas as PD. Now I'm going to import the few libraries from the sklearn. The first one is the train test split. So from sklearn dot model selection import train test split. Okay, that's what I'm going to import here. And the machine learning model that I'm going to use here is the support vector machine. Support vector machine is the widely used machine learning model, particularly to train the images. So that's the reason I'm going to use a support vector machine. So let me import that SVM from sklearn.svm import svc, which is my support vector classifier. Also import the grid search from the model selection. From sklearn.model selection import grid search. I'm going to use a grid search CV for the hyperparameter tuning. Since for the SVC we need to identify the what is the right kernel, gamma, and also the value of the slack variable. For that we need to I'm going to use the grid search cross validation. Right? That's what I'm going to import, and also of course I want to use this from sklearn import metrics. Alright, now let's execute this and done. Okay, the first and foremost thing I'm going to use here is that I'm going to load the data. The data, that's nothing but the data underscore PCA underscore 50. This is what the data I'm going to load now. Okay, let's
Okay, let's load numpy array. So we can use this numpy array np dot load and just navigate to the path which is in my data folder, and the name of the file that I'm going to use here is data underscore pca underscore target dot npz. So that's my data. Okay, now we can type the data dot files to just view what are the arrays that actually we have saved. And we have seen that in the previous lesson, the first sequence, the array that we're going to save here is the pca, and the next sequence is the y, that is my target variable. All right, now let's load the data, that is my array 0 and array 1. In order to load the array 0 and the array 1, first we need to set the flag, that is the lop equal to true. Let me take the data dot, and this is my lop equal. Let's set this to true. Execute it. Now let's load the data, that is x equal to data of array underscore 0, which is actually the data, that is my pca data with 50 components. Next, similarly y equal to data of array underscore 1, and this is my target variables, target or dependent variable. Execute it. Done. Now you can see that. Let me look into the shape. Let me x dot shape, and we are having the 4319 images and the 50 components. And also let's look into the y dot shape, and obviously we are having the 4319. You can also see this is my x. Okay, this is my x, and this is my big long array, and this is my y, which are actually having the objects, that is it is a male or female. That sort of information which we actually having with us. Okay, now the next step is we have the dependent variable and also dependent variable. Now we have to split the data into two types, that is the training and testing. So split the data into train and test. Okay, I'm going to use this train test split here to split the data, which is my x underscore train comma x underscore test, y underscore train comma y underscore test is equal to train test split of, and the arrays are x comma y. Now the test size, let's set the test size to the 20% is my test size, and let's also apply the stratify sampling. Stratify is equal to y, and with that I can able to apply the stratified sampling. Let's print the shape of this. What you're going to get here is that xtrain.shape, xtest.shape, ytest.shape, ytrain.shape. I think this, let me put this here and let's put comma. Execute it, and here you go. You can see that we are having 4319 images, which we split that into 80-20 ratio. 80% is my train and 20% is my test. This is the train, the 80%, which is 3444 images for train and 8864 images for test. That's it. Now we have the data is ready, and now the next step is we have to train our machine learning model. Let's write down this, which is my training machine learning model. Execute it. Okay, let me insert few more cells. First, let's define the model underscore. Since I'm going to use the support vector machine model, let me define it as model underscore svc. Support vector machine is widely used machine learning model, particularly to train images. Okay. If you look into the hyperparameters that was there in the SVC, first one is the slack variable, and the default value is 1. Next is the kernel, which is the RBF, and the degree is equal to 3, and gamma, and so on. If you click on this expand button, if you scroll down, you can look into the beautiful documentation about the parameters. First one is a Slack variable, and which actually states that it's a regularization parameter, and you can also say that it's a penalty is a square of L2. So by just adjusting the Slack variable C, we can actually improve our results. And also you can see, like, the kernel, we have the different types of kernels that was available. That is, first one is linear, poly, RBF, sigmoid, etc. Next is the degree. By default, the degree is 3, and particularly this is only used for the polynomial function. Okay. And next one is a gamma, which is the scale and auto, and so on. Okay, so basically I'm keenly interested in the few parameters, like the first one is a Slack variable, and kernel, gamma, and the coefficient. Okay, so first of all, we have to understand, like, what sort of values we have to use. For that sake, I'm going to use the grid search method. So this is the grid search method. I'm going to use this. First, let me define the param grid, and this is my grid. I'm defining all the variables. The first one is the C, which is my Slack variable. So generally, if you keep on increasing the Slack variable, you can get the better fit. But the problem, like, if you too much increase that, our model might become overfitting. So that's the reason. Let me set the different set of values, like 1, 10, 20, 30, 50. I think that is enough. Let me see some below less than 1, which is 0.5. Let's also look into this. Okay. Next, kernel. So here the kernel, usually the most used kernel is the radial basis function, and also the polynomial kernel too. Let me also increase the polynomial kernel. Next one is the gamma, and usually for the radial basis function, this gamma usually plays the very crucial role. So let me set the gamma. Let's say this is my gamma is my variable, and the values I'm interested here is 0.1, 0.05, 0.01, 0.001, 0.002, and 0.005. Okay, also let's also define some coefficients. So the coefficients, and this is, let's say, to 0, 1. So you can use the different sorts of values for the coefficients for the different. Usually it is 0. You can also look into what this coefficient and the documentation of this. It is an independent term in the kernel function. It is only significant for the polynomial and sigmoid. Okay, so this one is only significant for the poly, not for RBF. Okay, I think this is enough. If you feel free, like, if you want to test with the different parameters, you can also test with the different parameters and try to find the best parameters. Execute it. Now what I'm going to do here is that let's define the grid search and tune our model. Okay, but one thing we need to do here is that, like, whenever we are dealing with the support vector classifier, it is always recommendable to set the probability function to true. Usually by default the probability is equal to false. So what I have to do is you need to set the probability to true. Execute it. Now let's define the model underscore grid, and that's going to be equal to grid search CV, and here I need to provide the estimator. The estimator is model underscore SVC, and set the param grid. This is my parameter I want to test. Now the scoring mechanism, since we are actually having the two different classes and both the classes are really important for me, so that's the reason the scoring mechanism I'm going to use is accuracy. Okay, and the next thing is, let me queue this. Next one is the number of jobs, just set to default, and the cross validation is important. Set the cross validation is 3. Let me use the 3 cross validations. and set the verbose is equal to 2. Now execute it. Now the final step is we need to fit the grid search model, which is model underscore grid dot fit. Now I need to provide the independent and dependent variables, that is xtrain and ytrain. Since we are training the model, let's provide the training data, which is x underscore train, and this is small x. Next provide the y underscore train. Now execute this, and this will train our model. It will take a while since we are training nearly 432 fits, which is a combination of 144 combinations and with 3 different folds, which is nothing but 432 fits. It will take a while, at least 20 to 30 minutes. Please be patient while complete the whole process. I will see you once I finish this process. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. We have successfully completed our grid search method, that is cross validation with the CV is equal to 3, and this and all the parameters we have tested. And out of this, the best parameters what we got is, let's check that. We can use this model underscore grid dot best params. If we take this best params, and you can see that this is what the best parameters which I got, where the C is equal to 20 and the coefficient is 0. Obviously it is expected because the kernel is equal to RBF. It doesn't matter whether the coefficient is 0 or 1. The coefficient is only valid for the polynomial kernel. Okay, and the next thing is the gamma. What we got is 0.02. okay, sometimes you might get the different parameters, and here I got these parameters, and you might end up with the different parameters. It doesn't matter because since it is all about the random state, and that's the reason I got the different and you might end up with different. Okay, now let's take the final model, that is model underscore final, and which is nothing but my best model. You can directly get from the model underscore grid dot, it is my best estimator. Okay, and this is the best estimator. We can get the final model. Execute this, and with that we have successfully got our final model, and this model is actually contains these parameters. You can also look into this dot get params, and you can see, okay, this is, now let's see, you can see that we have the slack variable is equal to 20 and the gamma is equal to 0.02, kernel is RBF, and so on. Cool, right? So this is how we can able to tune our model with the best hyperparameters. In the next lesson, we will see the model evaluation technique. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Alright, in the previous lesson, we have successfully got the final model, and also we got the best hyperparameters. Now the next step here, we have to do the model evaluation. Since we are dealing with the classification problem, and this are all 3 different types of metrics usually we will give. One is the classification report, second one is kappa score, and third one is area under the curve. Classification report is straightforward, where it will give you the precision, recall, and FN score. In the next step, and next metric is the kappa score is very important metrics, particularly whenever you're dealing with multi-classification problem. However, we are not dealing with the multi-classification problem, but it is essential to use a kappa score to treat which category our model falls under. Generally, the kappa score is between -1 to +1. If at all the kappa score is negative, you can treat it as if the model is worst model. Anything more than 0.5 of the kappa is treated as a very good model. Just like kappa, we are also having the area under curve, and the range is from the 0 to 1. Generally, the area under curve should be greater than 0.5. Anything value less than 0.5, you can treat it as a worst model. Usually, we will treat the AUC more than 0.7 or 0.8, which is treated as an excellent and perfect model. Alright, now let's look into all the metrics, whatever we are having here. Okay, now the first thing what I have to do is that I need to test our model with a test set. My test set is, it is nothing but x test and the original values, or y underscore test.
Let's predict the values with xtest and get the y prediction. Okay, now this is y underscore pred is equal to, let's take the model underscore final dot predict, and we need to provide the x underscore test. Okay, and this is my predicted values. Done. We got the predicted values. You can also look into the predicted values here. Okay, now what I have to do here is that first let's generate the classification report. We can start away generate the classification report using sklearn metrics. Hope you already imported the sklearn metrics, something like this. From sklearn, you need to import metrics. Scroll down, and here the first one is the classification report, or I can just queue this. Okay, the CR is equal to metrics dot classification report, and I need to provide the true values and the predicted value. The true value is y underscore test and predicted value is y underscore pred. Let's set the flag of output dict to true. This is the output dict. By default it is false. Let's set that to true. Now let's print CR, and here you go. This is what the dictionary what we got. You can convert that into pandas data frame, pd dot data frame, and here you go, and this is what we got. And if you put dot t, which is dot transpose, and we got the precision, recall, F1 score, everything from this. So what you can see here is the precision for the female is 80% and precision for the male is also nearly 80%. I'm more interested in the F1 score rather than the precision, because F1 score is harmonic mean of precision and recall, which is actually a combination of both. So that's the reason I'm more interested in the F1 score here. F1 score, you can see it is 82% for female, and for the male it is 77%. More or less both the F1 score are equal. However, we have the more F1 score for the female. But what I can say here is that our model is very good in detecting the female when compared to the male. That's the information what you can get here. Okay, the next metric I want to show is the kappa score. This is kappa score. Okay, so the kappa is metrics dot Cohen kappa score, and here also we need to provide the two things. One is y1 and next one is y2. Y1 is nothing but my true values, which is y underscore test, and y2 is nothing but y underscore predict, which is my predicted values. And let's execute this, and here you go. You can see that we got the kappa is nearly equal to 0.6, and which is actually falling in 0.5 to 0.7. And what I can say here is that from this, my model is good model. It's really good model, and you can use this model for making predictions. Let us also look into our AUC score. Area under curve, which is AUC. In order to calculate the area under curve, we can simply use the matrix. Let me take this matrix dot, and we can take the ROC AUC score, and next we need to provide the true values and the predicted values, which is y underscore test, and the predicted values is y underscore pred. If you execute this, you will get an error, and it is saying that we cannot convert the string into float that is male. It is obviously expected because our values, it is y underscore test. You can see that we are actually having some female and male instead of some numbers. Actually, our formula, it is expecting to be something like numeric form. So for that, what I will do, I will go back here, and wherever I found it is a male, I'll replace that with 1, else it is 0. That's what I can do using numpy.where function and np.where. of white test, and if white test equal to male, and I will replace that with 1, else I will replace that with 0. Cool. And just like that, let me also provide for the predictor, which is np.where, and if np.where is equal to male, then I have to replace that with 1, else it is 0. Now execute this, and here you go. You can see that the AUC score that we have is 0.76. It is approximately equal to 0.8, which is actually fall under excellent model. Actually, it is falling, more precise, it is falling in the good model, but you can treat that as an excellent model because my AUC score is nearly approximately equal to 0.8. All right. So this is how we can treat our model, and what you can see is that from the above evaluations technique, our model is a very good model, and we can use our model to make predictions. Cool, right? That's all about the modeling. This is how we can train our face recognition model with machine learning. For the further references, we are going to use this model to build the web application. That's the reason we will save this model. Let's save our model. Save face recognition model. Okay, I can simply save my face recognition model using pickle. Okay, first what I have to do is that I need to import pickle. Now let's save the model using pickle.dump, and the object that I want to save here is the model object, which is nothing but model_final. Let's take this, and the file name is from the open. Let's save in the models folder. You can see that we have in the models folder, we already save our PCA model. Let's save our model here only, and it is inside the models folder. I want to save my model with the name model_svm.pickle, and the mode of operation is write in bytes. Execute it. Done. We have successfully saved a model. You can go back to my home and look into the models folder. Inside that, you can see that we have the model, which is model_svm.pickle, which is approximately 850 kilobytes. This is how we can save our face recognition model. In the next lesson, we will create the model pipeline, where we will combine the data pre-processing, principal component analysis, and the machine learning model, and finally we will get the output. That's what we're going to see in the next lesson. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have trained our face recognition model, and also we save our face recognition model in the models folder, that is model_svm. Now what we do in this lesson is, let's say we are having some test image, something like this, and this image I'm going to pass to a machine learning model, and that machine learning model should predict this image, this face as a female, and these two face as a male. That's what I'm going to do in this lesson. But in order to do such kind of things, what you have to do is we have to combine all three processes, whatever we discussed, that is data pre-processing, feature extraction, and the face recognition model. We have to combine everything, and then we have to create some pipeline, and to that pipeline, if you pass this image, we might get the predictions. That's an idea. Now let's see how to do that. First, let me create a new Jupyter notebook, and let me name this as 05 FRM, and this is make pipeline. Alright, now let's import all the required libraries. Obviously we required NumPy as NP. Next, also import pandas as PD, and since we are building our model in the scikit-learn, let me import sklearn. Next, let's also import pickle and matplotlib for visualization. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt, and also import OpenCV for image processing. Alright, let's execute this. Okay, let me also insert few cells. The step one and the making pipeline is we need to load all the models whatever we are having. So load all models. Okay, let's go back to my home, and here you can see in the model folder we have the 3 model. The first one is the frontal face.xml file, and this XML file used to detect the face object. And next, this is my support vector machine, my machine learning model, and this is my PCA, which contains the principal component analysis model and also the mean face. Okay, let's load everything. First, which is my hair cascade classifier. Hair is equal to cvt dot, it's my cascade classifier, and provide the path, which is my in the model folder. Next, this is my hair cascade frontal face default, and this is my cascade classifier, and this is my cascade classifier. And the next one is I just want to load my machine learning model, that is support vector mission. So model underscore svm, that's going to be equal to pickle dot load, and here I need to provide the path, which is my open. Now provide the location, which is my model folder, and the name of the model I want to load is model underscore svm dot pickle. All right, next is mode of operation should be read in bytes, and this is my machine learning model svm. Next, let's load, this is my PCA. See, here I'm having the 2 models. One is the mean face and second one is the PCA. So let's load that dictionary, which is my pickle dot load, and provide the open. Now the path, it is my model folder, and this is PCA dict. Okay, and this is my PCA dictionary. Execute it. Okay, we are getting some error. Yeah, this is the mode of operation. The mode how I need to read is written in read in bytes. Execute this. Yes, done. See, this PCA basically contains the 2 things. One is the PCA model and second one is the mean face. We need to separately extract those 2 models. So if you execute this, and here you can see that we have the key name PCA, and where in that we have the PCA model. So let me do that. Model underscore PCA equal to, and I'll call the key, which is my PCA. Next is mean face array. That's going to be equal to PCA underscore models, and this is my mean face. Okay, this is my PCA model, and this is my mean face. Execute it. Done. So with that, I have successfully loaded all the models. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have loaded all the required machine learning models. Now, in this lesson, we are going to see the 11 steps, that is for creating the pipelining our machine learning model. These are the 11 steps. The step number 1 is read image. Step 2 is convert the image into a grayscale image. And step 3 is crop the face using hair cascade classifier. And 4 is normalization. 5 is resizing the image. 6 is flattening the image. 7 is subtracting that image with the mean image. And 8 is get the eigenimage. 9 is eigenimage for the visualization. 10 is pass that to the support vector machine model and get the prediction. And finally 11, we will generate the report. Alright, let's see one by one how to do all these steps. Step number 1 is read image. I'm going to use the OpenCV to do this step. Alright, let's say I'm having the image with me that is in the test images, and this is my getty_test.jpg. Let's read that image using image img equal to cv2.imread, and the name of the image that was there in the test images and getty image. Alright, let's execute this. Now let's visualize this using matplotlib, which is plt.mshow, and this is my image. Okay, as we know that OpenCV will read the image in BGR, and the matplotlib will display the image assuming that it is a BGR image. We need to do the conversion something like BGR to RGB, and then if you display that, and that will be good. Let's see, this is my img_RGB, that's going to be equal to cv2.mshow cv2.convertColor, and the image is img, and the source code is going to be cv2.color_bgr to gray. Now if you display this plt.imshow of img_RGB, and we can get that, and let's also provide plt.axis, let's set to off. Next is plt. This is my show. Execute this. Oh, this is okay, we require RGB here, BGR to RGB. Yeah, this is perfect. So this is my RGB image. Alright, now the next step here, I just want to convert the image, whatever the image, into grayscale image. Let's see how to do that, and we know how to do that. It is gray equal to cv2.convertColor, and this is my img, and the color code which is cv2.color_bgr to gray, and this will convert the image into grayscale image. And once we got the grayscale image, next step is we need to crop the faces. As there are 3 faces out there, we need to crop the 3 faces. We can do this by using the cascade classifier, that is hair. Alright, so let's see how to do that. We already know because we already did in the previous lessons. Let's quickly write the code, which is my faces equal to hair dot detect multiscale, and provide the grayscale image, which is my gray. Next is scale factor, which is 1.5, and the minimum neighbor is 3, and with that we can able to get the faces. Usually you will get the faces something like bounding box information. Now in order to draw the bounding boxes, what we can do is we can simply write a loop, that is for x, y, w, h and faces. Okay, let me put some kind of gap here. Now here make sure you maintain some indentation, otherwise like it will throw you an error. And once we got this, the next step is, first let's draw the rectangle box, that is img. That's going to be okay. I'm going to use cv2.rectangle, and this rectangle is so first need to provide the image, next the point 1 and point 2. The point 1 is going to be my x, y, and point 2 will be x plus w, y plus h. Okay, next the color, I will just simply provide the green color, 0, 255, 0, and the line thickness, let's provide the 2 pixels here. Now let's execute this, and also let's execute this, and here you go. You can see that there are 3 boxes, what you can see, which is nothing but the bounding box. Let's increase the size of this. You can use this my plt.figure, and this is my fig size, and let's say this is my 10, 10. Execute this, and this is cool. and you can notice that you can find the bounding box here, which is of green color. Cool. Now the next step is actually what we have to do is, instead of drawing the bounding box, we need to crop the face. That's what I need to do in the step number 3, is I need to crop the face. Okay, let me put a comment here. I can crop the face by just making this is my ROI equal to, let's take the gray, and from the gray just provide the columns from the Y to Y plus H and comma X to X plus W. Okay, in order to display this information, we can simply use plt dot mshow. This is my ROI, and set the CMap to gray. This is only just for the sake of visualization. I will anyway remove this, and plt dot show. I'm making sure that my bounding box information is correct or not. So this is my region of interest, and it seems to be correct, and which actually stored that in ROI. Okay, now let me remove this. Okay, this is my step number 3, that we can able to crop the face successfully. Now the step number 4 here is I need to normalize my information, meaning I need to bring all the values of the image into 0 to 1 scale. We can do that simply by taking the ROI equal to ROI divided by 255. Since as we know that all the information that was there is the range from the 0 to 255, 0 is black color and 255 is white color. That's it, and with that we have successfully done the normalization with this step. Next, the step number 5 is we need to resize the image. As we know that the size of the image is not uniform, it is changes from the different dimension of the face what we got. Hence, in order to make the data in a structured format, we have to resize the image. In the previous lessons, we have seen that we have to resize the image to the 100 by 100 pixel. So that's the reason I will resize the image. But however, we have to make sure that what kind of a interpolation technique I need to use, whether it is inter-area or inter-cubic. Generally, the inter-area technique will be used if at all I want to shrink the image. In order to enlarge the image, I can use inter-cubic. Okay, let's see how to do that. And we know that, let's say if my ROI dot shape of 1, and if it is greater than 100, then what I'll do, I'll use the inter-area technique. So ROI underscore resize equal to CVT dot resize of, and the matrix is ROI, and the size I want to resize is to 100 by 100 pixel. Okay, since I want to shrink the image, the interpolation technique that was used is CVT dot enter area. Else, same thing, ROI underscore resize. Here I need to enlarge the image. For that I'll use inter-cubic. Done. So this is my step number 5, that resizing the image into 100 by 100 pixel. Once we got the resizing image, the next step will be the step number 6, that is flattening the image. Since we have the 100 by 100 pixel and we can flatten the image into 1 by 10,000, we can simply do that, which is my ROI underscore reshape. I can use ROI underscore resize dot reshape. I can use 1 comma 10,000. Okay, and finally we got the resize image, and now moving to the step number 7 is subtracting that with mean image. So mean face is basically, we got this information here, this is the mean face array, and we need to subtract that with the mean face. Let's see how to subtract that. Let's say this is my ROI underscore mean, that's going to be equal to, let me take ROI underscore reshape and you need to subtract that with the mean face array, and which we got from the principal component. Okay, and this is what my mean face array. Here subtracting face with mean face. Okay, and once we got this information, the next step is we need to get the eigen information, means eigen image. Nothing but we need to apply the PCA. So apply ROI mean to PCA. Okay, so we already got the PCA model with us, nothing but model underscore PCA, and we need to reduce the number of dimensions to the 50 components. We can simply do that dot transform. You see, we should not do any kind of fit again. It is always dot transform and pass ROI underscore mean, and with this I can able to get the eigen image. Okay, so with this I got the eigen image, and in order to visualize the eigen image, I can simply use the, let's say this is my eig, that's my step number 8, 9. This is visualizing the eigen image, eig underscore img. That's going to be equal to model underscore PCA dot inverse transform of eigen image, and we can able to get the eigen image, and this we can simply visualize this. Okay, I will show you how to visualize this, and let's complete this process. And the next step is I need to get the model predictions. So this model prediction I'm going to use eigen underscore image, and this eigen image, if I pass to the machine learning model, that is support vector mission, I can get the prediction whether it is male or female. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here. This is my step number 10, and we need to pass the eigen image to our machine learning model. So this is going to be my results, equal to model, actually this is my model underscore svm dot predict. See, we can use the two kind of predictions, whether you can go for the prediction prop A, or you can also use the predict. Predict will straight away give you whether she is a male or he is a female. So that sort of information we can get. First let's take that, and we can get the eigen image. Next, once we got the result, we can also take the probability score, and that's going to be equal to model underscore svm dot predict prop A and provide eigen image. All right, so with this I can able to get all sorts of information. What I will do here is let me execute this. So first what I'll do, let's print my results, and also let me print the probability score. Okay, also let me show the image. Let's say, okay, first let's see this, execute that. All right, and here we go, we can see that we got the result and stating that this ROI belongs to male, and this is the probability of 0, and this is the probability of 1. And similarly the next image I got is a female, and the probability of 0, nothing but the probability of the female is 79%, and the probability of male is 20%, and so on. Okay, now what I have to do here is that I want to extract the probability. Let's say this, for this I need to take only 0.97. For this I need to take only this information, meaning I'm generally taking the maximum probability. So for that sake, what I can do is prop score max. I'm going to take the maximum probability, and that's going to be equal to, from the prop score I'm going to take the maximum value. Okay, this will give me that information. Now let's generate the report stating that, let's say this is my step number 11, that is generating the report. So first what I have to do is that let me generate the text, and stating that
this is my percentage S, and nothing but I'm going to give some kind of information, and the corresponding the probability score, let's say this is my 0.2, or I can say it is a percentile D, and this is percentile. We can insert the values something like result, comma, I can give the probability score, and if I can simply multiply that with 100. Now I can able to get the probability score like this. Okay, now let's print this of text, and here you go, we got male, and this is my percentage information. Okay, so I can give this result, let's say results of 0, maybe that will give you much more clear information. Got it, right? Now the next step is, let's put all the information, and let's say I want to display something like on the top of the face, suppose she's a female, I want to display it's a female and the corresponding probability score. So that information I want to display here. Also, I want to use the different colors for the female. Let's put the pink box, and for male blue box. Okay, let's see how to do that. Okay, once we got this information, here I am defining the colors. Based on results. If he is a male, I want to give the blue color, otherwise pink color. Okay, let's see that. So if, let's say, result of 0 is equal to male, then the color is going to be equal to, it's a tuple of 255, 0, 255. And the next thing, else the color is going to be, color is equal to 0, 255, 255. Okay, now with that I can think we can draw the bounding box information. Let's say this is the bounding box information. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now let me dynamically change the color. This is my color. Okay, next is we can simply put text, something like cv2 dot put text, and to the image img. Next is the text is equal to text, and the position I want to put text is xy position. Next is the font face, which is cv2 dot font. Let me take the plain, and after that it is the font scale. It is going to be 1, and the color of font is going to be 255, 255, 255, which is pretty much white color, and the pixel is 2 pixels. Now let's execute this, and let me also execute this. Okay, what we got here, for female we got a yellow color, and for male we got the pink color. It's okay, doesn't matter. Let's first set all the factors, and the first thing here I need to adjust the font scale. Let me set the font scale to, let's say, 2. Okay, this is improving. Let me set this to 3. Yeah, this is cool. And what I can put one more information here is I can also create one more rectangle box here, and the background is going to be the same color of that. And we can do that by simply take the rectangle, let's say here, cv2 dot rectangle, and the image is image.
Now the position for the XY position is X comma Y. Let me subtract with the 30 pixels. And this is going to be my X plus W comma Y. And color is also dynamically, I can insert the color. And -1 will fill the bounding box. Execute this, and execute this. And here you go, you can see this, what we can notice that. This is cool. Let me do one thing. For female, let me give the color is this, which is 255 comma 0 comma 255. And for male, let me give something like let's say I want to give this, let's say 255, and let me provide this to 0. Now execute this, and this is cool. This is what I'm looking for. And here you can see this is for the male and that is for female. Okay, let me increase the bounding box information. Let's say this is my 40, and this increase the thickness of the text, this to, okay, let me put this is 3, and instead of font, let me change the different font, and this is my simplex. Okay, oh, this is too big. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put plain and increase the thickness to 5 pixels. This is cool. Okay, so this is how we can do the predictions and also put the bounding box information. Suppose this is a female, we can put the female 79% is what the probability score, and this is the male 95%, and this is also male 95%. Okay, and one more information to generate the report is that we already having the information like eigenimage. Let me also save the eigenimage, and that will also be the really great, right? So in order to save the eigen information, what we can do is, let me create the output dictionary. Let's say this is my output, which is the dictionary of, first let me provide the ROI, which is my region of interest, nothing but my grayscale image. This is my ROI. Next, let me also give the eigen image, and that's nothing but this eigen image. The next information I want to put is the prediction score, prediction name, nothing but results. Let's say this is my prediction name, and that's nothing but my results of 0. And finally, let's also give the probability score, which is nothing but this. Okay, so with that we got all sorts of information. And finally, since there could be the multiple phases are there, and we will append all the information in a list. Let's say after hair underscore detect multiscale, let me create one empty list, and let me name that empty list as predictions, and create an empty list. Now let's append all the output information into the predictions list. Let me take this predictions list and make sure you are inside the loop, don't go outside the loop. Now let me take the predictions dot append, and we are appending the output. Execute it. Done. Now we have successfully generated all the information and stored in the predictions. Let me print this. You can print it here, and you can see that we have all the information. This is for the first image, and this is for the second image, and this is for the third image. So all sorts of information that was actually stored in a single list. In the next lesson, we're going to see how to decode all the information that was there in the predictions thing, in the prediction, and also generate the visualizations. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have created the long pipeline, something like this. And also finally we generate the predictions list, which actually store all the information. Now what I'm going to do here is that in this lesson, let me generate some kind of visualization. First, let me delete this. And in the previous lesson, we already shown how to create this. Below this, let me generate the report. First, for I,
and range of length of, we got the predictions is there. This is my predictions, length of predictions, and now with that we can able to get each and every predictions here. First, what I'm going to do is that let me take the image. Let's say this is my crop image or object. Okay, and that's going to be equal to, once we got this predictions, from the predictions you need to take the ith index, and here I need to take the object, that is region of interest is ROI, and this I can able to get the crop image, and that to grayscale. Next, let me name this as an object gray. Let me also take one more object. This is my Ike. That's going to be equal to, let me take the from the predictions of I, and we need to provide the eigen image, and this is going to be the eigen image. Now let's visualize this. We can visualize this information. Let's say plt dot subplot, and this is my one row, two columns, and one. And next one is let me print this plt dot imshow, and let's provide the x, which is nothing but object gray, and change the color map to gray. All right, let me put the title. This is my grayscale image. Also set the access to off. plt dot access set to off. Now let me create one more subplot. This is plt dot subplot, one row, two columns, and this is number 2. Now let's copy everything here and put it here. Here, instead of showing the object gray, I'm going to show the object eigen, and this is going to be my eigen image. And next we will show the image, which is plt dot show, and the next information we're going to show is the predictor gender and also the probability score. Let me print predictor gender equal to, and this is my predictions. From the predictions I'm going to take, this is my ith index, and the name is prediction name. Next, print predictor score equal to, this going to be, let me put some kind of format. This is colon comma 0.2f, and this is my percentage. Let me insert, that is format, and here I'm going to take the ith prediction. From the ith prediction I need to provide the scope, nothing but this scope into 100, and with this I can get all sorts of information. Now let's print, suppose this is some kind of a divider line into 100. Now execute this, and here you go. This is what the image. Oh, we missed the eigen information. Yeah, so actually this is an object, right? This is a flattened information. We need to reshape that into 100 by 100. So we can do something like reshape into 100 comma 100. Okay, now execute this. Yes, this is perfect. And here you can see that the first image that detected is grayscale, and the eigen image, and this is male. Okay, we got an error saying that it is an invalid format specifier. Yeah, this is 0. Let me remove this. Now execute that. Now this is good, and here you go. You can see that we have the image, and next thing is we have the grayscale image, corresponding image grayscale, and the corresponding eigen image, and the predictor from the machine learning model is male, and the corresponding score is 95.71%, and this is for female, corresponding eigen image, and also we got the information, that is the predictor information and female, and also the predictor score. Okay, so this is how we can make the predictions. In the next lesson we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. We have successfully created the face recognition pipeline where if you execute this code, you can get the prediction image where you can see the predictions like male and female and also the corresponding reporting about the grayscale and the eigen image and also the predicted gender and also the probability score. The detailed reporting can also be generated by using this code. Now what we will do here is that this is the code which we are actually created, but in order to make use it for the web application, we have to create some kind of functionality or a module. Now what we will do in this lesson is we will create a module, and from that module we will import the function and get the predictions from this. That's what we're going to do now. Let me go back to home and here click on new and click on a text file. Now rename this file as face recognition.py. Make sure you create the extension with .py and click on OK. Now go back to this file, which is the face recognition make pipeline, and copy all piece of code, something like importing all the required libraries. Copy this and paste it here. And here obviously we require NumPy and pandas is not required here. And also we don't require matplotlib. Let me remove this. Make sure we have to remove all the unnecessary libraries or the steps that was involved in order to make our code more optimized. And the next step is we have loaded all the models. So let me copy this and paste it here. Also we have also here in the PCA models we have extracted the model PCA and also the mean face. Let me also copy and paste it here. Let me go back, and this is also the piece of code which is very important, and let's copy everything. Control A and copy. Now go back to my face recognition.py and here let's paste it. Okay, now what we will do here is that let me actually create a function. So let me create a function and name this as face recognition. So this is the face recognition model or face recognition pipeline. Okay, and the expected input for this is file name or file path. Now make sure you put the semicolon. Now this starts the loop. What you have to do, you have to select everything till end and press tab, and which will maintain the indentation. Basically this will create the indentation. So here now we are having all the steps like reading image, convert it to grayscale, crop faces and so on. But here one thing we need to notice is that this is the image read or the path of the image, and that path of the image we're going to replace that with file name. Got it? Now with that we are ready. Now here you can see that we have everything is there till end. Now at the end what we have to do is we have to return. So basically we have to, once you're done here and press tab, now we have to return predictions. So predictions is one thing I just want to return, and also I want to return this image because this is what the image basically contains, the bounding box information. Like in that image we have a face and also the corresponding bounding box information is there in this img. Okay, so we are going to import two things. One is image and second one is predictions. Predictions is a dictionary which is actually contains all the reporting information. Okay, make sure you have to maintain only one indentation. Basically this is the for loop. You have to come outside the for loop, and after that you have to put the return. Okay, that's what you have to do. Now save this, go to file and click on save. With that we have successfully created the module name face recognition. Okay, let's save this. Now let's go back. Now here what I'm going to do is that let me create one more notebook, Python 3, and name the notebook as 03. This is my face recognition model, and I'm going to do the final predictions. So this is my predictions. Cool. So here what I'll do, I'll just simply import OpenCV, which is OpenCV2, and I will also import from face recognition. Let me import
face recognition pipeline. So let's do that. From face recognition, this is the face underscore recognition. Basically, this is the face underscore recognition. This is our module, and from that I'm going to import face recognition pipeline. All right, that's what I'm going to import here. Execute it. If you execute this without any errors, which means that this is perfect. If you are getting any kind of errors, make sure the paths are correct, and also make sure any kind of local variables or something which is missing, make sure you have to correct this. Okay, done. All right, now what I'll do here is that let me test this module with the images. Let's say I'm going to test this module with the test images. Obviously, I'm going to test with this image. Also, I'm going to test with to this video also. Let's see how exactly my model will work to this video. That is what we're going to see now. Let's close this and open my Jupyter Notebook again. First, let's insert few cells. Now here, let me name this as face recognition prediction. Okay. Now here what I'll do is that let's say this is my predicted image, and this is my predicted dictionary. That's going to be equal to, I can simply take the face recognition pipeline, and here I just want to provide the file path. Basically the path of the file, it is there in the test images, and I need to provide the getty.test.jpg. Let's provide that. Test images. Inside the test images I need to provide the getty.jpg. Now we execute this, will take a while, and done. We have successfully executed that. What you will do, let me take this prediction underscore dictionary, and here you go, you can see all the information about the images like the region of interest, eigen image, and predicted image, and score, and so on. And also this is my predicted image. Basically this is what my predicted image. What I can do, I can display this using cv2.mshow, and this is my window name. Let's say this is my predicted image, and let's set the wait key to 0, and the cv2.destroy all windows. Execute this, and here you go. This is what the image, what I'm having with me. This is my female, and this is male, and this is male 95%. Cool, right? This is how we can make the predictions, and that's the information we have. And in order to display all the reporting information, what I can do, I can simply use this code which I have written in the FRM make pipeline, and this is the code you have to use to display this all sorts of information. Let's see how to do that. What I have to do is, let me take this piece of information or piece of code. Now copy this and go back to 06 FRM predictions and paste our code here. See, in order to use this code, what I have to do is I need to import the matplotlib. Let's import matplotlib here from, or I can say import matplotlib dot pyplot as plt. Execute this, and here in order to directly use this, see, basically I need to provide the image. So this is the image, is nothing but the prediction image, and once I got this, I can get all the RGB information. I can print this, and next thing I need to provide is the prediction. Prediction is the list. Basically this is my predict. I need to provide, I need to just replace these predictions with pred underscore dict. This is also pred underscore dict, and so on, and this is also pred underscore dict, pred underscore dict. And if you execute this, you will get all the information. Let's say this is my matplotlib image, and the corresponding reporting, etc. you can see here. Okay, that's really cool, right? This is how we can simply do the predictions by just importing face recognition pipeline which we have just created. We can also use this piece of code even for the videos too. What I can do is that, let me create a heading. Let's say this is my real-time face recognition or real-time gender recognition. Execute this. Now first let me create a video, which is nothing but capt is equal to create cv2 dot video capture. If I set this video capture to 0, basically it will take your default web camera. Let me write down here. 0 is basically it will access web camera. If you set to 1, it will access external camera. You can also provide the path of the file or path of the video by just giving the path to. Since I'm interested in the path, let me provide the path which is there in the test images, and this is my video.mp4. Okay. All right. Now let me write a loop. While true, this is my infinite loop. Next is I need to provide the frame comma ret. I can get that from the cap.read. Next is, say this return basically contains a true or false. If you can able to read an image, then it is true. Otherwise, we need to set that to false. Okay. If ret equal to true. If ret equal to false, then I need to break the loop, which means that there is no video content is available. So that is the reason I need to break the loop. Otherwise, I need to be inside the loop. Once you got the video content, what you have to do is I need to pass this face recognition to my face recognition pipeline. But the problem with the face recognition pipeline is I need to provide the file path. I cannot directly pass the array. This information basically contains an array, but I'm expecting the information in the file name. So what I'll do here is that let me set. So in order to make our code reusable even for the array, for that what I will do is that I need to do the minor changes in my face recognition underscore py. So here in the face recognition underscore py, let me create a flag. Let's say this is my path flag. By default I will set the path flag to true. Okay. So here I'll just do the small changes. If it is a path, then I need to read the image. Means if it's a path, the input I'm getting here is the file name. Otherwise, else, if it is not a path, then this file name is basically an array. That's what I'm going to do here. So image is nothing but file name. So this file name is nothing but array. I'm getting the information in array. That's what I'm going to do here. Now let me go back to my face recognition predictions, and here make sure that you have to restart your kernel. Since you have made some changes in your module, in order to make those changes applicable, you have to restart your kernel. So in order to make that, what I have to do is let me go back to my kernel and click on restart and restart. Okay, now my kernel is ready. I have successfully restarted my kernel. Now let's execute this. And here you go, you can see one, and also execute this. Obviously, see, this will not get any effect here. So you will get as it is changes because I set my flag to true. So that's the meaning which doesn't affect anything. So this is my changes, even though if the same code can be used for this too. And this is the reporting. Only thing is that I just set the path is equal to false, then I can directly pass to this. Anyway, let's see this. Now here you can see that we have the file name and the path. Let me give the frame and now set the path is equal to false. So if I'm giving the path is equal to false, which means that I'm passing the array, now I can get this is my predicted image, and the next one is the prediction underscore dict. Anyway, this is the prediction underscore dict is not, I'm not going to use the reporting. I just want to see all the changes in the real time. All right. So once we got this prediction underscore image, the next thing is we have to show the image. Nothing but cv2 dot mshow, and this is my predictions, and the image I'm going to show here is spread underscore img. Now let's set the
frames per second, if cv2 dot wait key, let's say I'm going to provide 1 millisecond. That's what I just want to wait, and that's going to be equal to ORD of Q. So which means that if I press a button Q, then I need to exit the loop. That's what I'm going to set here. Okay, then if I press Q, then I need to break the loop, else I have to continue. Once I'm done everything, that means if I'm out of the loop, then I have to release the cap dot release, and cv2 dot destroy all windows. And it means I need to close all the windows. That is what I'm going to do here. Now let's execute this. Oh, we got an error. Okay, all right. Basically, this is the first one, it is written, and second one is frame. All right, now let's execute this. And done. Here you go. You can see that this is real-time gender recognition with machine learning. Let's look into the output. Awesome, this is really great output, and I can see there are few misclassification, but it's okay because we have the lots of output. But it's okay. What you can notice is that we have lots of frames where we got the positive output. All right, so this is how we can do the real-time gender recognition. In the next section, we're going to develop the web application using Flask. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Hello everyone, welcome back. In the previous lessons, we have seen how to train our machine learning model, that is our face recognition model, and that face recognition model will detect the gender, whether she is female or he is a male. And not only that, we also develop some kind of a reporting, but showing that reporting in the Jupyter notebook is not at all good for the stakeholders. We want to show our work in some kind of form. One of the better way to show our work is to develop the web application and show our work. And here we're going to see how to develop the web application with Flask. This section is divided into two major components. First is we will develop the web application using HTML, Bootstrap and Flask. And then we will deploy our web application in cloud, that is in Heroku. Now let's see what web application we're going to develop here. This web application that we're going to develop contains of 3 pages. Page 1 is home page, page 2 is an application page, and page 3 is actual application, that is gender app page. Let's see more detail. First, let's look into our home page. This is the web app that we're going to develop, and this is our home page looks like. And here you can notice that we have the two things. First one is the navigation bar and second one is the content. You can place what are the content you want in the home page. In the navigation pane, you can see the buttons, that is about and app. About button is all about the application that what we have developed. It's some kind of theory. And if you click on the app, this is what the page what we're going to get. And here you can see just given you a brief thing about the user can upload the image into the Flask server, and in that Flask server we have the integrated machine learning model, and that integrated machine learning model will show you whether he is a male or he is a female, and also the corresponding button I given here. You can also add more and more apps, like something like agents, something like age, something like person identity, something like emotion, etc. And as soon as if we click on this gender app,
and we are navigating into the one more page, that is gender classification. And here you can upload the image, and as soon as if you upload the image, this is going to pass to our machine learning model, and that machine learning model will process and give the output in this way. And where the predicted image contains the bounding box information showing the female and the male. And not only that, below I given you the reporting, something like the detection phase and corresponding eigen image and predicted gender from the machine learning model, and also the corresponding probability score. So these all are the information which you can able to show in the gender classification page. Cool. That's what we're going to develop in this web application. Now let's not waste our time and let's get started.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to install Visual Studio Code in Windows 10. For that, let's open our Google Chrome or whatever browser you want and go to Google. Now type VS Code and click on the first link that appears for the Visual Studio Code, that is Visual Studio Code Code Editing and Redefine. Click on that. Alright, this is the official website of Visual Studio Code. In order to download the VS Code, we can see the button appears, that is download. Click on this download button. Now depend upon your operating system, you can download the Visual Studio Code. Since I'm using Windows 10, so that's the reason I'm going to use the Windows 10 installer. It is always recommendable to use the system installer, and depends upon the number of bits of your operating system. Please use that. In my case, my operating system is 64-bit, so that's the reason I'm using 64-bit system installer, and click on that to download it. Alright, we have successfully downloaded the Visual Studio Code. So let me open the VS Code by click on this and click on open and click on S. And click on I accept the agreement, click on next, click on next, and make sure you check this add to path and click on next and click on install. And finish. Done. With that, we have successfully installed our Visual Studio Code. Now let's open VS Studio Code. For that, go to search and type Visual Studio Code and click on VS Studio Code. Okay, so this is my Visual Studio Code, and we are going to type all the functionalities and all the programs in the VS Studio Code. Hope you understand how to install VS Studio Code. In the next lesson, we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning.
Welcome back. The most important thing whenever we're developing the web application is the folder structure. There is a standard way of creating the folder structure because we are going to deploy this application in the cloud. So that's the reason we have to maintain some kind of a standard folder structure. Something like this. What we have to do is that we have to create the 4 folders and the 4 files. In the 4 folders, let's say in the template folders, as we already discussed, in the template folders, we have to create all the HTML files. And whereas in the static folder, we will place all images and the static files like CSS, JavaScript, etc. And next I'll create the model folder. In the model folder, I will place all the machine learning model. And in the app folder, I'm going to place all the Python modules like views and the face recognition _py. And after that, we are having the main.py, which is our main Flask file. Next, in the requirement.txt, I'm going to put all the required Python packages that is required to run this application. Next 2 files are proc file and apt files, and these are all the Heroku files we're going to discuss in the great detail whenever we're talking about the deploying our application. That's all about our folder structure. Alright, by keeping this in mind, let's first create our folder structure. Alright, now we are in the main folder structure. I'm moving into the final folder, that is for Flask app.
and open this, and you can find there is an empty folder. And in this empty folder, let's first create the folders that we have mentioned. First one is template, static, model, and app. Let's do that. First, let's create the templates. Next folder I'm going to create is static. Next folder I'm going to create is model. And one more folder is app. In templates, we're going to put all the HTML files, and whereas in static, I'm going to put all the JavaScript and images. Let me open this static. Let me create one folder and name this as images. And one more folder, this is the predict. This is the upload. See, the thing is that I'm going to upload some image, and that image I'm going to save in the upload folder. And create one more folder which is predict. So this is the predict folder which actually our machine learning model will save the image into the predict folder. Okay, for that sake I'm creating the predict folder. All the folders are empty. Now in the model folder I need to place my machine learning model, that is PCA, XML files, etc. For that, what I will do, let's go back, and we know that we are having our machine learning models in the train face recognition with ML folder. In that we have the model folder, and this is the model that we have trained and put it here, right? Let's copy this. Now go back to my Flask app in the model folder. Now let's paste this models. Okay, now the next thing is regarding the app. In the app folder I need to put all the dependencies modules. See, in my train face recognition with ML, I have created one Python module, that is face recognition.py. This is the face recognition.py which is actually required for the predictions. Let me copy this and go back to my Flask app and place my file in my app folder. Alright, with that I have successfully completed all the dependencies of the folder structure. In the next lesson, we're going to start developing our application. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lesson, we will get started with our Flask app. Let's first open our Visual Studio Code. You know how to open that? By clicking on Start and type the Visual Studio Code. Now I'm in the empty Visual Studio Code. Let me close this. Now go to File and click on Open Folder and navigate to the folder of your current main working directory. Let me copy the path and paste it here, and this is the main current working directory where you can see the OpenCV, Train Face Recognition, Flask Basics, Flask app. Now select the folder. Cool. Also let's close this. Now maximize this. Cool. Now here you can see that we have all the folders are there, and we are working on the folder that is for Flask app. Now what you have to do is that click on this folder, right click and click on new file and name that file as main.py. Execute it. The moment you create the main.py, you have to see the Python and the version and the corresponding virtual environment that need to be get connected, something like this. If this is not connected, then what you have to do is click on this and click on the enter interpreter path and browse it. Now you have to browse your virtual environment. This is the virtual environment, that is face recognition _ Flask, and inside that you have to go to scripts and select python.exe, and then you need to select the interpreter. See, in my case it is already the same interpreter got selected, so that's the reason it doesn't affect much, but make sure that you have to connect your virtual environment. Alright, now what we will do, let's create our basic Flask app. From Flask, import Flask and create a variable named app equal to Flask and provide the name __, which is my
web server gateway interface. Nothing but WSGI. Okay. Now we know how to create a root. Just create a root, app.root, which is my decorator, and create a root, create a simple function df, and this is my index, and return welcome to face recognition web app. Okay. Now let me run this app, which is if underscore underscore name underscore underscore, that's going to be equal to underscore underscore main. Then I need to run the app.run, and then debug, set debug is equal to true. Cool. Let's save this. Now in order to run that, we know how to do that. Just go to the terminal, and the moment if you click on the terminal, you have to see the virtual environment here. If you are not seeing the virtual environment here, then you have to activate your virtual environment, just like what we did in the previous steps. Okay. The next step is we have to navigate to the folder that is for Flask app. Navigate to the folder which is cd for Flask app. Now we are in the folder. Now run the main.py using the command python main.py. Press enter and done. You can now see that we have our environment is production and the WSGI is running, and this is the web server we are running, that is 127.0.0.1, and the port number is 5000 by default. Now let's open my browser and type 127.0.0.5000, and here you go. You can see that we have the welcome to face recognition web app. So this is how our web app is created. Congratulations, if you see this message, then you have successfully created the basic Flask app. In the next lesson, we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have successfully created our basic Flask app. As we understand, like we can add more and more rules and more functions to it. But the problem is that if we keep on adding all the functions and attaching the root functions to it, and our code becomes very messy. For that said, what I'll do, I'll make use of this main.py only to run my main file and attach all the URLs here, and what are the functionalities and what are the view functions. I'm going to write all the view functions in the app.py. So let's see how to do that. We can simply write the same piece of code in a different way. What I'll do, let me remove this and save it. Go to my app.py and click on this and click on app.py. Here right click and click on new file and name that file as views.py. Now let's write the same function here. Let me put some space and create a function def, and this is my index.py, and here what I'll do, I'll simply return welcome to face recognition from views. Okay, now I can call this index.py in the main by using the following things. What I'll do, since this views.py is in the apps, so let's import that from app, import views.views. Now what I'll do here is that I just want to add this index and append it's one of the URL. So for that we can make use of this app, just creating the routing here. Take this app.add URL, and this is the add URL. I can do this and apply the rule. The rule is the home page, which is the /, and provide the endpoint. Endpoint is up to you. You can use what are the string you want. Let's say this is my home, and now provide the view function. So the view function is views.index. So that's my view function. Now let's save it, and my server is running. Let's go back to my app and refresh my page, and here you go. You can see that welcome to face recognition from views. The same information you can write even in this way. This is the more convenient way of writing a Flask application. In the next lesson, we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. As we discussed in the web application, we're going to create the 3 pages. That is page 1, page 2 and page 3, or the home page, application page and gender page respectively. And this is the home page that we're going to create, and here our idea is that we have to have some kind of a navigation bar and also some content that is placed here. That's what our home page looks like. So what I will do here is that first let me create the base HTML, because this is a base HTML is followed throughout our pages. Like, even though our page changes, our template still remains same. So that's the reason what I'm going to do is let me create the base HTML. So in that base HTML, I should have the navigation, and in that navigation bar, I should have these values like face recognition, about an app, and the next I can add what are the content I want. That's what I can do here. All right. So that's what we're going to see. That is creating a base HTML. Okay. Let me go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm in the Visual Studio Code here. In order to create the base page, first I need to create one HTML, and that HTML I need to extend to whatever the HTML I want. So for that, what I will do is that in this Flask app, in the templates, let me create a file and name that file as base.html. Okay, so this is my base.html, and here I'll write all the HTML pages. First, let me create the boilerplate and add basic content here. Okay. Whenever you're working on the HTML, make sure that you have to change your language. By default, in my case, I got the Django template. For you, you might get the HTML. But whenever you're facing some kind of issue, something like this, click on this and change the language to HTML. And click OK. Now here we have the HTML. Now, as we see in the previous lessons, like creating the boilerplate, let's create that. For that, let's type HTML. Now click on HTML5. Done. So this will create the boilerplate. Okay. Now change the title to face recognition web app. That's my title. And let me create the body. And for this body, let me create the H3. And let's say this is my welcome to face recognition app. And let's save this. Now what I'll do, let's go back to my view, and in this view I need to apply the render template, that is base HTML. Let's see how to do that. For that, I need to import the render template from Flask. Let's do that. From Flask, import render template and request. Let's copy this render template and remove this. And what I'm going to do is that render template, the template name is base.html. Let's save this, and you can see that our Flask is automatically got updated. Now go back to my Chrome, and if you refresh your page, and here you go, this is what we have is a welcome to the face app. Alright, so that's all set. And now let's create the base HTML. Our idea is that this is my idea. I need to create the navigation bar and the content. In order to create the navigation bar, we need to write some kind of a CSS. But with all available open source resources, something like Bootstrap, we can create something in an easy way. So let's use this Bootstrap to create the navigation bar. For that, let's open my browser and go to Google and type Bootstrap and click on the first page that occurs. And this is what the home page of the Bootstrap, and here what you can see is that at the time of recording, the latest available Bootstrap version is 5.2. So whatever the latest available Bootstrap version is there, please use that. Okay. Now let me click on this. In order to use the latest Bootstrap 5, and here you can see we have the download button is there. Click on the download button and you can download the files like CSS and the JS, or you can use a CDN by just copying the piece of code and pasting into your HTML. I'll do this. I'll copy this code. Now let's go back to my Visual Studio Code, and below title let's press enter and paste it here. Cool. So let's maintain indentation and done. So with that, we have successfully imported our Bootstrap. Welcome back. Now the next step is let's start building our base template. Our base templates looks something like this. We should have a navigation bar, and below that we can put any content I want. In order to create the navigation bar, we will use the Bootstrap. Actually, you can use a predefined navigation bar that was available in the Bootstrap. You can also look into the documentation to get the nav bars. Let's go back to my Bootstrap, and here in the search, if you type nav and click on search, and if you go down, and you can see that there are lots of codes that was available to create the nav bar. For example, this piece of code will create the nav bar something like this, and this piece of code create the nav bar something like this. So there are different kinds of navigation bars you can create with the Bootstrap. However, I'm going to create my own style of navigation bar. Okay, let's see how to do that. Let's go back to my code, and let's do one thing. Let me go back to my folder, and here is a folder structure. And the one more thing is that I recommend you to download the zip file, that is images.zip, where I given you some kind of images, some content images and logos, etc. That is what you can able to download from the resources. Okay, let's copy this and put that in my static. And here what I will do is let me remove the images folder and click on the zip file and extract files here. Okay, and as soon as do that, you can have the images folder, and inside that we have the logo and we have the icon, and some images and some content images are already available here. Okay, you can make use of this, and because I'm going to use this thing to create our web application. Okay, so our major interest here is our icon. This is an icon which we are going to create our website icon, and the logo.svg is our logo, and you can look into our logo. This is the same color as this, but this is in the white color. You can use your own logo as you wish. Okay, so we have everything is ready in our static folder and all the files are there. Now let's get started and create our navigation bar. Let me remove this. So our idea is that first we need to create the navigation bar. This is my nav bar. Okay, we can create the nav bar using nav, and this is a tag that is nav bar, and inside the nav bar we need to create two more items. The first one is the logo. This is the logo, and second is we need to give the list of items, nothing but home, about, and some kind of a pages items. Usually those are the links. Now this is my items. Okay, see, this nav bar is basically HTML, and in order to give the Bootstrap styling, I will use the class. Let me provide the class, and I'm going to create the class name as nav bar, and nav bar -expand -lg. This is my large. Now provide the light theme, which is nav bar and light. Okay, so this is the nav bar that is going to be created. Now the next step is we have to give the logo, as well as I will give some list of items. First I will define the logo. Before that, what I can do is that inside the nav bar, let me create the div, and the class is going to be the container, and you can provide anything. Suppose you can also provide a container fluid. That is up to you, it's an optional. I'll show you the both, and whichever you like you can take that. Okay, anyway, inside this div I need to put the logo and also the items. Okay, now let's first define the logo. Which is my anchor tab, and the URL is going to be my /, and I can simply give the face recognition. Okay, that's the name of my application, and that is what I'm going to create. And in order to specify, this is something like brand, so which is a kind of a styling. I can give the bootstrap styling, that is class, which is navbar-brand. Now let's save this, and you can go back to your browser and go to this page and refresh it, and you can see this is our navbar. We can also add the items into our items by just first creating the div. This is my div, and the name of the div I need to provide here is class is collapse navbar and collapse. So that is the navbar class. Now inside the div, let me create one more div. So this div is our navbar class, which is my navbar -nav. Now first link is anchor tab, and at the moment let me give the / and the class. See, this is the brand and this one is an item. That's what I need to provide here. Now item, and this is now link. I can specify that this is my home, and let me give one more link. Let's copy and paste it here, and this the name, let me give the app. You can specify what are the URL you want. Now let's save this and go back to my browser and refresh my page, and here you go, you can see that we got the item. So you can simply add more and more anchor tabs so that you can add any number of links, any number of items you want. Okay, in this way I can create a simple navbar. So let me set everything. Okay, this is good. Okay, now what I'll do here is that let me give my own coloring. Actually the theme of the course is I'm going to use the royal blue color. So let me provide the royal blue color to our logo. The HTML color code for the royal blue is this. Let me give you the HTML color code for the royal blue. So this is my royal blue, and the color code is this. Now in order to provide my royal blue color to this, so I can give to the nav, and here let's provide the style and specify the background color is this. Let's copy and paste it here. Now let's save this and go back to my page and refresh it, and here you go, this is what you got, and this is the royal blue color. So this text I got here is the black color. In order to change to white, we can use this class. We can have to specify the navbar is something like dark, so meaning like my navbar is dark, so the text should be in white. That's what I need to specify here. Now refresh it, and here you go, this is what I'm having here. Okay, and let me also give the logo to this, which is in my images, and this is the logo.svg, and this is my svg image. Let me give the logo to this. In order to give the logo, let me provide the logo, and here this is my navbar brand, and inside my anchor tab, that is the face recognition, and here what I'll do, let me create an image tag, and the source of this, it is in my static folder. Inside my static folder, in the images folder, and it is my logo.svg. so that's what you need to provide. Let's be careful by providing it. It is the static folder, and it is my images folder, and this is my logo.svg. so you should be really careful while providing any kind of information. Okay, so first make sure whenever giving any kind of thing, check that whether you can able to access this or not. For example, provide this is my static folder, so this is the static, and inside the images, and this is my logo.svg. And actually you cannot see this because the logo is the white color, so that's the reason you cannot see this. However, I can see the icon.png. Let's see the icon.png. Yeah, this is the icon.png, and you can see that it is fine. This is the blue color, and which we can see that. So anyway, so we can able to access this folder, so that's really fine. Now let me remove this, and if you refresh our page, because you can see that this is the logo, face recognition, and so on. And we can increase and we can adjust the size of our logo by go to this base.html. Now specify the width is equal to 75. See, I want the width to be 75, and height should be automatically calculate that. In order to automatically calculate this, I can use the bootstrap class, that is class provide. The class is image hyphen fluid. Okay, so this image hyphen fluid is depends upon the width you provide. It will automatically calculate that by keeping the aspect ratio same. So that's what we're going to get here. Now let's go back to my page and refresh it, and here you go. This is what a simple navigation bar, and what you can see is that is the face recognition, and this is my links, or you can say tabs, or you can say items. Okay, this is how we can simply create our base template. Next, at the end, once you end of this navigation bar, and here I need to provide the template inheritance, which we already saw in our previous lecture. This is my template inheritance. So in order to give the template inheritance, what you have to do is you need to simply provide the Jinja template. That is, you need to provide the curly braces, and inside the curly braces provide the percentile. Now this is important. Now what I will do here is that we need to provide block, and what you have to do, we need to block body block. Okay, now this is my end block. Okay, with this our base.html is ready. Now this is the template we're going to use for every HTML. So what I can do is that I can simply call this base.html and extend this and simply write everything. So instead of, I don't need to write every time this piece of code, and because I'm going to extend this using the feature that was there in the Flask template inheritance. Okay, so with that we have successfully created the base.html. In the next lesson we will talk more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson we have seen how to create our base HTML. Now what we will do is that make use of this base HTML and create our index.html, which is our home page. Let me minimize this, and what I will do is in my templates folder, right click and click on new file and name that as index.html, which is our main page. See, my point is that basically we have to use this base HTML, and I need to extend that into my index.html. Let's see how to do that. We know how to do that, which is our extends. I can simply use the extends. We can simply use the extends. So first provide the curly braces, and then you need to provide the percentile. Now provide the extend, and what I want to extend here is the base.html. That is what I need to extend here. Next, we need to provide the 2 parts, that is the block body block and also the end block. Let's copy this and paste it here. Cool. With that I can able to extend my index.html to my base.html. Okay, so before writing some piece of code, first let's change this Django template to HTML. Change the language mode to HTML. Now you can write whatever the point you want. So here what I'll do, inside the body block, you need to write whatever you want to write, you need to write inside these two. First, let me create the div and provide the class is going to be my container. Usually the container is what the class will be used many times in the bootstrap. Now h3 tag, and the class is going to be my display 6. Now the text is welcome to end-to-end face recognition web app project. That's my heading, and I can give the simple basic content. First provide break and provide the paragraph tag, and I can provide some content. Okay, you can add what are the content you want, like you can simply add the content and fill the HTML. Alright, so this is my index.html, and later on I'll fill all these things. First let's go back to my views.py, and in order to connect this index.html, what I have to do, just replace with base with index.html. Now let's save this and make sure your server is running, and go back to my Chrome and refresh my page, and here you go, you can see that welcome to face recognition web app and some content. So let me give some gap here. In order to give gap, go to my index.html, and here after container provide some 2 breaks, and you can also increase this, let's say the display 8, and that will reduce the font size, and this is also cool. Okay, let me set to display 7. Let's see that. Okay, maybe display 6 is good. Okay, this is cool. You can add what are the content below this, and I will add the content once I create the entire web app. Okay, this is how we can create the index.html, which is our home page. In the next lesson, we're going to see app.html. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have created the index.html. Now what I'm going to do here is that let me create the one more page, that is the page 2, and which is nothing but app.html. In that has app.html, I have to create the basic description about our apps, and I need to provide one button to it. So if I click on that, it has to navigate to that page. Let's see how to do that. First, what I have to do is let me create the template, that is app.html. And obviously you have to do the same thing, that extends the base HTML into our app, and of course provide the end body block. So this is common for whatever the HTML you have to create. This is the common thing you need to follow. Okay, now next is you need to make sure that you have to change the language mode to HTML, and now write the HTML code. First is div, and the class is going to be the container. Next, provide some breaks, and this is my h3, and then face recognition application, and let's provide the HTML class is, let's say, display -8. Now let's provide some paragraph. See here, what I have to do is that I want to give some basic description about my application. So for that, I'll just insert some paragraph. I'm having already the content with me. You can also download that piece of content in the resources, that is in the app.html. So this is the content I'm having, which is the gender classification. This app is driven by the data and machine learning model and slow and blah blah blah. Now once you got everything, and below that I will insert an image, and which is my image, and here the image I want to insert that was there in my static, and it is in my images, and which is my 002.png. This is what the image I want to insert here. So let's see how to insert that in the same way what we have seen in the previously, which is the static and images 002.png. See, make sure this is the extension is .png. you have to give the same thing, that is the capital letters P and G. And once you've given this, and don't forget to provide the class is image fluid, which is image fluid. And okay, the next thing is let me provide the button below this, which is a anchor tag. And let me at the moment let me give the hash. I will anyway give the URL to this once I create the views. And anyway, the class is going to be, this is the button btn bootstrap button btn hyphen outline, and this is my primary. Okay, now the text in the button is gender app. That's the text you need to put inside the button. Now in order to view this app.html, let me go back to my views, and here let's insert one more function, and this is my app. And you need to return a render template. This is my app.html. okay, the moment you define the app.html, you have to go back to my main.py and add URL to it. You can simply add URL, copy this and paste it here. And the URL I want to give here is anything you can give the URL. I just want to provide this is my app and /. Don't forget to mention the / here. And the endpoint is going to be the app. Next is the view function is going to be the views.app. Okay, with that I have connected my app.html to the Flask server. Let's open my browser and refresh my page. And what you can do is that you can simply navigate to the app, and here you go, you have moved into this. But I have to connect this to my items. In order to do that, what I can do is just go back to my base.html, and here in the items app, give the URL, this is my app. Now let's save this and go back to my browser, refresh the page and click on the app. You can now see that you can navigate to that particular page you want. Cool. That is how we can connect our app.html to app. Anyway, if you look into this image, it looks very big. What I will do, let me reduce the width, and you can reduce the width by go to the app, and here provide the width equal to, let's say 600. Let's save it, go back to my browser and refresh it. Yeah, this is cool. With that, we have successfully created our app.html.
Alright, welcome back. Now we are in the final step, that is creating the gender application. We already created our app something like this, where we have the page home page and also the app page. Now if I click on this gender app, I need to navigate to the page where user can upload the image, and then I need to pass that image to our machine learning model, and it will give the predictions and also reporting. That's the kind of information I need to create it. Alright, so let me minimize this, and now what I'm going to do is that let me create one more template, that is name that as gender.html. Of course, the first thing what we have to do is we need to extend to the base HTML and also apply the block, body block, and also put end block here. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is that let me connect this gender.html to my views and also connect to the main. So let's go to the views, and here what I'm going to do is that let me create one more function and name that function as gender app. Now I need to return the template, and this is my gender.html. Now let me add the root to this. The root is going to be add in the main. Let me copy this and paste it here. Alright, so here the one thing is that I just want to add the URL after app, and let me say this is my gender. So this is what the URL I need to create, and the endpoint is going to be the gender,
and the view function is from the views.genderApp. And remember one more thing is that this gender.html, and here I need to upload the image, means something like I need to create some kind of a post request. All the forms like base HTML, index.html, app, and so on, all are the get request. But here I need to add the method that is post request. So let me also allow some methods stating methods is I should allow both get and post. Okay, that's what I have to do here. Okay, so with this my app is running. So let me maintain some kind of a pep 8 standards, something like this. Okay, this is cool. Now let's save it. Now let's go to my browser and go to URL, localhost, app, and gender. And now it's working, and this gender.html is working now. Now what I'll do here is that let me connect that URL to my gender app. So in order to do that, what I have to do is go to my app.html, and here you can see that to my button gender app, add the URL. So this is my app and gender. Okay, so let's save it. Now let's go back to my browser and refresh my page and click on app and click on this button, and we have successfully navigated to our app/gender. So with that, we have successfully connected my gender.html to our Flask app. Now let's make some changes in my gender.html, and let's do that. So basically I want to create the 2 columns here, and in the first column I need to in my first column I need to place my form where user can upload an image, and in the second column I will place all the reporting. So that's an idea here. So let me create a div. First let's change the language to HTML. Now div, obviously the class is going to be the container, and let me create one row and 2 columns. Let's define the div, and the class is row. Now here let me create one more div, and here basically my class is going to be the column. Now in this column I'm going to place my form. Basically here I'll place a form, and in that form user will upload the image. So that kind of form I'm going to create in this div. Next is in the div, and this is my class is column, and in this basically column I'm going to show my reporting, something like I will put the prediction image and reporting like grayscale, eigen image, and probability score. Okay, those kind of information I'm going to place here. And one thing we need to remember that basically if you place the column something like this, it will divide the page exactly 50-50 ratio. But I don't want the 50-50 ratio. Here I want to give more space to my reporting rather than uploading a form. Okay, in that case what I can do is that I can give the bootstrap column is 8. Means basically if you create the container as a 12, usually the container is 12, and if you specify the column is equal to 8, then the 8 points is given to this, and rest 4 points is comes to this point. Alright, so that's what we can able to have here. Alright, now what I'm going to do here is that let me create in my upload form, let me create the h3, and this is my gender classification. Okay, and let me display the class is display, let me give 8. Okay, but now you can give the basic content in the paragraph, something like upload an image. So basically the recommendable format to upload an image is .jpg, .png or jpeg, and .png. So make sure you upload an image with this format. then you can give something like this. If you upload an image, our model will detect face first and then gender based on face. Basically it will predict gender based on face, so that could be male or female. Alright, so that's what the information we're going to get. Let's save this and let's go back to the browser and test it. So if we click on this app and we click on the gender, okay, this is what I'm expecting here. So in order to give some kind of breaks, I can give in the column, I can specify 2 breaks, and this will actually create some kind of space here. That's cool. Now after that, here I'm going to place a form or something like the user upload thing. For that, let me create a form. So this is upload image form. First, let me create a form, and the action at the moment, let me put it is bond key. Now the method that I want to allow here is post. Okay, next is encryption type is multipart form data, and inside the form let me create a div, and the class is going to be the input group. Now the input, so the input is basically the type of input is I'm expecting is file. So let me set the bootstrap class is form control. Next is name. This is very important. So this name is basically the front end, and the same thing we can able to call from the back end. This is the name. Remember that. We will come back to this name again, which is my, at the moment it is image name, and set required. Okay. All right. Now next thing is that I will create the submit button input, and the type is button. It is my submit, and the value is upload and predict. Okay, and the class, since it is a button, let me provide this button btn and outline primary. Primary is basically the blue color. Okay, with that my form is ready. Okay, that's it. Now let's save it and go back to my browser and refresh the page, and here you go. This is what you can see, that we have the gender app, and we can choose a file, and you can choose what other file you want, and then you can click on upload and predict. Cool. In the next lesson we're going to write the backend code, that is HTTP request for this form. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson we have created a form where user can upload an image, something like this. If I choose a file and I can upload any kind of image I want, let's say if I upload this, and click on this image and click on open, and you can click on upload and predict. So that's a submit button, but thing is that you are not at all doing any kind of operation with that image. Now in this lesson, let's write some kind of a backend code for this form. For that, what you have to do is, let's go back to my views.py. In the views.py, we are majorly working on this gender app. Alright, this is very crucial and very important step. Please be extremely careful while doing this process, because here we are going to connect our machine learning model and doing some kind of an operation. So please be extremely careful while doing this step. Cool. Now here what exactly I'm doing here is that basically this is the gender app where we are going to do the two kind of request. One is post and second one is get. This kind of a request is basically called the get request. This is get request. Okay, If a user uploads an image and that is going to be the post request, so in order to make our application as a post request, then what I have to do is let me create an if condition and now specify if request, make sure import the request dot method equal to post, means if the request is post, it means that if a user submits a button, then what I do is that I need to take the file out of this. So that file information usually store in, let's go back this, and this is the name, basically this is the key. Using this we're going to extract that information. Okay, so f is equal to request dot files. So that file I need to provide the key for this, and the key is going to be this image name. So let's give this image name, and with that we can able to request the file. Now let's take the file name is equal to f dot file name. So I can get the f dot file name with this file. Now what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to save this file in my upload folder. You can see that in static we have the two kind of folders are there. One is upload and second one is predict. What are the file that is being uploaded by user? It has to save in the upload folder. In that case, what I'll do is let me set the path. Usually it is always recommendable to create an upload folder, something like in a flag. Okay, let me define an upload folder. Let's say here upload folder is going to be, usually my upload folder is static and upload. Okay, let's also import few libraries. First one is OS. Let's import OS and also import OpenCV, because this is the OpenCV library where we need to work on some operations. And also we also import the face recognition. This is the face recognition usually used for the predictions, and here also we are doing the predictions. That's the reason. Let's also import the face recognition. That is from app dot face recognition import face recognition pipeline. Okay, that's what we have. Okay, that's what we have. Now the step here in the gender app is basically once we got everything, we need to save our image in upload folder. In order to do that, first let's define the upload folder path, which is path equal to os.path.join. I need to join the two things. One is the upload folder, the second one is the file name. So this is the upload folder and I need to provide the file name. Okay, because this is the file name, I need to save my image. Now what I can do is that directly I can take this f.save of path, and this will save our image, save image into upload folder. You can test this. Let's save it and make sure application is running. Now let's go back to my browser, and you can go to my home, click on app and click on this gender app. Now choose a file. Let's choose this file and click on open. Now click on upload and predict. The moment if we click on this upload and predict, you can see that in the static in upload folder you can find a file that is getty.test image. So this is the image that we have uploaded. So what are the image you want to upload? Just navigate to that folder, navigate to that file and click on that image and open, and it will successfully save to our upload image. Cool. So that is what the step number one. Now the step two is we need to get the predictions out of this. See, we already know how to get the predictions using the face recognition, which we already discussed in the previous lesson. That is in the section ML prediction. Okay, that's our step two is get predictions. In order to get predictions, what I can use is I can simply use the face recognition pipeline. If I take the face recognition pipeline, here I just need to provide the path to it. We already know the path of the file, which is nothing but this. Let's provide the path of the file, and we can able to get the first thing is spread image, and the second one is the predictions. So these two are the information which you can able to get. Now once you print this, let's say you can print something like ML model predicted successfully, okay, which indicates that we successfully got the prediction image and the predictions. Let's save this and go back to my browser and click on the file. Let's choose the same file again, open and upload and predict. Let's see. Okay, done. So you can see that our ML model predicted successfully, that message you can see here. So once we got the prediction information, what we have to do is that we need to save this image into this predict folder. So this is the predict folder where I need to save this. Let's do that. We can simply do that. First, let's define the predict file name is going to be equal to, let me define, this is my prediction underscore image dot jpg. Now you can save this image using cv2 dot imwrite, and that need to save in my static folder dot static and predict. So that's my predict, and I need to dynamically pass the prediction file name. Let's copy and paste here, and you don't forget to put the f string, and that will actually save to the particular file path. Now provide the object or the array which is the pred underscore image. Okay, so I think we successfully got this. Now what we have to do is let's test it again, choose a file and click on get image and upload and predict, and done. You can see ML predicted successfully. Now you can click on this predict folder. Now click on this prediction image, and here you go. This is what the output we successfully got, which is female, male and male. That's really cool, right? And this is how we can able to predict our image. In the next lesson, we will see the reporting. I will see you on that. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to get the prediction from the upload image. Now what we're going to do is that we are going to also see the prediction. This predictions basically contains the reporting. Let's see how to deal with this. Okay, let's print predictions. Let's save it. Now go to my browser and again choose a file, choose upload and predict. Alright, if you look into the terminal, the output of this, where you can see that some kind of information, like we are having the information in the 3 dictionaries, that is ROI. In ROI, basically this is a grayscale image and it is normalized to 0 to 1, and in eigen image, basically this is the eigen image information and also normalized to 0 to 1. And the next thing is the prediction name here, which is the female, and the corresponding probability score is also having here. Okay, so this is what the information we are having. Now what we have to do is let's generate the report. Okay, let me remove this. I won't require this now. Let's generate reporting. Let's also reduce this. Okay, the first thing is report, and for I, comma object and enumerate of predictions. So this is the predictions. Once we got the for loop, and from this we have to extract the grayscale image, eigen image and gender name and the probability score. So that is what the information we need to generate that. Let's say this is my grayscale image is equal to object of ROI. This is an ROI, basically contains the grayscale information, grayscale image, And if at all you want to know more about this, you can also look into the face recognition underscore pi, and here you can see like how we are going to put this. First one is ROI and second one is the eigen image. And remember that eigen image is basically the image which is inverse transform this, and we have to do the reshape into 100 by 100 matrix. All right, that is also you have to do here. Now once you got this, next one is eigen image is object of, this is my eigen image, this is one eigen image, and this is eigen image. Usually it is flattened. For that we have to reshape that into 100, 100. Next is gender name, and that information you can find in the key, that is prediction name. Let's copy and paste it here, and this is name. Finally we are going to have the probability score, or you can simply take the score is equal to object of score. This is probability. Alright, so we got everything. But thing is that this probability score, basically we are getting the probability score, let's see, it's something like this. You can see here, this is the probability score. It's completely a value between 0 to 1, and we just want in terms of 2-digit number. For that what I can do, I can simply convert that, multiply this into 100 and get the round of this, round off this to 2 decimal points. In order to get the 2 decimal points, you can put comma 2, and this is the probability score between 0 to 100 scale with 2 decimals. Alright, with that we got all the information of reporting. Actually the gray and eigen image all are the information that was there in array, and this is also there in array. In order to show that in our web application, we need to save this image. I will save this image into my predict folder. Let's see how to save this. The problem here is that we cannot directly use a cvt.imwrite, because the cvt.imwrite will only save the image if the values are between 0 to 255. Since our values is between 0 to 1, we have to use the matplotlib image to save our image. So let's import matplotlib image. From matplotlib.image, or you can say import matplotlib image as matim. Now let's take this and save. Here what I'm doing is that save grayscale and eigen image in predict folder. Okay, let's take matim.msave, and the file name or the path I want to save here is the static, and predict in my predict folder. Now I need to provide this is ROI underscore, and this is some kind of a number I'm giving you, give dynamically based upon number of faces. For example, if we have the 3 faces, we should generate the 3 faces. That's what I have to do here. Or instead what I will do, let me make it simple. So let's say this is my gray image name, this is the gray image name, and the image I want to save here is the grayscale image, and this one I will dynamically insert this is gray image name. And similarly, let me also save my eigen image, which is static predict, and this is my eigen image name, and this is my eigen image, and cool. Now let's dynamically give the gray image name, which is an actually the f string of ROI underscore, this is my i.jpg. Similarly, image name is equal to f string of ROI underscore or you can say this is my eigen underscore I dot jpg. Now let's save this, and I think everything is good. Now finally what I have to do is let me save this report into the list. This is report dot append, and what I append here is, let me give the grayscale image name. This is the grayscale image, and the next one I will give the eigen image name, and next I will give the gender name and also scope. Okay, this and all the information I need to give here. Cool. So let me test this. Let's go back to my browser and click on home, app, click on gender app. Now choose a file, choose this getTest.jpg, open, upload and predict. Okay, I think we are done. Now you can see that in the predict we have the prediction image, and we have the ROI0, ROI1, ROI2. Okay, basically we're supposed to get some kind of grayscale image, and let's see this, and this is also supposed to get the grayscale. Okay, for this let me go back to my view, and here let's set that mattem.image, and let's set the flag CMap to gray. Also copy this, paste it here, and CMap to gray. Let's save it again. Now go back to my browser. Let's test again, get image, upload and predict, and cool. Let's see, this is ROI, this is perfect. One, good, this is also good. Let me also test this eigen 0, eigen 1, and eigen 2, and this is my prediction image. Cool, so we have successfully saved all the information. Now what I have to do is that I have to put all the information into my gender.html. Let's see that in the next lesson. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have seen how to generate the reporting and also get the predictions. Now what we will do is that let me put all the information into our HTML page. First, what we will do, let me remove this print predictions because this will unnecessarily load our server. Now let's save this. Next, what I have to do is go back to my gender.html. In gender.html, the first half is basically our form, and in the next half I need to put all the reporting here. In order to place all the reporting, first let's give some kind of a flag, because this kind of information only has to display if user uploads any image and click submit. Then only we have to see this and all the information. For that sake, let me provide the if else loop here. We can use the Jinja if else, like giving the curly braces and %, and here if, this is the if, and now here I need to provide any kind of an object. Okay, so this object I'm going to get the object from my views. Usually in the views, okay, after this I need to place the return and render template, and it render template the gender.html, and after that you can see the context. This context actually we can use in our HTML. So let's say this is my file upload equal to true. Okay, and here let me set the context like file upload is equal to false. So this is the get request. In get request the file upload should be true, whereas in the post request the file upload should be true. In the get request our file upload should be false, whereas in the post request our file upload should be true. Okay, all right, so now once we upload the file, then let's go back to my gender. This is my file upload. So if file upload is equal to true, then we have to enter the loop, and obviously don't forget to put the end of statement, that is curly braces, percentile, and this is my end if. Cool. Okay. Now first let me put the predicted image, and next we'll also put our reporting. So the predicted image, let me provide, this is my h3 class, and the class is display 8, and this is my predicted image. We know the predicted image in the views.py. Our predicted image is this predicted prediction image.jpg, and it is saved in the static predict. Okay, so let me go give the image, and the source is in the static, and folder name is predict, and this is my prediction underscore image.jpg. That's an image I need to give here. Okay, and provide the class is image fluid. Okay, so let's save this, and let's go back to my browser. Let's test again. Let's go to app. Now choose a file, choose this get image, and click on upload and predict. Here we go. You can see that we have the prediction image, and this is our image that is displayed here. But the problem is that this is really very big. Let me set the height of this image to 300 pixels. Let's set height equal to 300, or let me set the width. Width is, let's say I just want 500. Let's set this. Let's go back and test it again. Okay, this is good. So we have the width is equal to 100 pixel. I can see here. So let me provide some kind of a break so that it will align together. Break and break, and this is fine. Next, let's come to the reporting. Usually in the reporting, you can see that, let's go back to view. We have the ROI, we have the eigen image, and we have the prediction score and the name, that all the information we have here. And these are all the information we can put that in a table. But remember, whenever we're going to put that in a table, we have to dynamically generate the table itself, because in one image you might contain only one face. In some other image you might contain 3 or more faces. In that case, we should create the number of rows equal to number of faces. Alright, so that information we are actually having in the report. If you take the report, that is the length of report, nothing but gives you the number of faces. Okay, making use of this, let's create our reporting. Okay, first let's go back to my HTML, and after this let me create a long break, that is HR, horizontal line. Now let's create a break here. Now create a table, and the class of this table is table hover, table stripped. Okay, first let's define the table row, and the first header is going to be my grayscale image, nothing but detection phase. Next one is eigen image. Next is my prediction name, or you can say prediction gender. This is my scope. And next is the number of rows which I have to display all the information. And remember, this information I have to dynamically generate. For that, let me create the for loop. You can create the for loop using the curly braces, and for element, and so how we are getting the elements, so that is also we need to place here. So that element, let's say this is my report, and let's set this is my report equal to report. Okay, and this is the key I'm going to use, that is a report. Let's save this and go back to my gender for elements in report, and obviously the end of the loop is end for. Okay, now inside this let me create a row and let me create the table data. So remember one thing is that this is the element is very important. Element of 0 basically contains the deduction phase, element of 1 contains the eigenimage, element of 2 contains the prediction, and element of 3 contains the score. That is what you can see this is the grayscale image, eigenimage, and we have the gender name and score. Okay, now let's put this here. Let's say we have the TD and the first TD. In the first TD I have to give the image name, and this is my image, and the source is in the static, and this is my predict, and the next thing I need to dynamically generate the information. So this one is element of 0. Okay, now let's set the height is equal to 100 pixel. So this is my detection phase, and next one is eigenimage, which is my element of 1. Let me do one thing, let me set the class is also image fluid. Here also class equal to image fluid. Okay, and once we're done with this, and next is let me create TD, and this is my prediction gender and nothing but element of 2. So let's give the element of 2 here, which is element of 2. This is square braces of 2. Okay, or I can give like this, which will actually save out space here. And one more table data, this is element of 3. With this our loop is ready. Now let's test this. Okay, let's maintain all indentations. Let's check everything. Now let's save it. Let's go back to my page and click on app, click on gender app, click on this, choose a file, open and upload and predict. Oh, we actually got one face information. Let's go back to my code and let's look into this. There is nothing wrong here. Let's check this views.py. Yes, I made a mistake here. You can see that I kept the return inside the loop of the for loop. This should be the out of the loop. Make sure you can also keep this return render template out of the loop. Okay, now let's save this and go back to my page. Okay, let's test again, test the getty test and upload and predict, and here you go. This is what we have, is that this is my prediction image and the corresponding reporting you can find here. That's really cool, right? Let me test with few images. Let me choose a file, and this time I'm going to choose the 02.jpg, upload and predict. This is correct, and you can also see the detection phase, eigenimage, and the prediction gender is this and the score is this. Let me choose one more file, and this is also cool. Let me choose this file, and cool. You can see all the values are correct. That is female, female, male, female, and male, female, only one wrong prediction, and you can see this probability score is also very low, and the corresponding information you can also say here, like this is the male, female, and one wrong predictions comes here, whereas the probability score is 52 percentage, and even that's fine. This is really cool because like we have developed the application everything from scratch, and first we train our machine learning model, and then we develop our web application and also showing our results into our web app. That's really cool, right? Hope you really like our entire lecture series. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Till now, we have seen how to build the machine learning for the face recognition and also develop our web application in Flask. Now we are in the step number 3, that is deploying our app in the cloud platform. Basically, till now we run our Flask web app in our local host, means we haven't deployed anywhere in the cloud so that we can use it as a URL. Now in this section, we're going to deploy our application in the cloud platform. Here in this course, we are using the Heroku platform because Heroku is an open source cloud platform by Salesforce and we can use it for free. That's the reason I'm using the Heroku. Now the idea in order to deploy our Flask application is something like this. Once we have the Flask, we need to push all the files into the GitHub repository. Once we push all the files into the GitHub repository, then in Heroku there is an integration option is there, where you can integrate our Heroku and the GitHub repository. Using that, we can deploy our application in Heroku. Those are the 2 easiest steps. Using that, you can deploy our application. However, there are software requirement is required to deploy or to push our application in GitHub. That is Git. For Linux, Ubuntu and the Mac users, the Git is available by default. Whereas for Windows, you have to separately install the Git software. Alright, now I'll show you how to install the Git software.
For Windows user, you need to install the Git. For that, go to Google and type Git and go to the first URL, that is git-sem.com. Click on that. And now click on Downloads. Usually for the Mac and Linux user, you might already get the GitHub by default. For Windows, we need to install the .exe file. Click on that and that will download the .exe file. Alright, I have successfully installed the Git. Now right click and run as administrator. Click on S. Just need to click on next, and finally you'll see the install and click on install. Done. We have successfully installed our Git. Now just click on finish.
Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have installed Git. Now using Git, we will push to our GitHub repository. Before that, what we will do, let me create the backup for this app. For that, let's select all the files and folders, copy, and go back. Let me create one more folder and name it as Flask app deploy. And inside that, let's paste all the files and folders. Cool. Now let's open our Visual Studio Code. And here I'm in the Visual Studio Code. Remember that the folder I'm working is 4 and this is my app. And what I will do here is that let me close this and let me close all the files which are related to the 4. And now we can see that we have the folder that is Flask app deploy, and this is a folder I will currently work on. First, what we will do, let me run this main.py in the file flask and deploy. And here you go, you can see that my server is not running. The first and foremost thing is we have to activate our virtual environment. We know how to do that, which is face recognition flask, script, and activate. Now let's clear everything. Now navigate to the folder file flask app deploy, and you can run the application using python main.py. Press enter to execute it. Alright, you can notice that my Flask app is running. Now let me open my browser and go to the URL, which is 127.0.0.5000. And remember that this is the URL which we are running in the local host. And obviously let's test it, which is go to app and gender and choose a file and choose whatever file you want. Let's say I will choose 02.jpg and upload and predict. And done. And here is our predicted image. Cool. It seems that our app is working fine. Now let me minimize this. And what I have to do here is that the first and foremost thing is let's get all the requirements into this. It seems that our app is running. Let me close the server by pressing the command Ctrl+C and done. Now what we will do here, let's clear everything. Basically, first step is I want to get all the required packages that was required to run the app. For that, you can use pip freeze angle brackets and to the file which is requirements.txt. Press enter. And that will create one file with the name requirement.txt. You can open this and you can look into the file that which contains all the required packages. Alright, that's what we have to do here. And remember one thing, in order to deploy our application in the Flask in Heroku, we need to install the few packages. That is Unicorn. So G Unicorn. That is what the one required packages we need to install. Now let's save it. Make sure you have to save this. And next is we need to create the two files. One is apt file and next one is proc file. First let's create the proc file. Click on the file Flask app deploy and create a new file and name this as proc file. Basically this proc file is a Heroku file and it states that which file I need to run, and here I need to specify the main file that I need to run. So let me say that it is web and unicorn, and next is the main file that I want to run. Here is main.py and we need to specify that this is my app. Alright, that is what you need to create, which is a proc file, and this one we have to create. Next thing is app file. Usually this app file is generally required, suppose if at all we want to install any kind of dependencies. Actually we cannot directly deploy any application which actually has the OpenCV. For that there are few dependencies are there, and those dependencies we also need to install in the cloud server. For that we have to create the app file. Let me create a new file and name it as apt file. And inside the app file we need to specify the libraries, that is libs sm6, next is lib x render1, next lib font config1, and next is lib by ce6. Okay, this are all the required packages. You can find the apt file and also proc file in the resources. Please download it. Be careful while installing this, because even a single mistake in a typing, it leads to an error. Okay, be careful while doing this. Let's save this, and with that we are ready to deploy our application. In the previous lesson we have installed Git, right? In order to see whether or Git is installed or not, just type git help -g, and this will basically give you the list of guidelines to see and how to use the Git. If you see this message, then congratulations, you have successfully installed Git. Let me type CLS to clear the screen. Alright, the step 1 is we need to go to our GitHub repository. Go to the browser and go to the website, that is github.com. If you are not having the GitHub account, I recommend to create the GitHub account, which is open source and free. In order to create the GitHub account, just enter the email address and click on the sign up for GitHub. Since I'm already having the GitHub account with me, so let me click on sign in and sign in into my account. Alright, now I am in the GitHub account. The next step, what we need to do is you need to create a new repository. For that, click on this plus icon and click on new repository. And you can specify what are the repository name you want. For example, I want to specify this is my gender app, and this is what my repository I want to create. Make sure you select public and click on create repository. This will create a repository for you. And here are the GitHub commands that was available and which is given to you. And using this GitHub commands, I'm going to push our code into the repository. Alright, let me copy this and go back to my GitHub repository. And here what I will do for the sake of this, let me create a new file and name that as GitHub commands. Okay. And you can place all the GitHub commands here. Alright, the next step is we need to configure our email address and password. Let's configure our email. So git config -- global user.email, and we need to provide our email address. And press enter. Next, let me also configure my password, which is git config -- global and user.password, and provide the password. And press enter. Done. Now we have successfully configured our Git settings. Let me clear this. Now let's type the Git commands and push into our repository. In order to do that, what we can do is type git. The first one is git init. Git init. And this will initialize our empty Git repository. The moment if you type this command, you can see some kind of green color, which means that we need to update all these things. Now the next thing is we need to add all the files that we need to push into the repository. For that, git add, and if at all you want to add the single file, then you can simply provide the single file. Otherwise, if at all you want to add all the files into the repository, then put dot and press enter. And this will add all the files that we need to push into the repository. Now the next command is we need to commit. Git commit and -m. Now the commit is, this is my first commit. Let's say you can put first commit. Now press enter. Done. Next thing is we need to select the branch. It is git branch -m, and this is my main. Press enter. Done. Next we need to connect to our origin, which is git remote add origin, and this is my URL is this. See, you might get the different URL, so make sure you copy that URL and paste it here very carefully. Now press enter, and this will add the origin. Now you can push all the files in the repository using git push -u origin, and main. Now press enter. Alright, so now it is pushing everything into the repository. Wait for a few seconds and done. You can see that we have successfully put into our branch main. You can go to your repository and check whether you have pushed the files into the repository or not. Let's see that. Okay, I have opened my browser, and so this is the URL. Let me refresh my page, and here you go. You can see that we have successfully pushed all the files into the repository, that is app, and inside the app we can see these files and the model. Next is static and so on. Let's see, this is my main.py. Yes, we have everything is there here. Cool. So this is how we can push all the files into the repository. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have successfully pushed our files into the GitHub repository. Now what we're going to do is we're going to deploy this into our Heroku cloud. First thing, let's go to our Google and type Heroku. And click on the first link that occurs, that is a Heroku Cloud Platform application. The next step is you need to sign up into the Heroku Cloud. Usually the Heroku Cloud, the signing up is entirely free. You need to provide the first name, last name, email address, and the company name. And what is the role? I think it is recommendable to provide the student, and provide the country, origin, and you can click on the free Heroku account, which will take approximately 2 minutes to create the free account. And once you create the free account, then you need to click on the login and enter the email address and the password. I'm already having the email address with me. Let me use the same account and also entering the password and login. Alright, this is what the dashboard that you're going to see in the Heroku the moment you log in. Usually for Heroku, that is for the freeware, we can run the 5 apps. And also the memory size that you can use for the Heroku is only 500 MB. Since our application is very small application, and at max we can use up to 200 to 300 MB, so that is really enough for me. Alright, now let's create a new app. You can create a new app by click on the new and click on create new app. And now provide the app name. So this is actually the universal. You need to provide some kind of a unique name to identify the app. So let me provide the name, which is my gender classification app, and this is my Flask. If you see the message like this, gender classification app -Flask, which means that this URL is available. Now click on create app. Alright, so here you go. This is what the dashboard of your Heroku app. And here you can see some kind of settings like overview. That is overview of your application and the resources that you're using. And this is the deploy. Here even you can use the local environment to deploy the application, or you can also use the GitHub. And there is a metrics section is there. You can configure to this and see how many hits you are getting, etc. And this is the activity, access, and settings. Alright, now let's go to the deploy. Alright, now click on GitHub. Now click on GitHub, that is connect to GitHub. And next thing is automatically the button occurs, that is connect to GitHub. Click on connect to GitHub. Next, the Heroku automatically asking you to authorize the GitHub account, and make sure you select that whether this is the username, and if it is entirely okay, then click on authorize. Alright, now here you go. You can see this message something like the username, and here you go, and in my case it is data science anyway, and for you it might be your username. Now enter the name of the repository. In my case, the name of the repository is gender app. This is the gender app is the repository, and go to my Heroku and paste it here. So this is the gender app, and click on search.
Now you can see that the GitHub repository is data science anywhere. In my case is data science anywhere / gender app. Now if this is the repository that is okay for you, then click on connect. And next thing is you can notice that two deploys are there. One is automatic deploys and second one is manual deploy. Let's move to the manual deploy. And in the manual deploy, choose the branch. In my case, there is only one branch is there, that is main. Let's choose this branch and click on deploy branch. Okay, if you scroll down and you can see that the process that you can see how the Python is installing into your server, and also what are the libraries that you have given in the requirements.txt, and that is also going to be installed and will take a while. Please be patient while you complete the whole process. Alright, we have successfully deployed our application in Heroku. The moment if you see this message, it means that you have successfully deployed your app. And click on this view, and this will automatically go to the URL that is gender classification app, which is the name of the app name that I created, .herokuapp.com. And here you go, we have successfully deployed our application. And you can see that this is my home page, this is my app, and this is the buttons that we have created. And click on this app and choose a file. Let's choose the file. Let me choose getItTest.jpg and upload and predict. It will take a while, and here I go. This is what the output that we got. Let me choose one more file. Let's say 03.jpg, upload and predict. Okay, we have successfully deployed the application, and this is what the output that we got. Cool, right? This is how you can deploy your application in cloud, in Heroku Cloud. Using this URL, you can access your project or you can access your application anywhere in the world. Cool, right? In the next lesson, we will see more on this. Until then, happy learning. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we have successfully deployed our application in cloud. Let's say, so for example, suppose you made the changes into your web application. Suppose you added some content here and you added some icon of the page, etc. Then how we can able to reflect that changes into our deploy app? That is what we're going to see now. All right, let me minimize this and let's go back to my code. And for example, let's go to my index.html, and in the index.html, let's say I want to make some changes. Instead of simply writing this and this, let's say that I'm going to add few more content into the page. For example, let me delete this, and this is what the content. You can download this entire content in the resources, where it is simple HTML like by putting some paragraph breaks and some kind of things. So you can simply download this from the resources. Now let's see what exactly we're going to get here. For example, if I type Python and main.py in the local server, and if you go to the page that is 127.0.0.5000, and this is what the content what we have. So here you can see that we have end-to-end face recognition and training. What are the steps that was involved in training and developing the web application? And let's say, let me add one more thing. This is the deployment. I'm having the image that is already there in my static and images, and this is the deployment.svg image. Let me add this too. So this is h4. Let me copy this and paste it here, and this is 3 deployment. So here I'll just mention something like we push our code in GitHub. Let's say GitHub and connect our app in Heroku. And you can also show that image, since I'm having that image with me, and you can simply show that image using img, which is my HTML img, and the source is in the static, and images and content This is deployment.svg. Okay, now let's save it, and you can refresh the page. And okay, this is too big. Let me change the height is equal to 300, and class is image fluid. Now save it. Let's go back to my page and refresh it, and this is cool. See, the moment if you make the changes here, it does not affect your original deployment. That looks still same. What you have to do here is that what are the changes you made, you have to make the changes, and that changes it should also reflect into your GitHub account. So let's push again into our GitHub. Alright, so we can simply push that. For example, let me save this and close our application and close the server by pressing the command Ctrl+C, and which will close our application. Now clear your browser. Now clear screen. Okay, see, the thing is that you can use a GitHub init. This is already reinitialized this. Thing is that we already initialized the GitHub, so that's the reason you got the reinitialize. And the next important command is git and add and press dot and press enter. And this will make sure that it will add all the changes that you have made in this initialization. Okay, and after that you can commit. See, we already given you the GitHub commands to you. You can click on that and use this command, that is GitHub commit. And let's say this is my git commit and -m, and what commit you made is I just made the homepage changes. Let's say fixed homepage. Alright, that's a commit and done. And next is you can push into the origin main, or you can also push into any kind of branch you want. Let me push that into another branch. In order to push that into another branch, let me use git, and this is my checkout, and provide the branch name. Let's say it is release. I can give any name I want and press enter. Alright, we got an error since the release is not there. So let me create the release git, and this is my checkout, and -b will create if it is not there, and it is release. Now press enter, and this actually created our release is the one more branch, and now we switched into the release. Now what we have to do is we have to push our changes into the release. Let's do that. Git push -u, and this is my origin release. See, why we do such kind of things? One of the main reason is that our previous push has successfully deployed and we not got any kind of errors. In order to make sure that we don't want to lose our original code, so what are the changes you made, and push that into the another branch, and if that is okay, then you can merge it. Alright, but anyway, I'll use this. It is git push -u and origin release. Let's press enter, and this will push into my GitHub repository. And you can see that I have successfully pushed into my GitHub repository, that is release. Now let's open my browser. Now let's go back to my repository and refresh my page, and now click on this main, and here you go. You can see that we have one more repository named release. Click on release, and in this release you can see what are the changes that was made, that you can see here in the templates. I made the changes in my index.html, and those things you can see here. Right? My point is, even though if you make the changes in the GitHub repository, our web application still remains same. For example, if you refresh our page, if you refresh our URL, it still remains same. In order to make these changes, then you have to go to our Heroku, and it's always recommendable to refresh every time you go to the page of Heroku dashboard. And in the deployments, you can scroll down that we actually connected to the gender app, and the branch that we have connected to is main. You can click on that and you can see we have the one more branch automatically detected, which is release, and click on this release. Now click on deploy branch. This will deploy our application. Let's wait for a few minutes, and it will also do all the changes like installing the Python, and it install all the required packages, etc. Let's wait for a few seconds until you finish the whole process. Alright, we have successfully deployed our release branch to the Heroku app. Now what we can do is you can click on the view, or you can go to the page that is already available and refresh the page, and here you go. Now you can see that what are the changes you made, and you can see that into our URL. You can see that we have everything is there about our application, training phase, web application, and deployment, etc. And even if you click on the home, and this is my app, and click on the gender app, click on choose a file, and choose this, upload and predict. That's perfect. Let me choose one more file, open, upload and predict. That's perfect. Cool. This is how we have to deploy our application. Hope you really enjoy our entire lecture series. I will see you in one more interesting course, something like this. Until then, happy learning.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In the previous section, I have shown you how to deploy our application in the Heroku cloud. Fortunately, at the time of deployment, the Heroku is a free open tier. But however, now the Heroku is not a free tier anymore. If you look into the pricing here, the basic pricing or echo pricing is actually starts with the $5 per month. And it is not a free open source anymore. And in order to use the Heroku cloud, we have to pay at least monthly $5. And because of that, I got many requests from the students to deploy the application in any open source cloud platform so that they can at least utilize this without any use of credit card. And by just looking at this point of view, I searched in the Google and I tried with the different cloud platforms, and I finally end up with the railway.app, and which is one of the most beautiful and easiest way to deploy our application. And I can say that railway.app is a perfect alternate of the Heroku cloud. And even you can look into the pricing of this. There are 3 types of pricing, that is trial, usage, and team. Trial version is at least free for 500 hours of usage. So we can deploy our application and use it for 500 hours. In order to know more details about the limit, just click on this link, and here you can see the trial package, that is the monthly usage is $5 and the limit up to 500 hours of execution. Okay, you will get the $5 of credit and you can use the 500 hours of execution per month. Okay, and also just see more details about trial plan and how to use it and etc. But however, this is the starter, and at least you can use your application and deploy it and see in the live. Now let us see how to deploy our application in the Railway app. First, let me explain you what are the steps that was required by now. And if you go to our course, and in the course the section 5, that is deploy web application in Heroku cloud, and you need to do all the steps, that is getting started, that is getting ready for deployment, installing Git and setting up the deployment, and we need to push our code to the GitHub repository. And you can also see that this is the repository where we have pushed the code, and it is actually there in the gender app repository. And these are all the piece of code that is already available. And Railway app is actually the perfect alternate of Heroku, and we don't need to do anything, any changes, nothing is required in the deploying into a Railway app. What we need to do is that we just need to connect our GitHub repository to the Railway app. That's it. That is what exactly the deployment process that we're going to see now. Okay. All right. So let me go back to the Railway app, and here click on login, and you'll get the two options. One is login with email and second is a login with GitHub. It is highly recommendable to use a login with GitHub. Click on GitHub and now authorize the Railway app to your GitHub repository and make sure that wherever you have pushed the code, and please connect to that particular GitHub repository. And now authorize my Railway app and done. And next thing is you need to agree the terms and conditions. Just click on this terms and conditions and click on agree. And also you should agree and saying that we should not deploy anything illegal. Now just click on the agree and done. Alright, once you've done this, you will be landed up to the dashboard of Railway app and look something like this. And here you can see that we have a starter plan, which is the $5, or it is the execution hours is the 499. It's approximately you will get the 500 hours of free. Since I already tried the Railway application before doing this video, so that's the reason I used 1 hour of execution time. Anyway, once you land up to this page, and the next thing is you need to create a new project. You can either click on this button, that is a new project, or click on the big button, that is a create new project. Let me create this, and now you land up to the page that is new project, where you can see the different options to deploy the application or app, that is deploy from GitHub repository, deploy a template, provision PostgreSQL, and so on. Since our application or app you already push into the GitHub repository, let's use the deploy from GitHub repo. Click on this, and now it will ask you for the configure the GitHub app. Click on the configured app, and then it will ask you to install and authorize the Railway app, and make sure you select all repository here, and then click on authorize. Done. So we have successfully authorized it, and next step is you need to again click on the deploy from the GitHub repository, and this time you can see all the repositories that was already there. Cool, right? And you have to carefully select the proper GitHub repository name, that is the gender app, where I have actually deployed my code or actually pushed our entire code here. Now let me carefully select the gender app. So this is where the repository where I have pushed my code, which is data science anywhere / gender app. Click on this, and then you can see the two options. One is deploy now or add variables. I don't need to add any variables as of now. Simply I can click on deploy now and done. And you can see that my project is creating, and just wait for a couple of seconds. You can see one. Cool. This is what I'm expecting. Like you can see the building and everything is there and updating, and also you can look into the logs, like what exactly happening, and either installation process or all these things or transferring everything you can see here. Okay, I will fast forward this process because this will take a while, and I'll continue once I'm done with building the app. Once you've done this and you can see the post, then you have successfully deployed. And in order to see the application, simply close this and click on the URL that is available, that is web production 148 and so on. Maybe you will get the different URL. Click on this and done. You can see that this is the application which we have deployed. Like this is my home page, app, and this is my gender app, and you can see that also we can test this. Just click on this, choose an image. Let me choose the 03.jpg and upload and predict. Okay, and this is what you can see that, and it is almost perfect, and we can all be able to detect all the male and female perfectly, and this and all my
eigenimages. Cool. So this is how we can deploy our application using Railway app. Okay, in the previous lesson, I have shown you how to deploy the application in the Railway app. And one thing you can notice that we have a URL. This is the URL and followed by railway.app. We can also customize or we can also change this URL. So in order to change this URL, let's go back to my dashboard. And here you can look into the settings, click on the settings, and where you can see all the environmental settings, services, build, deploy, etc. Alright, what you have to do is that you have to go to my environmental settings, and there you can see the domain section. You can also use your custom domain. Just click on the custom domain and add your custom domain, or you can also edit the following URL by just click on this edit, and this is what the default it was available. You can also add your own custom domain. Let's say, let me put face recognition, and it is available. You can see the domain is available now, and I will simply click on update. Done. And you can see that my application has changed, which means that my domain name has changed. It is a face recognition.app.railway app. Now click on this URL, and you can see that we have the following URL, that is the face recognition.app.railway.app. Everything is there. And this is my home app, gender app, and also we can do whatever the things you want, because we already see this many times. And yes, this is the output I'm expecting, and done. This is how we can deploy our application in the railway.app, and it is very fast, quick, and easy, right? Hope you really like this video, like how we are deploying into different cloud platform, that is railway.app. Cool. And what you can do is that you can also look into, or you can also track your activities and etc. Everything is there, and just click on the starter plan, and also you can look into the view usage or details. Click on this, and here you can see the usage. That was the memory usage is this, the current memory usage, and execution hour is 499, and you can also see the plan details and everything. Okay, so let's go back to my dashboard. You can click on this, and this is what the dashboard what we have, and we already had the name of the project, something like this. Just click on this, and this is what our project. In order to click more details, in order to see the more details, click on this. You'll get more details of this. Okay, and you can also track and also see, like, what is the memory usage, what is the network usage, and so on. Alright, so this is how we can deploy our application in another cloud platform, that is railway.app. Hope you really enjoy this lesson. I'll continue the new video lecture series, something interesting like this. Until then, happy learning.
Hey guys, welcome back. Now let's talk about the Jupyter Notebook. In the previous lecture, we have seen how to install Anaconda and also open the Jupyter Notebook. Now I will show you another way of opening the Jupyter Notebook. Alright, so what I will do now, I will go to my search and type Anaconda. And as you can see the Anaconda prompt, Anaconda 3. So what I will do here, I will click on this. Now it is going to open me one shell. So what I need to do here is that I need to set the path here first. Since I already know that this is what my current working directory. So what I'll do, I'll open this, and here I was working on. So what I'll do, I'll copy the path here. In order to copy the path, what you need to do here is that just click on the path here. So now what we'll do, right click and copy the path here. Now minimize it. Now type the command cd space, and now paste the command here. Now paste the path here. So this is the path we are working on. Now enter. Alright, now we have successfully in the path here now. So what I'll do, let me clear it. CLS for clear. So now just clear the path. Now type Jupyter Notebook, JUPYTER NOTEBOK, and enter. That's it. Now we have successfully opened our Jupyter Notebook. So what we will do now, let's open a new and Python 3. That's it. So this is what the Jupyter Notebook. Now let's talk something about the Jupyter Notebook. So if at all I just walk through the Jupyter Notebook, Jupyter stands for JUPYTER. Jupyter basically stands for Julia, Python, and R. Initially, Jupyter was built to write the programs on Jupyter, Python, and R. Now it will support many languages like JavaScript, Java, and many languages that is being supported by the Jupyter Notebook. You can look into the official documentation of the Jupyter so that you can look into the supported languages. At the moment, we are in the Python 3 kernel. You can see what are the kernel we are operating. It is what the Python 3. Alright, so what we can do here is that we just look into this, what are the ribbon buttons we are having. You can see the file. So where you can see instead of going back and creating a new Python 3, what we can see here is that we can click on the file and click on the new Python 3 so that it will automatically create the Jupyter Notebook. And if at all you want to open any Jupyter Notebook, and you can also open that, you can make a copy of this notebook. We can simply make a copy of that and save and download as HTML. So everything can be do here. All right. And one more thing here is that there is a name is there. That by default the name is untitled. You can change whatever the name you want by just clicking on that. And now you can change the name. Let's say this is what my Jupyter, just walkthrough on Jupyter. All right. So now we can see this is what the walkthrough on Jupyter. And now let me show you all the toolbars. I'm sorry, the toggle. Yeah, so this view toolbar, like if at all you want to toggle header, it will remove the name. And if at all you want to come back, you can click on the toggle header. And if at all you want to remove this toolbar, most of the cases I won't use that. And for that you can click on the toggle toolbar so that you can remove that. Now if at all you want to have the numbers here, just like me, I'm getting just keep on get some numbers 1 2 3 what line it is, and for that you can see the toggle line numbers so that you can get and click on this toggle line numbers. You can see this line numbers. So let me put this toggle line numbers whatever I'm having with me. All right, and you can insert a cell. So let me enter the print some X statement, some like welcome to Jupyter Notebook. Now let me execute this. Now you can see I have executed the cell. So how to execute this? So we can execute a cell by the shortcut key Shift plus Enter. You can even execute the cell by click on this Run button. If you click on this Run button, you can see the cell is being executed. And you can see here, if at all you execute the cell and how many this is going to repeat, this is going to give you the what number it is going to be there. For example, let me execute one more statement like hello. Now what happens is that since this number is 2, if I execute this, I'm getting the number 3. So this is the convenient way so that we can understand what is the line we are executed, what is the previous line we have been executed. We can simply understand by this. Next, you can also insert the cell. What are the programs you are writing, right? This is called cell. You can insert n number of cells you want. There you can see about insert cell above. If you want to insert the cell above this, and make sure what you have is that you can go to insert and click on cell above and this. You can also use a shortcut key. For that shortcut key, make sure to press escape so that if you see if I in this I was in the cell was in the green color. If at all you press escape button to get the cell in the blue color. Now you can see once you press the escape key, you can get the blue color here. So once you are having the blue color, and press command A, so that you can see you can insert the cell above whatever the cell you are here. So I can insert n number of cells I want, so that I can use this n number of cells. So I can work on this cell here. For example, let me press escape, and I can insert the command B to insert the cell below this particular cell. So I can see n number. I can use create n number of cells below the particular cell. If at all I want to delete the cell, make sure it was in the blue, and now press D 2 times. That's it. You can see you can delete this. Now press D 2 times, it will delete it. Now press D 2 times, it will delete it. So let me delete all the unnecessary cells now by pressing D 2 times. Now let me print hello. Execute. For example, you accidentally deleted the cell. Now you want to come back again. There is no Control Z to get this. So for that, what we need to do, go to edit, and that is undo deleted cells is there. You can get this. And the shortcut key for this is Z, and shortcut key for delete is D 2 times. So if at all you press Z here, you can get the particular cell. If at all you want to know more about the shortcut keys, because it is very much required, for that you need to go to the help, and there is a keyboard shortcut is there. Click on this keyboard shortcuts. There you can see the n number of shortcuts and how to use this is there. And always all the commands will be executed or will be enabled if you press escape. So press escape so that you can enable all the shortcut keys. For example, you want to find and replace, then use F. Is very much required. And also if at all you want to open the command palette, then Control Shift F. These are all the very useful shortcut keys. I recommend you to practice all these shortcut keys. Now let's understand one more concept called Markdown. As you can see here, by default you are in the code mode. Means you can write what are the code. For example, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to 3. These are all the code modes. Means this and all the completely you are writing the Python statements. Instead, there is one more thing is there called Markdown. Markdown is very powerful, and so that this Markdown will be useful for the documentation. And let me talk few things about this Markdown here. Markdown uses the language LaTeX. Here you don't need to learn anything about the new language LaTeX. Just use a small commands, so which I'm going to explain you here. So let me here, this is the Markdown. It's a Markdown use language LaTeX. So here you don't need to learn this LaTeX language. I'm going to explain the few commands that will be useful. So what it means, like if you shift plus enter, you can see this is what is being saved here. So let me see the few commands in the LaTeX here or in the Markdown. So make sure you are in the Markdown. Now if you use a spell, now if you type hash, which basically a header. For example, just like your HTML, this is a h1 tag. So this is what header or heading 1. And if at all you want to reduce the size of the heading 1, there is a put the hash 2 times, you'll get the heading 2. Which means basically this is the h2 tag, and 3 tags, this is my heading 3, and 4 tags is what my heading 4, and for the paragraph this is what my paragraph. So if at all you want to execute, in order to execute that, use command shift plus enter to execute this. Now you can see that we have the different ways of creating the fonts, like heading 1, h1, h2, h3, like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. It's very simple, just by creating the hash, and that is going to be created by this. So let me see a few more Markdown statements, like creating the bullet points. I can create a bullet points by using this hash. So let me write few things like new. You can create headings using hash. And let me create one more bullet point. You can create bullet points or an order list with hyphen, something like this. Now let me execute this. Now you can see we have an order list or a bullet points by using this hash. Like you can create the bullet points using the heading hash, and you can create a bullet point or an order list with a hyphen. So those kind of things you can still create it. So let me do one more thing, like saying that Python, let me create here. I can use some kind of stylings your text, like creating the bold, italic, or marked or strike through or something. Let's see that. So let's say Python is a general purpose language. So if at all I want to bold this Python, I can use this double star. So double star basically will bold this what are the string you want. Basically it makes a string strong. Like you can see here, this is the plain text, and wherever you put this double star, that is going to be highlighted. And similarly, there is a single star, which is basically italic. You can see this makes this particular string to be italic. We can also see a few more things, like Python is used to build machine learning models, deep learning models, and for visualizations, to creating visualizations, etc. And Python also used to develop websites like Django, Flask, etc. These are all the popular frameworks which are used to create the websites. And you can also connect to the database using Python. Even Python is used to create desktop application. So anyway, there are a lot of applications, there are a lot of things where the Python has been used. So the main purpose for me is to show you, like different kinds of stylings of the font. For example, we already saw that a bold and italic. We are also having the bold italic for 3 dots, 3 hashes will basically used for the bold italic. This is especially useful. And we can also have something like strike through. For example, I want to do some strike through on this or this entire thing. So for getting the strike through, I can use this tilde. 2 times will basically create the strike through. So these are all the operations what we can do. What are the things which we will do in the Word document? The same thing we can do even in the Jupyter notebooks, that too in the Markdown. So there are a lot of things, a lot of applications where this is being really useful and handy. I can also give the hyperlinks. Saying that using this hyperlink, like using the exclamatory mark followed by the 2 square braces. Now I can see, like something like Google. So if at all you can click on this link, it will go to the Google, like http https and www.google.com. I can create something like this. So for references, basically, if at all you have any questions or queries for references, you can go to this Google and something like this. Now you can see, okay, this is exclamatory mark basically used for images. In order to use for the hyperlinks, just remove the exclamatory mark. We'll only just keep this this things. Now you can see we have, like a hyperlink is being created. If at all you can click on this hyperlink, it will go to the Google page. All right, so we can also create one more hyperlink. Let me do one thing. Let me create this Google, and inside that let me create one more thing. Instead I can give the hierarchy bullet point, something like this, by just pressing the tab here. Now I can give one more references for you is basically the Stack Overflow. And in a Stack Overflow, which is basically HTTPS, is the website name of the website is www.stackoverflow.com. Execute it. Now you can see we can create the Stack Overflow. If we create one more hyperlink. If we click on the Stack Overflow, it will go to the Stack Overflow website where the developers will, if you have any queries or anything, you just copy and paste this in the search window, that you can get the appropriate the solution for your errors. So it's very powerful, very useful website, particularly when you're developing some kind of serious codes. And finally, in order to get the complete notebooks and essentials, and you can also visit our website, which is what my www.datascience.com, data science anywhere. So I request you to visit our website so that you can download all the reference materials and every PPTs, etc. So for that, go to our website www.http and www. It is a data science anywhere.com/time series. So where you can see all the reference materials, all the reference materials, PPTs, everything you can find out in our website. So now we can click on this website. Now there is this is a website where you can see all the reference materials. For example, if at all you want to look into the intuition of the linear regression, just click on this PPT link, and where you can see the PPT for the regression and Y regression and all the materials for that. All right, so this is what the basic understanding of the Jupyter Notebook. It's really useful, and you can also create more than this. For that, in order to get more information about how you work on these markdowns, for that you go to help and click on this markdown, and it will redirect to one of the URL. So there you can see the basic writing and the formattings. Just click here, and there you can see how to create the headings using the 1#, 2#, 3#, and the styling bold, italic, strike through, and how to code the text and quoting the code, and everything is being there. So all these things will work if you need to move and you need to put the code into the markdown. So by default it was in the code. In order to move to the markdown, you can go to the code to markdown and write whatever things you want, welcome to markdown or something. Okay, so you are in the markdown here. So for all these things, you can check this documentations on how exactly you created the list, on order list, or hyperlinks, or bullet points, and etc. So everything can be created using this beautiful markdown. So this is about the walkthrough of the Jupyter Notebook. In the next lecture, we will talk more about the Python. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about some Python essentials that are required to build a project. Okay, so what we are trying to do here is that let's try to understand some basic data structures and some conditional statements, etc. Everything in this Python essentials. Okay, so first let's import one of the library, which is called sys, and that will comes with the default Python which you are installed. So let's check what is the version I was currently working on. So in order to check that, we can import sys, and this is what the sys. And in order to execute this cell, so we can use the shift plus enter. So shift plus enter is a shortcut key to execute the cell. Okay, so I'm typing the shift plus enter. So I'm entering the shift plus enter so that I can execute this particular shell here. Now I'm using the module and the sys to check the what is the version I'm currently working on. So sys dot version, which will return you the what kind of version you're in. So you can see here the version it is 3.8.5 and the default and what the release date of this particular version is July 28, 2020. And probably you might working on the bit higher version, whatever I'm using now. All right, so now let's look into some basic operations like print statements. Let's see the print statements here. And currently I'm using the markdown here, and so I was in the markdown. So in order to move into this markdown, you just there is a code here, you just change that into markdown so that you can check this markdowns here. Now this is basically the double star is basically the bolts. All right, so this is what the print statement. So let's look into some print statements here. So there are a lot of inbuilt statements that was available in the Python. There are a lot of inbuilt statements, or all so many keywords are default available in Python. So what we will do, we will make use of those keywords and use it. So let's look into the keywords in order to understand what are the keywords that are available, and you can import keywords, and the keywords also comes with the default Python. So I'll use this keyword, import keyword. So now keyword dot kw list, and which will return you the list of keywords that were available. So false, none, true, and is. So this and all the list of keywords that was available here. So I'll use, now let's print all the keywords here. So this is the I'm having the keywords in the list, so I can print all the keywords, print of keyword list. I can print all the keywords that was default available in the Python. Okay, even the print is also the keyword. So let's see the how to use this print. So we can also print the list of keywords, or you can just, what you need to do here is that you need to pass some value and separation. Default separation will be the space, and there is end by backslash n. So by default there is backslash n is there, so backslash n indicates a new line. All right, so we'll see one by one what it is. So let's print one of the statement. Let's say welcome to print, and you can define the string with the quotes, either double quotes or single quotes. So welcome to Python programming. So I just enter this and execute the statements. So you can also define the string even with the double quotes. So this is how the output is more or less similar. And more or less we can also use the multiple values. It says like value comma value. You can use the multiple values, I can use welcome and the comma. I can use one more string to, I'll use one more string Python, I'll use one more string programming. So everything I can use here. So that's what you can see here, that print welcome to all these things. So if at all you can see there is a separation is there, and what this separation will talk about, each and every string, what are the which of every object or the string should be the separated by the single space. And you can also define your own separation. For example, I can use a separation is equal to backslash n, which is basically the new line here. So I can print all the values in the new line, or you can also use this backslash t for tab and comma. So each and every value is separated by comma. So everything can be used in the print statements. So by default the separation is space. So but you can use the different kinds of separations, like any special characters, comma, full stop, and the semicolon, whatever you want, you can use it so that you can use whatever separation you want. So that's the one thing. So that's the one thing you can learn here. So next what we will see, there is a end is there. The end is also, may not be useful here, but end will basically, let's say there are two print statements are there. Let's say welcome to Python programming. I'll write it here, welcome to Python, and I'll write one more thing like programming, and one more statement, let's say programming. And obviously by default we have the two lines, and the Python basically will see that end is backslash line. Once this statement is executed, it will move into the new line. Instead of moving into the new line, if at all you want to print side by side, then you can specify end is equal to space, and so what you'll get here is that welcome to Python programming, something like this. So this is what, like some basic functionalities that was there by default in the Python. It's very useful and very handy, and we can use it in many cases. Now let's see some kind of escape keys generally that was used in the print statements. Okay, so escape keys. So let's move into the markdown and type some escape keys. Okay, so escape keys basically the backslash n, anything will start with the backslash is escape. Backslash n is basically the new line, and backslash t is the tab space, and backslash is simple escape. Backslash is basically a escape. Okay, we'll see one by one what is this escape keys and how it is being useful. So first thing, what I will do here, instead of writing the two print statements and passing the ends, and we can also use it or else, like instead of if at all I want to queue this, instead of putting the comma and making it a separation, I can use the Python print statement, something like this. So welcome to Python programming. So if I execute this statement, and this is what I'm getting. So instead what I want here is that I just want this Python programming to be printed in the new line. So what we can do here, in the previously we written the two statements and separate with a comma, and we can set that end, or else you can separate, you can make the separation is equal to backslash n, so that we can execute in the new line. Instead we can use the escape keys like backslash n here, and which will basically print that in the new line, something like this. And remember, so backslash n, after that we have some spaces there, that's why we got one space here. So if you remove this, now you can see that welcome to Python programming. So that's what the escape key here. And for example, we have the escape key, one more escape key is a tab, and which will basically the tab space. So we'll get some one tab space here. This is the one tab space is what we can get with the backslash t. So that's the beauty in the escape key. And let's look into this escape. This is escape, this is backslash n. Backslash is basically used for the escape character. You want to escape some character, and you can use this escape character. For example, I just want to print something like this. So this is what I just want to, in the plain English we can write like I will learn Python programming. Okay, so you can see here I will learn this Python programming, but this is if at all you want to write something like this, and it is very difficult to execute in the Python. So for example, this will, again, if you do this I will, and what happens is going to be here is that it says that this is one string and we can't get some kind of statement. Instead we can use something like I will. So we can end this string with either with starting with the single quotes and put the double quotes here, so that you can get I will learn Python programming. So you can get something like this. Or else if at all you want only the single quote here, so you initialize with the double quotes, and you initialize the double quotes and you put a single quote here, so you'll get I will. So instead what we can use here is that the special character, like backslash, which will actually escape that key. So what I can see here, for example, I can use a single quotes here and the ending with the single quote. So I just want to escape this. In order to escape this, we can use backslash. So backslash is basically will escape. Okay, so that's an escape character, and you can see this is going to be escaped, and the program will not see anything after this, and programming will just ignore that. So that's one of the beauty in the Python programming. So this is what basically the escape keys is about. Now let's move into the one more thing called insert keys. Insert keys. Insert keys is also one of the most widely used and popular, and there are certain kind of insert keys, %s, which will insert the string, and %d, which will basically this is inserting string, and this is %d is inserting integer, and %f will basically the inserting float values, and we can also have the special thing like format, so we can insert whatever the thing you want. You'll also insert whatever the string, integer, and the float values can be inserted using the format. All right, now in order to let's see one by one how can we insert the strings. For example, let me use a sprint. I want to learn some programming language. Okay, so this is what I just want to learn, some programming language. So this is what I just want to insert something here. If at all you want to insert anything here, then use this %s, which basically its %s will basically look for the string. Now at the end you put the %, and followed by some Python. Let's say if you type some Python, or if you use some string Python. Now what it is going to do here is that it'll search for the wherever the %, and followed by some string or some object, will basically search for anything % is there or not. It will find the appropriate character, since it is a %s is a string. This is what the string we are inserting. So as soon as you execute the statement, it's going to be inserted in that particular position. So that's what the insert keys is basically is about. So we can use %s to insert the strings, and we can also use so we can insert something like this. Something like this is what I want to insert. Let's say I'm inserting some string here. I'm Sriram, and my age is something like %d is what my age. This is my age is %d, and I'm having some %0.2f, so 2 decimal points of experience. Okay, this is what we can see, or you can see simply %f of experience. Okay, so this is what we can do. So what it is says, we can also insert the multiple keys. I can insert the key here, I can insert the string here, I'm inserting the integer, and I'm inserting the float values here at the same time. So in order to do that, let's create the % here, and we'll create some data structure called tuple. And now I'm just inserting the values. So my name is Shrira, and my age is 35, and I'm having some 15 years of experience. So I'm having overall 15 years of experience. So what I can do here, this is the Sriram string, and this is what my something like integers, and this is my 15 years. is what it will comes into the string float values. So that's what we can get here. You can see here I'm Sriram and my age is 35. I'm having 15 dot 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 of experience. It's basically it will give you by default of 6 decimal points. Instead, if you want to control here, we can use 0.1 indicates we can get only 1 decimal point. If we use 0.2, and we'll get the 2 decimal points and so on. We can also give what are the values, something like this, and it will only give you the roundup value of only after the 2 decimal points is what we can give here. So this is what is basically the inserting keys %s, %d, and %f. And you can also use this format. It's also similar to the %, and but whereas we are directly insert the value something like this. So let's use this same thing. And for using the format, we use this curly braces, and my age is curly braces, and I'm having this much of years of experience. Okay, so this is what we can simply use this. So in order to insert the values, what we can do here is the dot format, and just insert this is the just insert the value. So this is Sriram, and my age is this, and something values is what something like this. So we can give some what are the random values. I can give something like this, and it will give you those particular what are the values inserting, and it will give you that particular value. So this is what about the print statements. It's all about how to use the print statements and some functionalities that was used in the print statements. We can also look into the escape keys. Also, we look into the insert keys. So this is what about the print statements. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now let's look into variables and assignments. Variables are the objects that are bounded to a value, whereas assignment is the value that is assigning to a variable is called assignment. So for example, let's assign a value a is equal to 2. So here what you can see here is that a is basically a variable and 2 is actually a value. So let me write down here. A is called a variable and 2 is called value. So that's the meaning of the variables and the values. So what are the values? And look into the data type, and there are some properties like the data type of variables and values are same. So since I'm assigning some value to this variable, so hence they are both are shared the same data type. So you can print a now, and if at all if you print the a, and you'll get the same value as that was there. What are the value that it was assigned to this particular value is what we can get. We can assign the multiple, we can also assign the multiple variables to the multiple values. So let's see, assigning the multiple variables. So for example, x comma y is what the two variables I want to assign, and we can use the two values, let's say 1 comma 2. So we can also use this way of syntaxing to assign the multiple variables. So let's execute, let's print x, and let's print y, so that we can see the 1 and 2 respectively. So those kind of variables, and we can assign some kind of values to this variable. And you can also look in the data type, and by just looking to the type is what the keyword, and you can check the data type, and basically 2 is basically the integer. At the same time, it also shares the same kind of variable here, and type of a is also an integer because the 2 that is what assigned to the variable a, and so the data they also share the same kind of data type here. So this is what basically the variables and assignment. And basically assignment or this process, assignment is basically this process is called assignment. Assigning a value to a variable is called assignment. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's look into the data types. So there are different kinds of data types that Python is going to be support. Let's type the data types here. Data types. So there are different kinds of data types that Python is going to support. The first one is integers. So we already saw the integers is basically represented by int, and we also support the float values, and it will also support the strings and boolean. So this and all the data types that is being supported by the Python. And finally, there is the none or null values is basically defined by the null values, also known as none. So this and all the data types basically the Python is being supported. So let's look into one by one into the data types of what it's going to be happen here. So if at all, this is basically the integers or basically some values or discrete values, something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like some integers. So we can also look into the type of 2 is basically it is an integer. So integer is basically represented by I and t. Okay, and the float values will going to be represented by the float. And the type of 2.3 is basically a float values. And if at all you want a string, and type of the data size is basically a string. Even the data space size is also a string. And of course, we are having some kind of the Boolean formats, and the Boolean formats is basically represented by either true or false is basically the Boolean. So bool is basically represents the Boolean. So type of true is basically the true for the positive, and the false is basically the negative response. So type of false is also a Boolean values. And the null values is can be represented by none. So none is basically represented by the null values. So you can see this is the none type, this is the data type, indicates that there is no value is being assigned or something. So none is basically the null values. So we can also use this Python for the typecasting, powerful typecasting. So typecasting means we can also convert the values into integer to float, and float to integers, and we can also convert that values into integers into string, integers to string, and string to integers. Also we can also convert that into float to string, and we can also convert that into a string to float. So this and all the things we can easily convert that typecasting. We can change the data type here. For example, I'm having a value, or I'm having the integer 2, and I just want to convert that 2 into the float values. For example, here let me assign the value b, variable b is equal to 2, and the data type of that is integer. I just want to convert that data type integer into the float. And we can also use the kind of type casting like int to float. This is basically I'm converting to int to float, and we can use a keyword called float. Will basically convert that values integer into the float values, and you can see that it will convert a string or number into the float numbers. So either, like, if at all you want to convert that, either if the data type of a string or integer, we can use this into converting that into the float values. So now let's see here. So we can see that I can easily convert that into the float values. Basically b is basically integer. Now I just converted into the float values using float. So let me assign to the variable c. Now this is my c, and you can also look into the data type of c. Type of c is basically the float values. So this is how we can able to convert that integers into the float and the float into the integer values. And obviously we can also convert that the string values. For example, we can also convert the string values. For example, 2.0, and if at all I just want, or 2.2 or 2.5, and if at all I just want to convert, is basically the data type of that is basically the string here, and I just want to convert that string into float. And you can simply use this float of b
will basically convert that into the float values. So let me look into the data type of this. So you can see now I just able to convert that into the float values using the simple command float. All right, so now this is how we can able to convert that integer or string into the float values. Now let's see how to convert that float and string into integers. So let's see this. Similarly, just like the float, for integers we have I and t will basically convert that float or integer values into string or float values into the integers. For example, this is what my 2.5 is basically the float values, and if I pass it to the int function, it will convert that into the integer value. And similarly, you can all, if at all you want to give the any kind of strings, something like this, and if at all I just want to run this again, it says like, okay, based on probably we need to give the exact number. So this is what the string value, and if at all you can execute this int, I can easily convert that into the integers. Similarly, if at all you want to convert float or int to string, and we can use this following command. Str is basically convert either the float or in string into the integers, float or integers into the string values. For example, str of 2.5, and you can see now it is being converted back into the string values using this following command. Now you can see the data type is converted into the string. So this is what the Python will also allows you the typecasting, and where you can able to easily convert that data types into one data type into another data type. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about the data structure list. Data structure in any programming language, data structure plays a very important role. So let's see some data structures in the Python. So we'll start with the list. List is basically a collection of elements. List can be defined as the collection of elements with different data types. And list is basically immutable. So we can able to change, we can remove the values, insert the values, and we can change the values in the list. So that's what basically the meaning of mutable. So, and it is a collection of different data types, and it could be the formation of Boolean values, string, integers, float values, and everything can be have in the list here. So in order to create a list, we can able to create a list using the square braces. So let's define a list, and my list is equal to, we can define a list using this list, and we can create a list here simply like, consists of the different data types, and could be the integers. I can define the float values, I can define the string data and the signs, and even I can give the Boolean values, false, true, and even I can give some kind of data type like none. So it can be anything. That is what basically the list is basically the collection of elements, and this and all the elements, each and every element could be like either a data type, or it could be a data structure itself too. So that's what basically this is how we can define a list. Is basically the collection of elements, and with different data types. It's possible we can also give the different kinds of data types, and finally the list is basically the mutable. So let me execute this list, and my list is basically, this is what you can see here, and this is what basically we have 1 2 3. What are the way you order you define, and same order we can also get here. And you can also look at the data type of data type of my list is basically the form of list. Right, so this is how you can simply create a list.
Now let's look into the slicing and indexing operation in list. Slicing or indexing is way of selecting the elements. For example, consider the my list here, and in this my list I just want to extract the first element. Basically, the indexing operations in the list starts from 0. Alright, this is what the list we have created, and as you can see we have the list like 1 to 53.156. Data is a string, signs, false, true, and none. So this is what we have, and the list and the indexing of any data structure in the Python starts with 0. So basically this is the index number 0, and this is the index number 1, and this is the index number 2, and this is index number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this is what the indexing or the position numbers of the following the elements in this list. And if at all you want to extract the first element here, so what you need to call here, for example, in this case, we have the my list here, and my list is equal to this. And what I need to do here is that I need to call something like the variable my list, and with this variable I need to pass the index number. So here I need to pass the index number. So if at all you want to pass, if I pass 0, and what I'll get here is that basically this is going to return you the 1. So that's what the indexing position or the slicing or indexing, what we can do with whatever we want to extract, we can extract with the following statements. Alright, so now let's see how to extract the first element. So extracting the first element, and you can see my list of 0, and that's going to be extract the first element. And similarly, if at all you want to extract the 2 here, you need to pass a 1. So because this is a 0 and this is 1, and if you pass 1 here, and that's going to be extract the 2. And similarly, if at all you want to extract the signs here, just count it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you just take it my list, and in the place of within the square braces, if you pass 4, and what you'll get is signs. So that's what the basically the positions and the positions of each and every element. We can also define the index in another way. For example, here you can see there are 8 elements are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 8 elements are there. So the length of that my list is going to be equal to 8. So there are 8 elements out there, and we can define this element could be like length of, this could be the length of my list, and minus 1 is basically the 7th element. Basically, if you see, like, length of length of my list, and is basically length of my list is 8, and minus 1, and what you'll get is 7. Similarly, you can define something like this, and length of my list of 6, if at all you want to get this, and length of my list minus 2, and what you'll get is something is what you'll get this. Similarly, if we assign minus 1 to it, instead of giving the length of my list of minus 1, Python can simply understand that if you simply give the minus 1, and instantly it will do the calculations of length of my list, and what you can get here is that minus 1, and which will basically return you the 7th element or the 7th index position, and minus 2 is this, and this is also minus 3, and this is minus 4, and this is minus 5, and minus 6, and this is minus 7, and minus 8. So instead of giving the indexing something like conventional way like 0, 1, 2, 3, and we can also give the indexing something like this. So minus 8 will basically define this position, minus 7 will define this position, minus 6 will define this position, and so on. Alright, so now let's see my list of minus 1. Basically, it's going to be return the none value. So we can't able to print the none value, so that's why I got this. For example, if we give the my list of minus 2, and what you'll get here is the boolean value true. So that is how, like, indexing and the indexing position is basically it can understand -1, -2. The Python by default takes it is length of list and -1. So in order to get the length of that, len is one of the command, and len is what the keyword which will actually calculate the length of my list. So length of my list is basically it gives you the 8. So it counts basically like what is the length of the elements that was there in the list. So this is how we can easily extract a single element in the list. Let's see now the multiple elements. In order to extract the multiple elements, for example, I want to extract 1 and 2, and this is what basically I want to extract here. In order to extract the multiple elements, we can also use the same procedure, mylist. And for example, in this list, I just want to extract 1 and 2. In order to extract that, I can give the starting value. So the syntax could be the start and end. So this is what basically I have to give. So I need to start with 0. This is what the 0 position, and I need to end with the. Now I need to end with this. Let's see, 1. So I need to start with 0, and I need to end with 2. Basically, you might think I need to end with 1, but internally it's going to be calculate the length. So basically, the length of the string that is going to be extracted is end minus start. So if you do if you put end is equal to 1, and what you're getting here is that end is equal to 1 here and start is equal to 0. So the number of elements that you're going to be extract is just only 1. Instead, if you give end is equal to 2, the number of strings that is going to be extracted is 2. Okay, anyway, so now let's give the syntax this is my start and this is my end, and you can see we can able to extract the 2 positions. So that's what we can simply do with the multiple elements and indexing here. So just keep a reminder, you just give the 1 extra indexing position so that you can extract those particular point. And for example, now I just do some indexing like extracting first 5 elements in the list. So you can extract the first 5 elements of the list by just simply taking, though the starting value is 0 and the ending value is 6. So ending value is basically the 5, so that we can extract because length is basically equal to the 5, so we can extract the first 5 values 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we can also extract something in different way, like extracting first 3 elements starting from 3. So starting from index 3, starting from index 2, I just want to extract the first one. Index 2 is 0, 1, 2. So starting from this index 2, I want to extract the first 3 elements. So first 3 elements means starting from this one, and 3. So I just want to extract this. So 53.156 data science and science is what I just want to extract here. So in order to do that, my list and starting index is 2, and I just want the 3 elements of this. So 2 plus 3 is basically 5 is what I have to give here in order to extract these values. So this is how we can do the slicing. So this is what is basically the idea of slicing, where you can slice able to slice the list of values so that you can conveniently able to extract what are the values you want. So let me print my list here, and now I just want to print the alternate values. For example, I want to print 1, 53.156, and the signs, true, and so on. That is what I just want to print it here. For example, print alternate elements in the list. In order to do that, we can simply use this -list, and here you can need to see here is that starting is basically 0 and the ending is basically the length of that is basically 8 here, and one more colon I can give here is basically define the step. So I can define the step here. So step is equal to 2. So what it says is like starting from 0. Okay, 0 plus 2, and just keep on repeating in that way. So this is 0 plus 2 is this, and 2 plus 2 is 4, and 4 plus 2 is 6, and like this we can able to extract that. For example, if I give like this, and it will going to be extract the or print the alternate elements. So that's what we can use this step command. So basically this step will define the what is the step I need to follow here. So similarly, you can also give the 3 elements, print every 3 elements, every third element, and the list is also just define the step is equal to 3, and so we can define something like every 3 elements, like 1, and just third element is this, and again the third element is true, and so on. So this is how is basically we can also do the slicing of the multiple elements. And finally, we can also print the each and every index, or you can also print each and every my list in the reverse order. So my list, let's consider the my list here, and if at all I just want to print this in the reverse order, and I can use this step command so that we can able to simply get that. For example, my list, and I need to start that with the index position 8, and that's what I need to define here. And to start that with the index position 8 and colon, and if I put one more colon, so even if I put 0 or doesn't matter, it can easily understand that. And so I can't do it by 0, and so because 0 is element is also need to consider there, and after that followed by -1. Basically it goes in such a way like 8, this is the 8 minus 1, and it's go to the first one, it gives the 8, and -1 is 7, and so on is what we are going to get in this way. So this is how we can able to print the elements in the reverse order. So let's put all together. So basically what it actually indicates, like the colon will basically print all the values, and colon will also print all the values, and we can have like 2 colon indicates like print all the values starting from 2, print the values starting from index 2. So starting from index is equal to 2 means 0, 1, 2 after 53.16, including the 53.16, it's print all the values. And suppose I just want to print the first n values, print first 5 values, and I can give something like colon comma 5. It basically understands that like default by take it to 0, and basically try to understand that 1 comma 1 print first 5 values is what is this. And similarly we can also use this colon 2 to print the alternate values. And finally the colon -1 is what print all the values in the reverse order. So this is what the summary of the indexing and the slicing and indexing concept is really very much required for in the particularly in while doing the data preparation, and this kind of slicings is quite useful. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we will see some methods in the list. If at all you consider this my list here and press dot, and if you press the tab, and you can see there are the list of methods that we can able to use in the my list. And as you can see, there is append. It will basically append the values in the list, and clear, copy, count, extend, insert, pop, remove, and the reverse. So these are all the methods that was available in the list. So let's look into this one by one about the
methods in the list. For example, append is basically will try to append elements at the end. So if at all you can see here, it will try to append an object, and it will be at the end of the list. For example, I'm going to append something like ABC. So this is what an element, and the element is a string, is what I just want to append into my list. And if at all, if I just print the my list here, and as you can see, there is previously this is what the list, I'm sorry, previously this is what the list which we are having with me, and after that I just appended any single element and single value into the single object into the list. So if at all, you can use this mylist.append, and let's say I just want to use ABC, comma ABC. Let's say this time I'll take like an ABC, DEF, IJK, something like this. So I just want to add the two elements into this, and what happens here, you can see the mylist. If at all you print the mylist, it's not going to be add the multiple elements. So basically it's trying to append this taking as a single object. This list itself becomes a single object. So this kind of representation is called nested list. If at all you want to insert the multiple elements in the list, and the list is going to be often one more functionality that is called extend. So this is what the extend, and you can also use this extend and just give the elements here. Let's say DEF and IJK is just want to insert so these two elements in the my list. So you can, if at all, you can execute this particular statement, and let me print here. So this time the my list become big, and let me print here. Now you can see this is what going to be extended here. Instead of taking this is a single element, and this is what going to be taken as the multiple elements, and individually it's going to be appending those values in the list. So that's what the basic difference between the append and the extend. And similarly, you can also look into the different kinds of things like count, and count will basically just count the how many times that object is being appear in the list. For example, let me take the ABC. How many times the ABC is being appeared in the list? It says that it is 1. And similarly, let's say, let me count one more thing like 8. Basically that is not there, and it returns the 0. So that's what it's kind to understand, and how we'll basically used and all. It's simply to can usually use this kind of things. I recommend to follow the documentation of the list so that you can understand each and every methods that you can use on the list. Okay, so let me finally go with the insert key. So insert is basically will try to insert as any value into the list. For example, this is what my list is having with me, and my list, and let me print this. Let me print this my list here, and I just want to insert an element between 2 and 53.156. Means in the index position 2, I just want to insert an element something like IJK or SRK or something. Okay, let me use that, like my list, and in this case I'll use the insert, and suppose in the index number, the first thing is the index number 2, what index we want to insert, and let's say I just in the index number 2 I just want to insert a number 9, and now execute this. Now you can see the print my list, and immediately after 2 and between the 2 and 53 you can find the 9 is being there here. That's what you can see once you execute here. Okay, I execute this twice, so because of that it's why I got this. So you can see the 9 element is being inserted in my case. All right, so we can also look into the different things like pop. There is a pop. Pop is basically try to remove the object. The default value is the index is -1. So basically if you use this pop, it will remove the IJK here, and let me print this my list, and what happens, it's removed the last element, and by default it is last element. Instead you can also remove whatever element you want. For example, I just want to remove this 0, 1, 2, 3. Third element is what this 9 I just want to remove. And if at all I just want to remove, just pass the index number, and here in the index number is 3, and this 9 is going to be removed in this case. Now let's print my list, and what happens, that particular 9 is being removed in this case. Okay, this is all about the indexing and also the methods in list. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture we will talk about tuples. Tuples are also similar to the list and also the collection of data with the different data types. But the one difference between the tuples and the list is that tuples are immutable. Means that are not immutable means we can't insert, we can't delete, and we can't delete the values in the tuples. So let's see how to define a tuple. And we can define a tuple with the round braces. So we can define the tuple with the round braces, and also it's a collection of different data types. And we have the string, float, and also we can also have some kind of float values and boolean values and etc. So we can have all kinds of data types that was there in the tuple. And the indexing of the tuple is also very much similar. For example, if in order to extract the first element or 0th element, so take the my tuple of 0 in order to get 2, and similarly in order to get the last element you can take -1, and you can also do the slicing like my top, and first let's say if at all you want the first 3 values, then :3 will give you the first 3 values. For example, if you want to get the last 3 values, then we can take this -3 : and we'll get the last 3 values, and also print the values in the reverse order: : -1. So indexing is much more similar to the list, which was discussed in the previous section. So all the indexings all are much more similar to the tuple, to the list. Let's look into the methods. So actually there are not many methods out there in the tuples, because the tuples are immutable. There are not much methods out there, but still we can look into some methods. Only we have the count, means we can count how many times that element was there, and at the same time we can also find out the index position. For example, count. So let's say I want to count how many times the 5.5 is there. It's only 1. And let's say I just want to get the index position of the 1, and I can take this is what index position of the 1 is. Basically it's a 0, so that's what is going to be written here. So that's what the index position of 1. So only 2 methods are there in my tuple or in tuples, and the rest only because tuples are immutable. We can't insert, we can't delete, we can append, but we can do the appending of the tuple by using a simple concatenate operator. For example, my tup, and I just want to append or multiple values. Let's say I just want to append here something like 9, 10. I can create the one more tuple 9, 10 and use this concatenating operator plus, so that we can append those values. So as you can see, this is what the my tup, and I can use the concatenating operator plus to extend this tuple. So that's what we can simply do the tuple here. And similarly, let's look into the casting. So we can also change the type casting view of the tuple. Let's say my tup. This is my tup, and the data type of the my tup is tuple. So we can also change this data type into tuple to list, and for that we can use this list is there, and list of my tup will basically convert that into a list. So you can see we can simply convert that tuple into list using the command called list. So that we can see this is how we can simply convert and look into the type of my list, and what we can see here is the list. And similarly, we can also convert that list into tuple using the tuple. Tuple is there, so we can use this tuple so to convert that list into tuple. Let's say my list and my tup1, and you can simply convert that any list into tuples using this operator. Okay, so my top, and paste it, so you can see this is what converted back into the tuple using this. And let's look at the data type of that my top one, and that's going to be your tuple. Okay, so this is what the indexing and also the methods that was there, and also the type conversions of the data type in the tuple as well to tuple as well as list. Okay, this is about the tuples. We'll continue in the next lecture more on Python. Thank you very much. Hey guys, welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about one more data structure, sets. Sets is also the collection of elements with a different data type. And the one of the property of the set is there is no duplicate elements that are present inside the sets. So we can create the set, my set. We can create the set with a simple curly braces. So basically sets, in the sets there is no duplicate elements will be there. So for example, if I create 1, 1, so there are basically one duplicate element is there, and 5, 5, 3, and you can have the float values, and you can also have you can also have something like strings, so data, and also have the boolean values, etc. Okay, we have some boolean values, etc. So let's print my set. So this is what my set, and just try to remember that there is no proper order, and the order might be different. What are the order you created may not be the same order which what is there. It might follow something like either in alphabetical wise and also in the ascending order. Okay, so that's how we can create that. That's what we can create a sets here. It's very simple, and we can also do some methods in the sets, like we can also have some methods in the sets like intersection, union, and addition and the subtraction. For example, we can do the, let me create one more set B, and in this set B, let me create 1 and 3 and data. So this is what the set B, that's what I'm going to create here. All right, so now I just want to perform some intersection operation. So basically intersection B will actually return you the common elements. So that's what such kind of operations we can do in the sets here. For example, my set dot intersection, and B will basically give the intersection. This means this are all the common elements, 1, 3, and data or just common elements in the set and also in the B. So that's what the intersection. And also you can also do the union operation. So A union B. So for that, my set dot union, we can have the union operation of B. So obviously because this could be like the full set, so obviously B is a subset of my set. So that's why all the elements which was present in B also present in A. Also we can also do the subtraction. My set dot subtraction, or we can have the difference is there, and difference of B, basically it will remove those elements. For example, you can see the set here 1 1 1 3 5 5.5. This is what the original set, and if I do this set minus B, it will remove the values 1 3 and data. That's what we can return here. So you can see here, so this is what the operations, and still there are many operations that was there, and I prefer to look into the documentation so that you can do what are the operations you want. So this is what basically the set. In the next lecture we will talk more about the Python. Hey guys, welcome back. Now we will see the most important data structure in Python is dictionaries. Dictionaries is also similar to the list, but here we will store the values in key and value pair. Means for each and every value, or for each and every element, we are assigning the key to it. So we can create a dictionaries with the curly braces just like a search. Now let's see how to create a dictionary. We can create a dictionary. My dict is equal to,
and with the curly braces we can create a dictionary. So for that, the first one, it should be a key. You should assign any key, and followed by a value. I can assign a value is could be any value, something like this. Of course, the value I will assign is either 1 or 2 or so on. So this is like this, and we can create what are the now how you can create the n number of keys you want. Let's say this is the key and this is the key 1, and you need to define the key and the colon and followed by a value. So now key 1 colon, let's say I'm just giving that to a 2. So let's print the my dict. Now you can see this is the key and the value pair. So let me create a dictionary. So what I'll do here is that I'll create a dictionary stating that name, the keys are the name, and the course name, something like the course name, and this could be the topic, the area, what is the course, the area in which the courses depends upon, could be the data science or something like this. So you can create like this. So let me create the my course, something like this, and we can create the dictionary something like name and colon. I can give my name, it is Sriram, and the course name I can give the name is something like this course, and let's say the course name is Python programming. Okay, and the area what I'm going to teach here is in the field of data science. The area it was in the data science, something like this. I can create data science. Okay, so this is how we can create a simple dictionary. And now you can see here so name is Sriram, course is this, and the one thing we need to understand here, it is the dictionaries are unordered, and if at all you want to extract only the keys here, and we can take like my course, and the dot keys is basically the keys. These are all the keys which we are calling this. So my course dot keys, you can see you're getting only the keys here. Similarly, if at all you want to get the values, and you can take the values, my course dot values, so that you can get the values. So something like this. And similarly, you can look into the some kind of suppose I just want to call the I just want the name of this, let's say Sriram. I just want to extract this. So just like the numpy, just like the list and tuples, so we can't pass the index here. The index here is going to become the key, so you need to pass the key here. The key here is name, and if at all I pass the name, and I can get the what are the value inside that, I can extract something like this. And similarly, if at all if I give the course name, I can get the value assigned to the particular course name. And similarly, you have like many methods are there, like the get. So what is this means, like you can get the value assigned to that particular key. For example, if at all you want the area, and just pass the area here, get, and it will return you the value to it. So you can also use this method, or you can also use this method too. So let's see one more thing is item. So items is basically going to return the pair, like it is going to return the key and value pair. It was going to return the key. This is the key and this is the value. This is the key and this is the value. So it's going to return you in the key and value pair in the list, and whereas the key and value will be in the tuples. And similarly, you can see some other things like pop, which will basically remove, update, and values. Update is the special thing. So update, if at all you want to add one more key value pair, or if at all you want to delete or you want to update, let's say I just want to update the name Sriram with the name John. Let's say that is what I just want to update that. So if at all you want to update that, so we can use this update and specify what is the key I want to update. Here it is name, and I just want to replace this Sriram with John. So let's execute it. Now let's look into the my course. You can see here the my name is replaced with the name is replaced with John. And update can also be used in some other different way, where you can also add a new key value pair. Also, it is possible here. Okay, so let's say I just want to also include some country information of the particular thing. So if at all I want to include the country, I can also use this one more key country, and the country here is India. This is what the country I want to add here. Now we can print my course. Now you can see here, like, one more key value pair is added. As a country is India. So something like this. So this is what the idea of the dictionaries, and it is a much more powerful way of representation of the data. This dictionaries is also used to create the tables, like data frames. The internally the all the tables was there is entirely stored in the dictionary. So let's see how to create a table with the dictionaries. Okay, let's see that. Right. Okay, let me use the hash. Now let me create a table. Let's say I just want to create the my course table. I'm having, like, the number of keys. Let's say the name. I'm having the in the name key. I can create the list. Okay, let's say the list could be the first one. It is Sriram, and the second one could be the John. Okay, John, and third that could be let's say Michael or Adam. Okay, third one is Adam. Now let's see, like, the what is the course they purchased. What is the course they purchased? Let's say the Sriram purchased the course Python, and John purchased the course, it's a data science, and he purchased only the deep learning or something. This is what he purchased. Okay, and now let's say I just want to add one more key here. Let's say what is the countries they are staying in, country information. Okay, so I can see the country here is let's say Sriram is from India, and John is from USA, and he is from United Kingdom, UK, and so on. Okay, so that's what I'm having some information here. So now you can see here my course dot this is what, like, my course, and what we can see here, this is the names, what are the keys, whatever we have the keys, this keys you can represent with the columns, and what are the values are there that you can represent with rows. So there is a convenient way is to convert that into the tables, is called pandas. So we'll look later into the pandas, what is pandas and all. So at the moment, just import the pandas as PD. Pandas is also known as the panel data sets. Very powerful, very powerful library, particularly used for the data analysis. Right, so now let's create a data frame here. So in tables and pandas, we call it the data frames. So what you need to do here is that you need to pass the data, and the data is the my course. And if you execute that, perfect. Now you can see you have created the table here. The name is Sriram, John, Adam, and the course is Python, data science and deep learning, and the country is this. So just like this is the dictionary, is the raw information, but internally each and every dictionary is basically the representation of the tables. All right, so this is about the dictionaries. In the next lecture, we will continue more about Python. Thank you very much. Hey guys, welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about some basic operators, that is n. N operator is basically used to generate the Boolean values, and particularly it's used for the conditional statements. So for example, let me create my list, and in this list let me create some the list of values like Tom, Nick, and John. Okay, let me create John and Sri. Let me take one more, and Sarah, something like this. So these are all the list of names that was there with me. Now I just want to check like is Shri is there in the my list or not. That is what I want to check here. For example, in order to check that, what we can use here, and I can use Shri of my list, and what it basically return the boolean values. If that value is present in the list, or if that element is present in my list, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. In this case, the Sri is present in my list, so it should return the true. So for example, let me do one more thing. Let's say if ABC is in the list, is what it just, if at all you want to check here, I can use an operator. It says that okay, obviously ABC, it's not there in the list. So this is what one of the basic operator, and definitely used in the many applications like the conditional statements. And it is not only in this case, we can also use this in operator in the many cases, even in the text too, even in the string even in the string too. For example, let me take a word. Let me take a word like little, something like little, or let me take a string like little horse. Okay, so this is what the string I considered here. Now I just want to know, is the letter A is present in the word or not. I can use a simple in operator, like it's just checking like is A in word. It's returning false, like saying that there is no letter A is not there, is what you can see. For example, let me use the letter T. Is T in word? It returns true. Yes, the T is there in this word. So like that is how, like this in operator will be used to check whether that particular string or maybe that particular element is there in the list or tuples or any other thing, so that it is very useful operator in the conditional statements. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now we are going to see one more operator, which is a plus operator, also known as concatenate, and also we will see the star operator, multiplicative operator, which basically used to repeat the elements. For example, let me create let's say we already have the list. My list is already there with me, and this plus operator is basically used to concatenate it. For example, in my list I'm having the Tom, Nick, John, Sri, and Sarah, and I just want to add the few more elements into this. For example, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and I just want to extend this, so I can simply use this plus operator to extend it. So if at all, if you execute this, now you can see that Tom, Nick, John, Sri, and the new it created the new list, and I can name it as my list 1, and in the my list 1 I'm having all the operators. So I can use this concatenating operator to join the list, or to join the tuple, to join even strings too. For example, let's say data and plus signs. Let's say if at all, you can use the data plus signs here, and what it's going to do here is that it's trying to join the two strings. So that's what the one of the useful operator is. The plus operator is basically used to join or used to do the concatenating. And there is a one more operator called the star. It will basically repeats it. It's basically repeats the operation. For example, I'm having the my list with me, and this is the star operator. For example, I'm having the my list with me, and if at all, if I multiply this with 3, and what it happens is that the list is being repeated 3 times. That's what it's trying to do. So let's print it. Now you can see Tom, Nick, John, Sri, Sarah. Again, this is being repeated, and again it is being repeated. So that's what, let's say if at all you want to repeat it for 2 times, and I can simply do this into 2. I can simply do that. And of course, we can also multiply this with the string 2, and it is being repeated is what this. So this is what the very useful operator plus operator is basically trying to concatenate it, and repeat operator, nothing but star, will try to repeat the operations like list and tuples, and even apply to the strings too. So this is what the basic operators generally used in the Python. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about user-defined functions. User-defined functions is very useful methods, and which is very useful to run the set of lines or set of statements repeatedly. So this user-defined functions is you can create a user-defined function. Something like def is what the keyword that you use for def, and you have to give the function name and set of arguments, and what are the inputs that is going to pass us to the function or call the arguments, and then you have the set of statements that you need to execute, and after that you have the return value. If at all you don't give the return value, it will return none. Okay, so let's see how to create a simple user-defined functions. For example, here I just creating a simple user-defined function, say something like hello. So something like, say whatever thing you want. For example, let me say hello, and what I'll do here is that I'll print hello. Okay, so this is how I can create a simple user-defined functions. So what is that? Here you can see here is that def stands for user-defined functions, and this is the function name, and we need to open the parentheses, and within that we need to pass what are the arguments you want, and you should end with the colon. This is the basic looping statements, and you are inside the loop now, or you are inside this user-defined functions. So this colon states that you are in the loop. And one more thing we need to maintain here is this one tab space is called indentation. So this is also need to maintain, and this is called indentation. Indentation. So this means that indentation indicates that you are in the loop. Suppose if at all you are outside this, let's say this is the outside the loop. For example, if at all what are the statements you are in the indentation or within this function, and whatever you are outside this is basically this is out of indentation, says that this is out of the loop, something like this, or out of this indentation. Let's say if I execute that, says that like, oh, you are out of the loop, but this is inside the loop. So now let's execute this function, or let's call the function, and this is a way of calling the function. And if at all you call the function, it says that hello, like, because inside that I created hello. Let me extend this. Let me extend this function. I'll say hello to, say to something who, says hello to who. Let me give one argument name, and now let me maintain indentation, and in the print some hello. Now I will what I'll do here is that I'll insert the name. Let's say this is the %s, and I will insert the name, say hello to the name. Okay, that's it. So now let's see here, say hello to. Now it asks you for shift tab will give you the syntax, is it ask you for your name, and let's say I give the name to, let's say John, something like this, and say hello John. And you can give whatever you want, like, say hello John, let's say hello John, how are you, something like this, something like this. So say hello something. Now we can see hello John, how are you. So what are the arguments you pass, that is going to enter into this function. So that is what, like, user defined functions, this is how we can create. You can also create the user defined functions to do some kind of operations. For example, creating a user defined function, to create or to add two values. Okay, so means that I need to pass two values and it will return the output of it. So addition. Okay, this is what the function I'm creating, and let's say I'm having the two values a and b, two arguments, and inside what I'll do, I'll create inside some operation a plus b. Now I'll return c. That's it. So that's return statements. Whatever you want, you can able to return it. If you remove this return, it will return the none. but here I need to create the return here. Now let me pass the addition of, let's say, 1 comma 2, and what it is going to return, 1 comma 2 is going to return 3. That's what it is. So you can create what are the statement you want, what are the things you want. You can simply create in the user defined function. So what we have to do is that there are set of statements that is going to be there, and you need to execute the certain statements. So I can also create one more function of identifying the even or odd number. Identify even or odd number. Identify even or odd number. Okay, in order to identify the even or odd number, so basically it says, like, if at all, let's say 2 is an even number. So how we identify that? We have some kind of operations like percentile will basically give you the reminder, and if we divide 2 by 2, and what you'll get, you'll get maybe 2 by 2, and the coefficient, and the coefficient is 1. And for example, so the coefficient is basically is going to be equal to 1, and here we are interested in remainder. If remainder is equal to 0, and it means that that particular value is divided by 2, and it's an even number. So you can see 2 by 2 is obviously things. Let's say if we say 16 percentile 2, and what its basically returns is, like, okay, it is divisible by 2 because the remainder is 0. And for example, if I take 15 and the remainder is 1, that's the meaning of the percentile, like, this percentage. Now let me write the logic here. So find even, and let's say you pass some number, and now what you can see here is that I can return the number percentile 2. That's it. Now find even. Let's say find even. Let's say if I pass 5, is it even? If at all, you can say, like, or else you can also use the conditional statements like equal to 0, and if even, no, it is not even. If 5 is not even, let's say if I use some number 100 is even. Find even. Yes, it is even. If it is even, then it is true. Okay, so this is how we can create simple user defined functions. So in the upcoming lectures we will see more on user defined functions, so we can use how exactly these user defined functions in probably in the upcoming lectures. Thank you very much. We'll continue in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lecture we will talk about the control flow statements, that is if, else and elif. So basically if and else, or basically the control flow statements. The syntax of the if and else should be something like this. So it looks like if and followed by condition, and if this condition satisfies, and we'll execute the following statements. Else, if this condition fails, then we will we'll ask one more statement, one more condition, probably condition number 1, and we'll execute the following statements. Okay, so that's what we'll keep on repeating the statements, and finally if all the statements is not valid, then we are going into the else, and we'll execute the if what all the condition not satisfied, then we will execute the else statement. Okay, this is what basically the if and else is, how the control flow statements will be. For example, what I want to do here, it is if, for example, I just want to write a program. If number a, let's say there are two numbers a and b, and if a is greater than b, if a is greater than b, something like this, if a is greater than b, then I need to print something like, a is greater than, I need to print a greater than b. Else I need to print b is greater than a. That's what, like, this is what, or else, like, a is less than b. What are the things? This is what I just want to print using the control statements. So let's see, let me create some function if, and we create a fun function. Let's say there are two entries are there, a comma b, let's say there are two values are there. A is equal to, let's say, 10, and B is equal to, let's say, 20. And now if A is, I'm just doing some conditions. If A is greater than B, so the symbols used for the greater than A is this one. This is the greater than B, and followed by the colon, and now maintain indentation. Now execute. What are the following statements you want? I just want to print A is greater than B. A is greater than B, so I can give some values. A is greater than this. Okay, now I can use some format and just pass the values A comma B. So in this case, A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 20, so this statement will not get valid, and it will go into the else statement. Says that A is less than, this is R, okay, is less than this, and I can use the format A comma B. Okay, now let's execute the statement. It says 10 is less than 20. I can still improvise this. I can still improvise this. Let's say I dynamically insert the values of A and B. Let user be the choice of it. So I can use the statements like input, and I can use the enter a value, something A equal to something like this, and I can say it generates some widgets is there, so it will Jupyter Notebook will generate the widgets of its own. Now let's say I can give the 10 here, and it's returning the 10 here. But problem here, it is the data type here. We are having, let's say if you have the type of that, if you look in type of that, and it goes in the string. Now we already know the case, how to convert that into integers. I can convert either into integers or the float values, and let me give this is A, and also let me give this is the B now, and this is the B. Now execute this following statements here. Now execute this following statement. If A is greater than B and B is greater than A, something like this. Now execute the statement. Let me give A is equal to 5 and B is equal to 6, and it says 5 is less than 6. Okay, now let me execute one more time. Let me give 5 and 5. It says 5 is less than 5. That's not true, because that's not actually the true. I can we need to do something it is greater than or equal to, or I can give the one more statement, something like if A equal to B, then print this and this or equal. Okay, I can use the format here, A comma B. Now I can say I can give 6 and 6. It says 6 and 6 are equal, and 10 and 5, it says is 10 is less than 5. So this is how you can use a simple control flow statements in Python. So first we execute the statement first condition, and one more condition, and if these two this is not F, this is LF. Sorry, if at all you want to give for multiple statements, you have to go for LF. Of course, both of it works in this case. So first it will take this and followed by this. The previous one is not correct, and this is how we need to do in this case. So we have the different kinds of statements are there, different kinds of logical statements are there, A equal to B, which basically equal to, and obviously A and B are equal, so A greater than equal to, so we have A greater than or equal to B. That's correct. And A less than or equal to, so instead of that I can say A is equal to 6, so less than or equal to, this is less than or equal to, and that's false. And we have not equal is there, this is not equal to, and not equal to exclamatory mark followed by equal to is what this. And similarly, if you remove this equal sign, that is less than and greater than. So this and all the logical statements which you can use to evaluate this. And even you can also use the loops saying that if that person, like we also use this basic in operator, so that you can also it will also return you either true or false. All right, so this is all about the control flow statements. In the next lecture we will continue more on Python. Thank you very much. Hey guys, welcome back. In this lecture we will talk about the for loops. For loop is also one of the control flow statements. For loops, basically we will going to repeat the statements for n number of times. So before going to the for loops, so there are few sequence operators that we need to understand. The built-in sequence operators. The first one is range. Range is a function used to generate the values in the particular range. And the second thing is also very useful is enumerate. Enumerate is a built-in function which will generate the position number or index number. And second one is zip. Is also very useful function in order to merge the two lists or two tuples or something. So these all are the useful operators that was useful in while doing the for loops or some other cases. So let's look into one by one first, and then we will move into the for loops. The first one is a range. The first one we'll talk about the range. Range operator is similar to the it's basically if range, let's type a range and type shift tab, and what you can see here is a start, stop, and step. So what it says is that, so it be what are the value you want to start with, you just start it, and the stop is 10. Let's say I want the step is equal to 1. So this says that range is equal to 0 to 10, and it will generate the numbers in between 0 to 10 with a step of 1, means 0, 1, 2, 3, and so forth, so on. Okay, now let's look into the list of this range, and what you can see here is that we generated the array, or we generated the list of values in the between 0 to 9. It's not only in the particular range, we can also generate in any number of range you want. Let's say I want to generate the numbers between 100 to 200, and with the step of let's say 5, which are divisible by 5 or something. So now you can see, with the step of 5 I can generate the values or the list of values here. Okay, all right, so also we can also just similar to the indexing operation, start, stop, and step. Let's say I want to generate the numbers between 200 to 100, and all are in the reverse order. Then I can use a step is equal to -1. I can get all the list of values in the reverse order, like 200, 199, 198, and so on. So this is what the range operator is, very useful operator, and we keep on using this in the for loops. And second one is the enumerate function, which basically give you the index position. So we'll see that and while doing in the for loop. And next one we have is the zip. Zip will basically merge and it will return in the list and tuple format. Let's see, I have the two list with me, and let's see, I'm having the two list with me. Let's look into zip here. Zip here. So for example, I'm having the two list with me, and my list 1, and could be like data and science, and the next one is mathematics, and my list 2, and let's say I just want to give something like this is my 1 and 2 and 3 and so on. So if at all, you can use the zip operator here and zip off my list. So basically we can give the any triples. So for example, if I zip the 2, if at all I want to zip this to list, I can use it the 2 list, my list comma my list 2, and what we can see here is that zip, and if at all you can convert that into the list of values, you can see this is actually formed in the value something like the items, just like in the dictionaries. And you can see this is the list 1 and the index 1 and list 2, index 2, and so on. This is what the zip operator is also quite useful while using the for loops. So these are all the basic functions like range and zip. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now let's look into how to create the for loops. Let's see that. So for loops. Okay, so for loops, the syntax for the for loops is simple, like for, and we need to define like how many times that particular statement I have to repeat. So in order to do that, for I in range, I can use a range operator, and stating that I just want the 10 indicates that, so it will generate the basically the list of values in the range of 0 to 10. And now what I can do here is that I can execute the statements, hello data science. So this is what the statement I just want to execute here. So here what happened is that, like for I is a for I in range is basically the function. Range function will generate the list of numbers in the between 0 to 9, and that means we get the length of the list will be the 10. So we create some virtual list. Now we execute this particular statement here. Now you can see here I'm executing this particular statement for 10 times. Even I can also print the list here. For example, I comma, and what is the index number, I can also even print that. Obviously we know that the range of 10 will generate the list of values from 0 to 9. That is what we have, like 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. And of course we can also use the intermediate operator, like 1 to 10, and the step is equal to 5. So basically, or step is equal to 2, basically we'll get the 5 loops, something like this. So 1 2 3 4 5, something like this. So this is what the very useful operator, so which we can able to generate the list of values. For example, I'm having one more list with me. I'm having some one more list with me, my list 3. Let's say the names could be like John, and so Sarah, and day. We have one more thing is so let's say it is Michael, and none. We have one more thing, let's say 3. Okay, so I have this on the list of letters, or their list of names is there with me, and I just want to print one by one. I just want to print with the for loops. Let's see how. So we can use a simple operator for I in range, and how many times I want to execute the statement is basically the length of my list 3. Now anyway, if I print I, I'm getting all the index positions here. So I can trick this by taking this list, and I can dynamically, I'll change the value of indexing. I can get all the values here. So that's the trick I can really do, so that I can do in this case, let's say I comma this. So 0 index is John, and 1 index is Sarah, and day, and so on. Instead of doing this for loop like this, and instead of taking the range and length, I can simply write something like my list 3, and I just print the value, or I print the element here. Let's print the element, even that will also work the same, just like this. So it's very simple, like saying that John, and what it is going to be created here is that value. The first one is John, second one is Sarah, and so instead of giving you the dynamically changing the I here, I can directly pass the list. Even that will work. But here we don't get the index position. In order to get the index position, let's create the enumerate, and enumerate of list 3, enumerate of list 3, and I can give the I here. So this I will give you the index position. So now I can see here, like enumerate operator is basically will give you the generate the numbers, list of numbers, something like this. All right, so this is what the basic for loop operations in which we can do, and also we can also execute the statements, and inside the for loop we can also add the if and else, and so on. So this is all about the basics of for loops. So thank you very much. We will continue in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this tutorial, you will learn about how to install Flask app in your virtual environment. At the same time, we will also discuss about IDE. First, we will see how to install a Flask. Before that, you have to activate your virtual environment. To install Flask, type pip install Flask. Enter. Since Flask is already installed for me, that's why it says that requirement is already satisfied. Otherwise, it will install a Flask for you. In order to check that whether the Flask is installed properly or not, type Python. It will open Python shell. Now import Flask. If Flask is imported successfully without any errors, which means that you have successfully installed a Flask app. Till now, entire programs and even machine learning algorithms are developed in Jupyter Notebook. From here on, it is very difficult to continue on Jupyter Notebook since we need to integrate HTML. At the same time, we need to integrate JavaScript and CSS. It is very difficult to work on Jupyter Notebook. There are many powerful IDEs out there like PyCharm, Atom, Visual Studio, Spider, and Sublime Text. This and all the top 5 picks. You can use whatever IDE you want. PyCharm is most widely used IDE, but it is not open source. Atom and Visual Studio are quite remarkable IDE similar to PyCharm. In this entire Flask app lecture, we will work on Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code is developed by Microsoft and it is an excellent editor, especially for Python, HTML, and CSS and JavaScript. Let's see how to install Visual Studio Code. Type Visual Studio Code in your Google. Click on the first link. And this is the official website of Visual Studio Code. Click on download and download the required Visual Studio version depend upon your operating system. For Windows, click on 64-bit. If you have 64-bit version, it is highly recommendable to work on 64 rather than 32. Click on 64. You can see the basic documentation of Visual Studio Code and how you can use and put keep. You can see that it is downloading for you. It is almost 56.3 MB. It is successfully downloaded. So right click and open. Click on run. Now accept and next. Click on create desktop icon and click next and next. Since the Visual Studio Code is already installed for you, I am not doing it for you. Once you have installed Visual Studio Code successfully, type Visual Studio Code and this is the icon for Visual Studio Code. Click on that and this is what the Visual Studio Code editor looks like. In the left pane, you can see Explorer, Search, Extensions. Let me click on this Explorer and you can see Open Folder. Click on Open Folder. Now select the module. For example, we are working on module number 3. Select folder. As you can see, currently there are no files over there. That's why it's showing you empty. We need to install few extensions. click on these extensions, type HTML, and you can see there is HTML CSS support is there, and you install this. Since it is already installed for me, that's why it is showing me disabled. Similarly, install HTML snippet. Also install IntelliSense for CSS. Once you install those things, and search, type Python and execute. Please install Python for VS Code and also Python extension pack. Also Python. Please also install Flask snippet. Just search Flask. In the first link you can see the Flask snippet. Please install this Flask snippet. Also install Django. Please install Django. Please take time to install all these things. Once you have installed all the extensions, click on this Explorer. Now right click and select new file. Just type test.py. Execute. Now type print statement. Print welcome to free AI dot space. Now let's see how to execute this code. As you can see here, test.py is already created, and inside that we have print welcome to free AI dot space. How to execute that is exit this first. Clear. Now you can see that there are test.py is there. So in order to execute this code, type Python test.py, execute. So as you can see that welcome to free AI dot space is successfully executed. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll talk more about Flask app. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn about how to create basic Flask app.
Flask is lightweight web server gateway interface, also known as WSGI, to create web applications. It is designed to make quick and easy web apps. It has ability to scale up the complex applications and written in Python.
So the requirements for the Flask is you should know about HTML, CSS and JavaScript. The people who don't know about HTML, CSS and JavaScript, at least you learn the basics of HTML, CSS so that it is easy for you to integrate and learn this Flask app. Flask is mostly we work on backend, whereas in the front end we have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, React, Ajax. Many things will come in the front end. In the back end, the Flask, Django, web frameworks will come. Now let's see how to build a simple Flask app and totally written in Python. Now let's create a Flask app. Click on your Explorer, right click here and type index.py, enter. Now import first from Flask, import Flask. Now let's create an app is equal to flask dot underscore name. So what you are basically creating is web server. Now @app.root / what you're doing in this case is you're creating a URL. Now write a function saying that it is an index page or home page, return welcome to free AI space. Now let's run the app. If underscore underscore name underscore underscore equal to underscore underscore main run app dot run. In that we have host, port, and debug. We will see all these things later on. First, let's run this Flask app. Save it, Ctrl S to save. Now we will run this app in your terminal or command prompt. Now open your command prompt, type python index.py. As you can see that it's creating one server and running on your local host with port number 5000. Now open your Google Chrome and type the URL. It is 127.0.0.1:5000. Just run. Now you can see that you got welcome to free AI space. Now you have successfully created a simple Flask app. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. We will continue in the next lecture more about the routing and hosting. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn about Flask routing. In the previous tutorial, we have created a simple Flask app. So in the line number 3, we have app is equal to Flask underscore underscore name, which indicates that Flask is creating the web server. Next, we are mentioning that @app.root and / root is a function which tells the URL. Root is a function which tells the application which URL you should call for the associated function. For example, in this case, I am calling the index for the URL /. If you are mentioning the /, it is a home page. And after that, we are running the Flask using app.run. Run application will run your application in the local server. So in the run you have host, port, debug, and so on. Default host is 127.0.0.1, which is your local host, and default port is 5000. And if you put debug is equal to true, so every time when you update the code, your application will get restarted. If you put debug is equal to false, your code may not be restarted after you updated the code. Now let's try to understand more about routing functions, and also let's change the port number. In the previous tutorial, we have created this Flask app. Now let's create one more root function. For example, I can create the root function @app.root. So I can just pass the URL, let's say root1. So let me create a function root1. I can create whatever the function I want, return, specifying that this is executed from root1 function. Let's save it. Now let me close it. Let's clear all my functions. Now let's type python space index.py. Execute it. Now you can see that now web server gateway interface is created. Obviously, this is my home page. Now I can create one more function root1, and you can see that this is executed from the root1 function. You can also specify another way of doing the root. Instead of @, let me create a function and let me name it as root2 is the function, and let return saying that this is executed from root2 function. Now in order to specify the rule, I can use that app.add URL rule, and the rule I'm specifying is, let's say, root2, and I'm just specifying the name of the function is root2, and the function I need to run is also known as view function, and to run is root2. I will explain this later on what this function is basically indicates. Basically, you can understand this kind of method when we deal with HTML templates. Okay, so now as you can see that, let's specify the root2. It says that URL is not found. Actually, in the run function, you can specify the debug is equal to true, means every time you update the code, your Flask will get restarted. So before that, I can also specify the host. Let me take the default host I want to run is localhost 0.0.0.1, comma, and the port, I can specify the port as 8000. Next, debug is equal to true. Now, let's open your terminal, close the previous Flask application. Now type python index.py. Now your Flask has been successfully created. Now let me rerun it again. Oh, yeah, it is 8000, port number 8000. Now let's run it. Now as you can see that, welcome to freeai.space. Now let's take it is the root one. This is the root one function, and the view, the function that executed is, this is executed from root one function, and similarly root 2 is executes from root 2. Like this, you can create URLs. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. We'll continue more about Flask app in next lecture. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, you will learn about URL building. This is also known as variable rules. We have three types of converters. First thing is integer, float, and path. Float will accept the float values. Integer will accept the integer values. And path used as a directory separator character. Now let's see variable rules or URL building in Python. Now let's create a simple Flask app for URL building. So from Flask, import Flask, creating the web server. App is equal to Flask underscore name double underscore. Now let's create app.root / which is my home page, and specifying that index, saying that return, this is home page. Let's run the app. If underscore name double equal to underscore main app.run, I'll specify debug equal to true. Now let's run the app and see in the browser. Now running the app, python index underscore url.py. So we got an error. Oh, the thing is that we can't use this. Now let's work, this will work. Save it. That's URLs. Now let's run it. Yes, it's created with the localhost 5000. So 127.127. Saying that we got this is home page. Okay. Now let's create the variable rules. variable rules. So you can create the variable rules @app. Just let me dot root, and I can specify something like any name. This is the variable, specifying the variable some name. Now create a function like variable, and the value is variable and the parameter is name. Now let's return. So this is variable, and you can also get the variable name dot format name. Now let's execute the code. 3. Oh, I think yeah, so this is the problem. Yeah, that works. So now this is the home page. I can create a variable. Let's say I can create the variable free AI. It says that this is the variable free AI. I can give 1. I can give any value I want. So that's what it's happening, is that the moment I type the free AI, it took the free AI as a variable and pass it to the return. You can also pass just float values or integer values, something like this @app.root. Let's say I'm having some blog, and so it's an integer value, and blog ID, this is what you're specifying. Let's say this is my blog, and what I'll get is blog ID. I can automatically generate the blog ID, and now return the blog IDs something dot format blog ID. So what that means, what that means, blog will tell the application that you need to call this, and what are the value if you want. Suppose if you want to speak, it will take only integer value. If I take this blog is equal to blog /1, it means that it will take the blog ID as 1. It specifies that. So okay, and so it's a blog, and let us specify the ID is equal to 1. It says that the blog ID is 1. Similarly 2 will get blog ID is equal to 2, and so on. Similarly, you can also pass the integer values. So specifying that, let me copy paste it, so I can pass the float values here. So let's say is that this is my some weight, this is some weight, and let's say I'll take some weight W, and I'll get the W. Your weight is so since I'll get the float values or string values, whatever, so that specify with this values percentile W. Yeah. So this is now weight. Okay, so app will tell you that if I call the weight, I should call this weight function. Now let's say weight, and let me take 2.0, and say that you can get 2.0. and let's say if my weight is 85.5, it says that 85.5. And what if I give some integer values? It says that the URL is not found, means this will accept only float values. Hope you enjoyed this lecture on variable rules and URL building. Thank you very much. We'll see you on next lecture, more on Flask app. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn about Flask templates, means how to integrate Flask with HTML. Now open your Visual Studio Code and go to File, open your current working directory. For example, this is what my current working directory, and select the folder. Let's create a new Python file and name it as views.py. Also create one more Python file, name it as main.py. In views.py, let's write a function. So let's create a function. Let me name it as index and return welcome to home page. Now in main.py, let's create a Flask app. From Flask, import Flask. Now let's create wsgi Flask __ name. Also import views. From just import views. Now create a rule. Now create a rule. So app.add URL rule, and the rule is, let me create a home page, endpoint, the function index, and the view function is views.index. Now run the Flask app. If __ name __ equal to __ main, then run app.run, just mention debug equal to true. Now save it. Now let's run the Flask app in your command prompt. So this is the folder. Now open your command prompt, cd space Flask templates. Let's look into the values, main.py and views. Let's clear it. Now run main.py. Python main.py. Execute. We got some invalid syntax. It's double equal to. Save and run it again. Okay, now it is successfully created the URL and Flask is running in WSGI server. Now open Google Chrome and type the URL 127.0.0.5000. Your Flask app is working now. Now we will create a simple HTML and connect to the Flask. Let's close it. Let's minimize it. Let's create a new folder and name the folder as templates. TEMPLATES templates. In this templates, now right click this template
and click on New File. Create a file with the name index.html. Click on this. Now in the language, the default it was Django HTML. Change it to HTML. And I'm using HTML5 default template which is from Visual Studio Code. And this is the basic HTML code. Doc type HTML head body. So let me name is the title as Free AI, and let me give h1 mentioning at welcome to Free AI, and create a paragraph tag and write something like Free AI is data driven company. Save it. Now you can see that in your folder, template folder is created. In that we have index.html. Now open index.html. Just double click that. It will open for you in your browser. Now you can see that welcome to Free AI is created. Now we will see that how to link this HTML with the Flask app. Open your Visual Studio Code. In the views, let's create one function. Let's name it as template. Okay, let me name it as index_temp. Whatever the function name you want, you can create it. Now in that, instead of returning something, let me import from Flask, import render template. So copy it. Now just mention that return render template and just give the template name. So the template name is index.html. Flask will default knows that render template will search for the template folder, and whatever the name of the HTML you have given, it will take that and display it for you. Go to your main, add the URLs. Now mention that app.add URL. Now let's say this is from my template, and give the name is something like index template, whatever the name you want. And now the view function name is index_temp. Views.index_temp. Okay, now run the Flask app. Now you can see that your Flask has started. Now go to your page, and since this is your home page, now the URL type template. You can see that you have successfully connected your HTML to the Flask app. Like this, you can connect any HTML to your Flask app with the desired URL you want. Hope you enjoy this lecture. In the next tutorial, we will talk more about the Flask app. Thank you. In the previous tutorial, we learned about Flask templating. We can do more in this Flask templating. Flask is basically use Jinja template engine. Jinja is a templating language for Python, especially designed for Django's. It can also used for Flask too. It is very fast and secure way of executing the templates. There are few Jinja template delimiters especially used in the HTML. For example, you can see that curly braces, and inside if we use %, this is used for statements, especially for if, else, for loops, while loops, extending the base HTML, blocking the content, etc. If you use double curly braces, which is basically the print statement, and for curly braces and hash is used for comments, and etc. Now we will see how the Jinja template engine works in Flask. In the previous tutorial, we understand how to render HTML templates. Now we will see Jinja 2 template engine. Let's see the print statements in rendering templates. Let's go to your index.html, and this is the index.html, and if you render that, this is what the output you'll get. Welcome to Free AI. Free AI is a data-driven company. Instead, what I'll give something like print statements. Curly braces indicates that which is the print statements. Let me give some variable name. Let me delete this. And now just go to your views.py and index.tem where we are rendering our template, and you can see that we are specifying some curly braces. Inside that I'm specifying the name, indicates that name is a variable. I can call this variable in views.py. Now let me send the variable, let me give some name, something like free AI, and save. Now let's close it and execute again. Python main.py. Execute that. Now Flask app is created. Minimize it. Let me check that. Okay, this is my home page. Now it's the URL I should call is template, and as you can see that welcome to Free AI. Instead, I can specify something XYZ. Save it, and since we put debug is equal to true, it will rerun your Flask app. Now let me refresh that. You can see that welcome to XYZ. We can dynamically change the Flask templates using the render template Jinja 2 template engines. Now let me create a variable URLs. Go to main.py and app.url rule will specify something like template / let me give the variable name its name. Now copy it. Now here we'll pass the name and save your views.py. Open your terminal. Oh, we got an error saying that URL rule. Okay, let's go back to your main.py. Just remove the spaces here. Now save it. Save this. Now run your Flask app again. Python main.py. Execute it. Okay, now the Flask app is again created. Let's refresh our page. Obviously URL can't find since what I've given is a template and specify by something. Let's say if I specify free, I'm getting XYZ. This should not happen. I should get free. Let's go to view, and this is name. Yeah, I need to specify name is equal to name. Okay, now save it. Now let's see that. Okay, it is restarted. Now I can see that welcome to free. Now let's change that free AI. Good. And artificial intelligence, ARTIFICIL intelligence. Yes, you can see that we can dynamically generate the URLs and change the text in HTML using Jinja 2 template engine. And this is about the print statements. And one thing you need to understand that what are the variable name you specify, the same variable name you need to pass it here. Now let's see some conditions or statements. Let's go to index.html and assume that we are creating a results page. For example, if user got marks less than 50 marks, he is failed. Suppose if the user mark is more than 50, he passed the examination. First, let's print the user marks. So let's say specify the p tag and let's say hi. Just specify some URL or specify the variable name. Your marks mar marks equal to your marks is equal to, let's say I'll give you one more variable, let's say it is marks. Now go to views and also specify marks is equal to 70 and here marks is equal to marks. Now let's refresh the page and you can see that welcome to artificial intelligence. Hi artificial intelligence, your mark is 70. Let me specify free AI. Hi free AI, your marks is 70. Okay, I got it how to print the values in HTML, but now what I want to do here is that I want to validate my values and say that if this value is less than certain value, I should return something like pass, otherwise is fail. For example, in this case, what I want to do here is that if the marks is less than 50, he is failed, otherwise he is passed. In this case, I should return that he is passed or you are passed, something like this. Now let's go to index.html. In this, I need to specify something like in if statements. So let's create if statements. In HTML, you just click on this HTML, change the language to Django. Let's plus if, and you can see that the template knows that you're writing this if and it generates that if now. Now let's create the validation if marks is less than or equal to 50. Okay, let me take that only less than 50. Then what I want to do is that let me create the paragraph tag. Okay, let me go to my HTML paragraph tag. Now you have passed. Similarly, let me take else paragraph tag, you are failed, something like this. You are passed and you are failed, and if. This is how you can write simple if statements in Jinja 2 template. Save it. Let's run the Flask app and let's see how it is working. Now let's see, let's refresh this page. You can see that hello free AI, sorry, welcome to free AI. Hi free AI, your marks is 70, you are failed. Let me go to views and let's change marks to 40, save it and refresh. You are passed. Oh, I need to write something, right? Let's go back to index. Oh, if marks is greater than 50, you are passed, otherwise you are failed. Now let's refresh. Yes, now you are failed. If the marks is less than 40, you are failed. Now let's say, let me put 80. Since marks is greater than 50, you are passed. Perfect. Now let me do one thing. Let me dynamically generate the marks and let's see marks and specify in this function marks And now let's go to main, and in this URL I'll specify the int values and marks. So this is the marks which will allow here, and same thing I'll put it here. So let's save it. Now let's see, it's reloaded successfully. Let me refresh this page. Obviously URL not found. It's a free AI slash, let me specify the marks is 70. Oh, I got an error. Just marks. Okay, now let me refresh this page again. I can see that you are passed. Let me change to 50. You are failed. Let me change to 55. You are passed. Let me change the name. Let's say I want to change the name XYZ and the marks is 67. You can see that. Hello, welcome to XYZ. Hi XYZ, your marks is 67. You are passed. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. We'll continue in the next lecture more on Flask app. Thank you very much. Welcome back. In the previous tutorial, we understand Jinja 2 template engine and how to use the print statements and if statements. Now let's see how to create for loops in Jinja 2 template engine. Now let me minimize this and click on this Explorer. Let me create new template in the templates folder and mention that name index.for.html. Now HTML, so let me change the language. Changing the language to HTML. Now HTML, I'm just taking this template. Now let me change this to title is for loop. Now let me create a simple header for loops. Okay, let's save it and let's give the connections to one more function. Let me create a function with the name index_for, and I'm giving nothing here, and return render template. This time I want to render index_for.html. So we render the template. Let's save it. Open your command prompt. Let me close it. Control C to close. Let me clear and let me rerun this Flask app again. Python main.py. You can see that now Flask app is successfully created. Oh, I forgot to specify the URL. Let's copy this and paste here. And this time I need to go for, let me create a URL for loop. And let me say that some URL for. I'll come back to this, how to use this and all. We'll come back to this. Next is the view function that I want to call for this URL is index_for. Okay, perfect. Let me open my Anaconda prompt. I got a syntax error. Okay, let me run it. Main.py. Now you can see that my Flask app is successfully created. Let me open the browser. What I'll do here is open this home page, and the URL I need to specify is for loop. Okay, so I successfully in the index.for template. Now let's write the for loop. Go to view function. Let's say I'm having some data like in dictionary. Assume that it's some marks. Let's say in science. Okay, I'll just specify something. Statistics. I'm having 70 marks. Next, in machine learning. I got, let's say, 50 marks. Next, okay, it's comma, and okay, let me do one thing. Okay, Let me create one more subject. It is deep learning. Let's say I got 75 marks. Let me specify one more subject. Python. Python, I got 20 marks. Okay, this is good. Now what I will do, I will pass to my data folder. Data is equal to data. So data is what my variable name which I have to use in index_for. Now let me create a for loop. So let me change the language first. Change into Django HTML for. Okay, fine, perfect. So let me create something like for. So it's very simple, just similar to the Python language. In Python, what are the statements you specify? Same statements you need to specify in the Jinja 2 template engine. Okay, if you go to this view, and what I just created is dictionary, and this are all my keys, and this is what my value, that is what I'll get. So let me create a key comma value, and the data dot key dot values, sorry, data dot items. Now let me print a value. Let's save it. Also save views.py. Open your command prompt. Okay, it's running. Now open your browser. Let me refresh my page. You can see that values 70, 50, 75 and 20 are up here, which is that with 70, 50, 75 and 20. Let me also print the keys. So let me go one thing. Let me write here key. Save it and refresh the page. You can see that statistics 70, machine learning 50, deep learning 75 and Python 2 20. Let me put everything in a table. I can also generate the series of table, something like this. So what I'll do here is that let me create the table first. Table. Okay, let me change the language. Change the language to HTML. Now table, and you can see that we got a table. First thing, I need to create a row and table header. The table header is subject and one more table header, it is marks. Okay, I'll get the marks. Next, what I have to do is that I need to generate the table row. I need to generate this. Let me do one thing. Let me paste it. Oh, let me change the language. Django HTML. Now for loop. Okay, this is what I want to do. For what I'm having is key comma value, or you can simply say the subject comma marks and data dot items. So subject, which is nothing but keys, and marks or the values. So what I have to specify here is and create a row or dynamically generate the row. Change the language. HTML, dynamically generate the row, tr. Now the first one I need to print is subject. Next, oh, this is in table data, td. In the table data, I need to put this values. Next is table data. In this, I need to print marks. Okay, let me give some space. Also specify some space here. And yeah, so table, so done, perfect. Now check this Anaconda prompt. Okay, it is running. Let's go to my browser, refresh the page. You can see that it is successfully created one table: subject, mark, statistics 70, machine learning 50, and deep learning 75, Python 20. Okay, now what I will do is that I'll create a border. In the table, I'll write border is equal to 1 pixel. Let me refresh this page again. Yes, perfect. So we got the border, and let me align this page. Align ALIGN is equal to center. Oh, there should not be comma, like ALIGN is equal to center. Yeah. Refresh it. Okay, it is working now. Now, let me do one thing. Let me create one more table header. Let me specify that it is pass or fail. Okay, suppose if the marks is less than 50, he failed. If the marks is more than 50, he passed the exam. So what I have to do, I have to create the table data here. So here I need to write the if loop. Suppose now what I'll do, let me change the language first. So the language is specifying Django template. So it is if loop. Now specify that if and else. I just want if and else too. Okay, anyway, well, write it manually, else. Okay, so this is what I'm getting. Okay, if marks is less than, okay, let me take one thing. If the marks is greater than or equal to 50, now you can say that what I have to do here is that I want to print, I just want to print something like P. Else I want to print F. P indicates pass, F indicates fail. Okay, let me use capital F and capital P. I think it's done. Okay, let's save it, and let me check my Anaconda prompt. It is running. Open your browser, refresh your page. Okay, I'm getting nothing here. Let me check the HTML. Oh, the thing is that this P and F are not the variables. So these are not variables. I need to specify it's a P and this is F. Okay, these are not variables. Let me check that. Okay, it's running. Now let me open my browser, refresh the page. Yes, perfect. You can see that the 70 is more than 50, pass, and pass, and failed. Okay, now I can also do like some colors to it. I can add some colors to it, like specify the span. Do the specifying the span. So change the language. HTML specifying the span. Okay, since span specifying it to P. So let me change the style. Style is equal to color. Since I have for pass, I need to specify green color, and similarly for fail, I'll specify the red color. It's F, and the color and it specifies red. Okay, save it. Now open your browser, refresh. You can see that pass, and fail. Okay, let me align this pass and fail in the center. Let's go to TD and just align. Okay, space align to center. Now let me refresh it. You can see that it's successfully we got in the center page. It is pass, 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 and fail. This is what about the for loops in Jinja template engine, and also how to dynamically generate the tables using for loops and also validations and many more. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. We'll continue in the next lecture and we'll discuss more about the Flask app. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn about Flask inheritance. So Flask inheritance is a special method and the functionality is especially used to extend your templates from one HTML to another HTML, the base HTML, and render to the Flask app. So first click on new and name it as views.py, and after that click new and main.py. So in the main.py, just import Flask. From Flask, import Flask and create the Flask app. Flask underscore name underscore. Now this is a section of my URLs, and after that this is where I have to run if underscore name underscore double equal to main, and I just want to run my Flask app.run, and let me put debug is equal to true. Okay, and also in the views.py, let's import from Flask, import render template, render underscore template. Now let's create one function. Let's name it as base. In the base, let me put like return render underscore template, and I just want to render one template called base. And let me also create one more function and name it as index, and here I'll return render underscore template index. Okay, so what we have created is that we have created the two functions and name it as base, and it's a base.html which I'll create now. At the same time I will also create index.html. Now let me create the rules. So in order to create the rules, app.add URL rule, it is the rule I'm going to use is base, and endpoint is my base, and obviously the view function is views.base. Obviously I have to import the views here, so import views and save. Also copy that and paste it here. Let me create for index. So the rule function is index, and the endpoint is index, and also the base is views.index. Okay, save it. Now let's create the HTML. So in order to create the HTML, right click new folder, name it as templates, and inside that create one file, name it as base.html, and again in the templates create one more file name, index.html. So let's create the base HTML. So type HTML. Okay, so let's change the language HTML. So I'm sorry, HTML here. So this is the template I'm using for HTML, and it's a free AI. Okay, and the body part, what I will do is that I'll put the header tag h1 and welcome to base HTML, and in the paragraph tag I'll specify like you are in base HTML. Okay, this is how I can create the base HTML, and what I can do in that extending the templates, that is what the template inheritance is. This and all the HTML that was there in my base.html. So what I can do, I can directly render all this in my this in the simple way. I can extend everything in the base.html and index.html by simple command extends,
And what do you want to extend in this case? I want to extend base.html. In a simple way, I can do it. Okay. Now what we will do, we'll run the Flask app and let's look at our results in our browser. Now I'm running my Flask app in my browser. What I will do, I will 127. What is the URL? It is 127.0.0.1 colon 5000 is the port name, and what I'm getting is URL not found. URL not found because I had not given that / and this is my base, correct, and this is what my index. And as you can see that base and index.html both are same. This is the base and I'm extending entire base.html in my index. Okay, it's not only extending your base HTML, there is more thing we can do in this. For example, I can block this in my base.html. Let me block that. I can do simple block command here, the %block. What you can do is that you can block the body here. So how to block this body? Block body block. And I can also do one thing, and this is what I'm doing, is that whatever I write below this block body block, this and all will get block and up to this end block, BLOCK. So what exactly I'm doing here is that whatever I write inside this body will get everything above this and everything below this I can able to get, but inside this block region I may not be displayed. That is what the block body blocks will do. So what I will do, let me copy and let me put it here, block body block, and also percentile, what I will do, end block here, and block. Okay, this is my end block, and I can write something like h1, some tag. Let me change it to HTML, and that h1 tag, so welcome to index. You just saying that you are rendering from index.html. Okay, let's save it. Let's check everything is working fine. Okay, now save it. Let's look into our results in our browser. Now let's open your browser, and this is the base and this is what my index. Okay, perfect. Now what you can see that you're rendering from index, this one, and also you're rendering from the base. We can do many things in that. For example, now what we will do is that we'll try to understand the endpoints in our view functions. You can see that there is endpoints out there. So what is this endpoints? We are trying to understand this. Basically these endpoints are used to give the links and the URLs. So let me do it in the base.html. Let's say I will specify my anchor tag, and this is what this is. Click here to route to my index, and let's say what I will do is that anchor tag, click here to route to base. Okay, so let me give some break functions. And now what I have to do is that this hash is basically is what in the href I have to specify the URL, and try to understand is that this is what we can give both the ways of specifying the URLs in my Flask. Is that one thing we can specify http colon and 127.0.0.127.0.0.1 and colon 5000 and after that / and followed by index. So So this is what you can specify. Instead, what we can do is that instead of specifying the entire link, and we can do simply the pass the endpoints. What we can do is that we can simply pass the endpoint in this case is index. So in order to pass that index, we have a special function in the Flask is URL_for. In that you need to specify the index. That's it. So it's very simple method. What we can do is specifying the index using URL_for. Same thing what I will do here is that I'll copy it and paste it here. Okay, done. Here I will put base. And one thing you remember is that we are extending the base, and this is both visible in base as well as index.html, since we are extending in the index.html. Right, so let's run it and visualize our results in the browser. Okay, here is in our browser. Refresh your page. I can see that. Click here to index, click here to route to base. Perfect. It is perfectly working, and that is what the advantage of using your URL_for. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll talk more about Flask app. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn how to deal with static files like CSS, JavaScript, and images too. Unlike HTML, we can't straight away render our CSS and JavaScript just like the HTML what we did in the previous lectures. CSS and JavaScript are the different way of filing, and we are actually doing used for the styling our HTML. And basically we are not doing any kind of rendering over there. We are only using that for the styling and also for the functionalities. So let's see now how to deal with the static files now. So in the previous tutorial we stopped here like creating the base HTML and also some clicking functions and all. Okay, now let's see how to deal with the static files. Right click, a new folder, create one folder static, and at the same time create a new file. Not a file. Let's create a new folder, name it as CSS, and also create a new folder, name it as JS. In the CSS, right click and create a new file, name it as main.css. Now let's create a simple CSS, and we'll see how to link that to the HTML. Okay, what I want to write in the CSS is that, for example, I just want to change the color head of my h1 tag using the CSS, like h1 tag welcome to the base HTML, and I just want to change that to red color. Okay, so how to do that? Basically, we can use this h1 and h1, and this is what the CSS, and inside I'll specify the color is red. Simple, that's it. This is what my CSS. What we need to do is that we need to link our CSS in the header tag. So link and related style sheet, and this is what we need to specify the URL. See, in the static web pages, what we will give in the href for the CSS is just give the path of the file name. Here in the Flask app, what we need to do is that we need to specify the URL. And the beauty in the Flask app is that it can understand that whatever the file name which we created is a static file, it can understand that inside the static there is a CSS and the main. It will automatically generate the URL for you with the tag static. So let's open the browser and let's see that the static file in our browser. Okay, we are in the browser now. It is in the index page, and just try to understand static is the URL which will be automatically created by the Flask, and inside the statistic there is a CSS and main.css. And as you can see that this is what actually we have created, and this is the URL that is what we need to specify in the href. This is the URL that I want to specify in the href. But in the previous lecture we already see that we can specify the URL using URL_for. So what I will do, I will use this URL_for a URL for here for what? For static. And since it is the file, I can give like file name. And what is the file name? The file name is, it was in CSS folder and main.css. That's it. Save it and let's run our Flask app again in your browser. Let's visualize it now. Okay, this is my CSS, and oh, it was the index. Now I can see that welcome to index, it was changed, even that is changed in my base.html. But I just want to change my color name only in the base.html, not in my index.html. In that case, what we can do is that we can specify the either class or whatever you want, either class or ID. Let me specify that is, this is what I want to change. This is the class, and only for this class I want to do it. Instead of h1, what I will do, dot change is what I can specify here. Now let's rerun my page. This is the index. Oh, let's do one thing. Let me refresh my page now. Exactly. Now I can see that only in the base.html it was there, not in the index.html. So this is how we can give our static files, that is CSS, in our Flask app. Now let's see how to create JavaScript in our Flask app. So what exactly I want to do in the JavaScript is that, let me create one small button in my index.html. If I click that index.html, it should return like hello world. So that is what the functionality I want to create in my JavaScript. Let's see now how to first we'll create a simple JavaScript, and after that we will see how to include in our Flask app. Okay, we are here now, and in the JavaScript in JS folder, create a new file, name it as main.js. Oh, it's main.js. Now in my main.js, so basically the functionality what I have to create is the button click function. Let's create the button now. So this is what the button I'm trying to create, button and button tag. Okay, I'm having the button tag, and click here is what the button I'm trying to create with the name click here, and on click function, and all click function, let's say I want to call my function. So if I click this my function, let me create one paragraph tag, and let me give the ID is demo. So what exactly it means that, if I click this button, there should be hello world should be printed in my paragraph tag. So this is what I'm generating using JavaScript. So let's see how to create it now. So this is my main.js, create a function, and my function, this is what I want to create my function. Inside this main function, take the document dot get element ID. So what is the ID name? It is a demo dot inner text is equal to what I want to create is hello world. Okay, save it now. So everything is perfect. Now what I want to do is that I want to link my JavaScript to the base HTML. So what I will do, let me link to the base HTML script. Okay, script tag in that source. So what is the source? Where exactly it is it? Let's specify the URL just like your CSS. It's a URL underscore for, and in the URL underscore for, where it is, it was in my static folder, and file name is equal to, it was in my JS and main.js. Save it. Now open your browser and execute our function. Okay, now we are in the index.html, and as you can see that the click here button is successfully created. Now let's see that is that functionality is working or not. Before that, let's go to my static and JavaScript. Is that code is updated or not? Static /js/main.js. Okay, this is what the code I just written. My function document dot get element id, and in that inner text I want to change that into hello world. Now let's take into my demo and index. Click here. Oh, it is changed that into hello world. Okay, at least it changed, but what I given is that demo is what I would just want to change. Oh, there are two demos are there. Let me give this to demo 1, and in the main.html let me give that to demo 1 here. I'm sorry, demo 1. And now let's run it here. Welcome to my index. Let me refresh this page again. Now welcome to index. Click here. Yes, now it's working. As you can see that this is how you can add JavaScript to our Flask app. Hope you enjoy this lecture. In the next tutorial we'll talk more about our Flask app. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial you will learn about HTTP methods. There are 5 different types of HTTP methods are there: get, head, post, put, and delete. Get will start away send the data without any encrypted form. Head is same as get but without response body. Post used to send the data using HTML form data. Put replace all representations of target without uploaded content. Delete will remove all current representations of target resource given by URL. In this tutorial, we will learn about get and post methods. Get, by default, all the methods all are get methods. That is, if you add any URLs, those all are get methods. Let's create a simple Flask app. Create a template. And open your Visual Studio Code. Open the folder HTTP methods. Now create a new file, main.py, views.py. Let's close all these things, and in the main.py from Flask, import Flask and create an app is equal to Flask __ name __. Now this is the URLs you need to add, and after that run the app. If __ name __ equal to __ name, main, then app.run and debug equal to true. Also open this views.py, create some basic function from Flask, import render template. Now create some function index return render template. Let me create index.html, and also in the main, in the URL, add that URL app.add _ URL. Now specify the URL function, and endpoint is index, views function is views.index. Let me import views, import views. Okay, save your main. Now in templates, click on new, create a new HTML index.html. Now let me change the language first, HTML. Okay, create the title free AI, and in the body let me create one thing like h1 welcome to free AI. Okay, save it. So I guess all the connections are correct. Yes. Now what we will do, we will run the tab. So in that, run python main.py. So we got one error in main.py add URL rule, and yeah, fine. Let me execute. Yes, now your Flask app is running. Open your browser, type 127.this and welcome to free AI. And you can see that all the methods what we had is get methods. Now let's create a post method. Post method will send the data using HTML form. Let's create the form. Let's minimize all these things. In index.html, let's create a form. So let me take h3 and creating a form, or let's say that fill out the form. Okay, now in that, take a form tag, action, put hashtag. Now inside this form we will write something like I just want to create, or I just want to send username, first name, last name, and email ID. That is what I want to send to the server. So let's create a for label tag for fname. This is what for fname, and the label I want to create is first name. That's the label I want to create, first name. And input text area I just want, and id for id is equal to fname. This is what I want to take, fname. And the key is let me take the key is first. Okay, and the place folder, in the place folders, let me say that enter your first name. Okay, let me create first name. Okay, something like this, and specify required equal to true. Okay, it's true. Yeah. Now let me create one more label, break next. Right, the next one is label for f last. Okay, l name, and the label name is last name. Oh, it's not label, it's last name, first name, last name. Okay, now specify the input is text id is equal to, specify the id, the text area I want, id is l name, and name equal to l last. Yeah, and in the place folder I have to specify enter your last name, and required equal to true, means required equal to true means I want user to fill this field. Now let me create break label for email, and this is email. Let me create input, and the type is email, id is email, and name is let me give the same email and placeholder, enter your mail ID, specify that required is equal to true. I want that. Finally, let's put break and submit. Input, and this is submit, and what I want to specify is value is equal to submit. Okay, let's save your HTML and let me check that in your browser how it looks like. Let's open your browser, refresh the page, fill out the forms, and here enter your placeholder, we specify, enter your first name, enter your last name and your email ID and submit. If you submit that, it's asking you for fill out the field because I specify required is equal to true. Let me fill out the details. Let's say XYZ, Z, and x@z.com. Let me submit it. So it is submitted successfully, but thing is that what is the URL I want to send it for? At the moment I not specify any URL. Now I'll specify the URL. Before that, let me do small changes in the views.py. So since this is the index, so what I want to do in this case is I just want to import request here. The small thing is that in the form I need to specify method is post. I need to send the value in the post. So let's go to here and the mains.py. Let's change that. The methods I need to allow is get and post. Default Flask will allow only get method. Now I'm specifying that I can allow get and post method. So now let's change this. If request dot method equal to post, then I need to enter into the loop, otherwise I need to get the loop here. So if it is a post, now get the details like first name is equal to request dot form, and it is the values, the key, this and all my keys, first, last, email, wherever the name I specify, this and all my keys. So specify the first. So what I'll get is first name, and similarly last underscore name is equal to request dot form last, and similarly email ID, email underscore ID is equal to request dot form email. Okay, let me print all the values. Print first name equal to this and \n, last name equal to something, and email ID equal to something. Let me specify in the format first name comma, okay, last name comma, email ID. Okay, so what I will do, let's open my Anaconda prompt and clear all these things. Now let's run the python main.py. You can see that Flask app is running now. Open your browser. So let me fill out the forms. My first name is free, last name is AI, and email ID is freeai@space.com. Submit. as soon as you submit, you can see that open your terminal or run on a prompt. You can see that you can print that first name is free, last name is AI, and email is freeai@space.com. So what you can see here is that we can able to send the data successfully from the front end to the back end, that is server, using HTTP post method. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see more about a Flask app. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, we will learn about file upload. Let's say I'm having a file, an image with me. Let's say some logo, that free AI logo with me. And what I want to do is that I want to create an application to upload that file and save it in the desired folder. For example, I just want to save this in some folder. So in order to do that, let's create a Flask app. First, create the templates and also create one more folder, static, for CSS and JavaScript, and create one more folder. Let's say in the static, I'll create a folder named upload. Okay. So what I have to do is that, let's say if a user uploads let's say if user uploads any image or any file, I need to save that in the upload. So that is what I basically want to create. Now let's create it. Open your Visual Studio Code and open folder, file upload, select folder. Now you can see that we have some static folder and upload folder, so the templates and logo. So first create the file, let's say view.py, and one more Python file, main.py. So main.py, it's not creating. Yeah, it's created. Let's create a Flask app. From Flask, import Flask. Now app is equal to flask underscore name underscore. Here we have URLs, and also let me load the run here, and f underscore name underscore equal to underscore main underscore, and I just want to run app.run, and debug is equal to. Now coming to the URLs, we will add the URLs. First we will create our views.py. From Flask, import render template. Also from Flask, import redirect and URL underscore for. Now let's create a function. Let's say index return, let's say render underscore template. I think it's template. Now render template. Let's say I want to render the template index.html. Now save. Next, in the templates folder, let me create index.html. Create the HTML. Change language HTML. Now type HTML and done. So we create the HTML and free AI. That is what we created. And let's say, let me create some h3 tag. Please upload. Please click, or you can say like uploads. Okay, LOADS. Now see, in order to upload any file, what we need to do, we need to create a form data. So and also we need to send the data through post. So let me create the form, and the action. I'll specify the URL here. Next is method, and to send the data, and the method I have to specify is post, and encryption type is multi-part form data. This is what I want to send. Now let's create input, and in the type let me specify it's a file, and the name, which is what the key, the name is, I'll specify it is an upload file. Okay, and that's it. And now let me create one more thing like submit, or submit, the type is submit, and let me create the value is equal to upload. Okay, now save. Let me create action. I'll give the endpoint. I need to specify the endpoint. Since I did not specify any endpoint here, app dot add URL rule, and this is the home page. I'm giving endpoint. Let me give an index. Let me specify it is an index, and I need to import views. Let me do one thing at the same time. Views dot, I think I just created the view. It's not views for me, it is view dot index. Okay, I think it is yeah, fine, view dot index. And let me allow the two methods I need to allow here is methods. I'm allowing get method and post method, also allowing get as well as post. Let's go to this if method. Also let me take the request. I want request, yes, if request dot method double equal to, if it is a post, if request dot method is equal to post, then what I have to specify is, if it is a post, I need to take the file. Let me take f is equal to, and request dot file of, just specify the key. The key I used here is upload. Okay, I used upload key here. Now let me save, f dot save, and you can give like, this is f dot file name, what are the file you have created, and you can, that is stored in f dot file name. But in order to save that in f dot file name, let me create like upload folder. And what I want to do here is that I want to save in the upload folder, specifying that it is in the static, then uploads, and here I just want to save. Let me import OS, operating system. Now instead of saving that file directly, I'll specify the folder saying that f dot path dot join and upload folder, comma this. Okay, now you can see that it was saved successfully in that folder. Let me check that. Let us check that. As soon as you upload that, you need to save in the upload folder. And let me print that, print file saved successfully in \n. Let me print that it is the path. Let me print the path. Path is equal to, this is what the path, I just saving it, copy, and this is what the path, to specify, cut and paste, and after that this is the path, and to specify. Okay, anyway, now path, right, save it. Now let's run our Flask application. Okay, let's open our terminal and type python main.py. Right, let's open the browser and type the URL 127.0.this, and as you can see, upload and choose file and upload is there. Let me choose the file, click on choose file. Now this is the file I just want to choose. Let me show you the large files. This is the file and I just want to choose open and upload. Okay, we got an error. Request has no attribute file. Okay, I think it is files. Okay, request.files. So let me open this browser again and choose file. Let me choose this file, logo.png, and upload. Yes, done, I think. Now you can see that the file is saved successfully in static slash logo.png. That you can see that, static slash logo.png is successfully uploaded. And let me check in our folder, static folder, upload, and you can see that it is successfully uploaded. Okay, now what we will do, let's call that file as well and display here as soon as we uploaded it. So how to do that is, let's go to this index.html. So let's create a validations, if conditions, the Django template, and if, let me create if. Okay, if, let's say, if file upload, if upload means if upload is equal to true, then I want to execute this thing. What is that? Is image. Let me create HTML and image, and the source, it is URL. Okay, it's a URL underscore for, and it is static. In the static folder, you take the file name equal to, specify the file name. Since it is stored in uploads backslash, forward slash. Now see, what I'm doing is just print. I'm just doing the print here. So let me print one more thing, because that file name will change dynamically. It depends upon the user. User might upload different kinds of file. It not guarantee that the same name is uploaded every time. Okay, let me put one more thing like f name. F name indicates file name in this case. Okay, let's put alt free AI. Okay, save. Now it's good. So if I upload, then I just want to show that. Otherwise I don't want to show it. Let's go to views.py. What I'll create here is that return render template, and just want to render index.html, and to pass upload is equal to true. Okay, here I'll put upload is equal to true. Okay, upload is equal to true, and since upload is equal to true, now what I will do here, I got upload is equal to true, and f name is equal to f dot file name. Okay, yeah, I think what I'm doing here is that I'm specifying that whether my upload is equal to true or not. if my upload is equal to true, then it will enter into the loop, otherwise it won't enter into the loop. So that's what I'm mentioning here. Here upload is equal to false. The default upload is equal to false here. Now, so as soon as I got the post request, then upload is equal to true. And what I'm displaying is that f.file name. And as you can see that, since as soon as I upload the file, it is going to the static and uploads, and f.f name means in the uploads it is saving it. F name consists of what are the file I just uploaded. Okay. Now let's check that my Python Flask is running. So let's do it again. Click choose file. Click on this image. Open. Upload. As you can see, this is the big logo. It's uploaded successfully. So we will control it. Let me specify width. I just want width is equal to 300 and height is equal to 300 pixels. Okay. Let's open my browser and refresh. Now you can see that choose file, open, upload. Done. Now let me upload one more image. Choose file. Let me go back to module 3. Let me apply this image mail_00281 and open it. Upload. As you can see, the file is uploaded successfully, and in the file uploads and static uploads, you can see that the file is saved successfully. That's all for now. Hope you enjoyed this Flask app tutorial, and in the next tutorial we will look into the project on integrating machine learning models. Now whatever we learned so far, we put all together and create one face recognition application in Flask app. Thank you very much and hope you enjoy this lecture on Flask. We'll see you on next module. Thank you very much.